It was touch and go for both teams coming in to the latter stages of the first half. But G2 just about held on and got the 8-7 lead. Now the roles reversed. They're on the T side and already aggressively getting into tunnels. Two players with some utility, Nexa and Amanek with both smokes, and they have a few flashes for good measure. Twists having a look down from the catwalk. They do go for a middle peek, see nothing, and start to fade away.
The T side has been good to G2 so far this tournament. They went 12-3 up against Mouse, but we all know how that game finished. And they've picked up plenty of utility to try and get this pistol round off to the right start. Long control taken by Hunter, the P250 getting out relatively cleanly. And the CT side yet to really form a response. Happy to sit back passively, letting G2 take the early map control. And actually, Amanek going to get his hands on the P250 to have a crack at it.
And why not have him with it in his hands? He's played so well. So many of those rounds they picked up on B side were down to him and him alone. Double smokes, Elige using the little cusp of the wall to bypass the smokes, but there's a flashbang to burn his retinas out. And now that it's cleared, he's finding out that his teammates are dropping around him. Stewie 2K down first, intelligent from Elige. He knows his days are numbered if he stays on the site, so he falls down, lives to fight another day. That clarity of mind could come back to haunt G2, as Twist now going to execute Hunter. They're looking to try and dissolve a road away. They're now defending G2. The roles reverse and Liquid. All the entries back onto the site, everyone chipping in, but it's Twists with 3 that really shines.
You couldn't ask of a cleaner retake on that A bomb site, and Twist, the one to really make it happen, tapping away every time anybody on G2 peaked. He was there, his crosshair was trained on their head, and he was finishing the job. Liquid starting off strong on the CT side. G2 with that bomb plant will be able to force decently. There will be AKs, there will be Creeks. Kenny will have himself a scout, and they will look to immediately bite back and not allow Liquid to settle on the CT side.
Absolutely the case. You want to make sure you dethrone the economy before you allow it to start to swell, before you allow it to build up to a position where it's going to be more of an issue. Stewie 2K with the scouts. Going to be interesting when him and Kenny both get their hands on the AWPs. How that battle will commence and conclude. One team moves to the semi-finals after this game. One team will be going to the quarters. Twists. Good spray down, but he's going to get counted instantly by Hunter's hand. That's a good trade for the T's. This actually funnels away more utility, and there's not that much for Liquid.
And there's a FAMAS on the ground as well, but as Nitro finds a quick double, Jack's only able to trade for the first, and G2, they find themselves a man down. Hunter takes the tag, the sting of the scouts of Stewie, and it's onto him and Kenny, two of the high flyers on this G2 roster. But do they get into this bomb site? How do they get into this bomb site? In fact, utility limited, Hunter with a full bank, Kenny with absolutely nothing. And the bomb's actually going to make its way back towards those long doors, watching for the flank. We need Kenny to do something here. Somebody has to find a frag if G2 want this force buy to work. Kenny looking onto the A bomb site, but nobody there for Liquid. Happy to sit passively, happy to wait as Hunter towards short is walking right into the trap of Elige.
That trap may be sprung momentarily, or perhaps Kenny can have some impact with the scout and draw away the position on catwalk to look at long. That's exactly what's happening. It was important that he made the noise. He drew away the fire. It opens up Hunter. This is working absolutely beautifully. They're both so low on HP, but Hunter has a chance. He has a hope, but his eyes have been closed permanently by Stewie 2K. Scout Stewie? Well, he fancied like skating by on some fire. He had 4 HP, nearly died to it.
I don't know what he thought he was going for, hoping perhaps that he could make it past it and get the Creek. He's looking at that and going, Creek's worth the time, but eventually the clock is the one that saves him, and G2, the force buy doesn't work out. They don't even get the bomb plant, so they're going to be looking at a very mediocre buy. 2 P250s, a Deagle, and Amanek with the double flashbangs to try and open something up. They're going to head towards middle early on. And honestly, 2 frags at this point for G2 would be success. Hunter gonna eat the damage of the scout early on, and as Naf and Alij open things up, this isn't looking good. Jax at least able to get 1 on the P250. Such a consistent fragger for G2, but the 2 remaining players with so little firepower to work with. Twist will just start tearing them apart. The jumping MP9, and he finishes the job. Liquid will be the first to double digits as G2 will finally be able to buy fully.
I'm sorry, like, but it should be a crime to get a jumping tag with an MP9 at that range. Like, I can't believe that's a thing that still occurs in this game. G2, though, are going to be calling a timeout. We saw them do this when they were in the lead as well, and the CT was 5-3, and they call a timeout. Understandable that they would call one now, as they have some decisions to make. They will have a buy, that much is certain, and I'd be very surprised if Kenny didn't pick up an AWP, albeit on a glass cannon. If they don't, if they go for rifles here, it would suggest we're going to see a rush.
Jax, for a brief moment, had enough economy to go no head armor and drop Kenny the AWP and allow him to pick up some armor, and he trades for the rifle. But they don't opt to go for it. Kenny clearly confident in his glass cannon, and as you said, with the AWP picked up by Kenny, not suggestive of a fast play, and it is going to be Stewie picking up the AWP to counter. Twist sticking with his lucky MP9, hoping for some more flying shots as Kenny takes the early engagement, but can't quite find the shot onto Alij on top of the barrels. And G2, a little bit unfortunate not to find themselves with that opening man advantage.
Perhaps unfortunate, but this game often comes down to mere millimeters, milliseconds. Kenny S and his glass cannon could shatter, but it could also be used to pulverize operation from so close to the end of early alarm system. If Twists dies, they're going to be able to quickly wrap around to long and get one of those players from B to maneuver into middle. So I really like this play. Liquid mixing it up, but it's very centralized. G2 stacking all their plays on catwalk, maybe looking for the off timing, but this is where having Twists indoors could be so beneficial. You can see from Naf and Stewie's perspective, they can both just lock their eyes onto catwalk. The smoke's coming down. So much utility's already been expended on both teams.
It's such a great position for Liquid to be in. They've used their utility beautifully just to stall this push to nothingness. And G2, they're fully queued up. They have got nowhere else to hide but short. All 5 players here, and it's just a question of can they hit their shot. Stewie with an easy opening to take out Jax. Next are lucky to be alive. It looked like he had the lineup, but the shot just whizzes by his shoulder. Stewie with the second onto Hunter.
пройти. На размене прошли неплохо. Олаф в точке. Бомба падает. 18 секунд на таймере. Тимбол. Отличное попадание. Но Флейми уже последний. Ну, как для раунда пистолеты без армора, в принципе, хорошо. Но вот хотелось бы, конечно, бомбу. Почти у всех игроков Нави. Что деньги были явно не лишними. И по КТ еще после этого попался. Да, вон, Броки там умер в киллфиде. Ну что, 5-2. Вновь инициатива в руках команды FAZE. Нави действуют вторым номером, попытаются закамбэчить. Есть здесь спауны на Б. Может, старый добрый раунд 5Б?
Ну да, добавили темпа в игру. Но опять... О, как все печально сейчас может сложиться для Нави. И так оно и, в принципе, произошло. Ну, уверенная игра опорника базы Б у команды FAZE. Это Броки приносит... Даже не то, что приносит. Разворачивает команду Нави полностью. И они вынуждены опять идти проверять позиции, которые отдали. Мы видим уже Бумыч по длиной. Один человек в ТРСП. Флейми остался на центре и слушает. Ну и номер 3, это Симпл, он находится под базой Б. И, скорее всего, сейчас попытаются перестроиться. И FAZE опять на шаг впереди. Отдается полностью контроль зигзага. Укрепление длины может вот-вот сработать. Ну, смотрели демки, ребята.
Нико. Очень перспективная действительно позиция. Может подловить как раз-таки Бумыча. Рано или поздно Бумыч пойдет чекать, но Нико играет, мы видим, здесь в связке. Помогая Олафмейстеру занять банку. Навряд ли швед дальше пойдет. Электроник с ножом.
Вот эта встреча. Вот второй. И где же ты, Нико? На месте. Флешку против Ника. И здесь ничего не сделал флеш в ответ.
Шорт уже прошел,
А
Ника не готов к этому.
Шорт уже вышли, да, попадает в голову по
US
Симплу,
people,
но
he actually might have
это не
saved the
спасает
round here.
его.
We'll see. It's Cold Zero coming through. Simple can't challenge. A couple of bullets towards Simple or Flamey will save the day. They've got no utility on the CT side, and money isn't amazing. I think they might just be giving up already, which is fair enough. They have a 5-2 lead. They save these two rifles. They've got a nice healthy buy going forward. You obviously can't buy the AK on the CT side as well. Got to hold on to that. Just didn't feel it. They need like a flashbang, a smoke or something. They don't have the information we do to these players. Are so incredibly low.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure Nico was aware he hit that dink.
Yeah, you might be right there. He was overwhelmed by that one. He wasn't ready for the pincer. That's a classic textbook move there from Na'Vi, getting long control and then just pushing up towards shore. Just so you called, there's two players trying to defend that position. They time it very well. It's a successful round. Simple still has the AWP. 2 kills for Boomich in that round. Massive work.
It's quick math, isn't it? You kill Olof on long. You know Nico's still there. You're hearing the AWP shots. You pretty much assume that there's only going to be, at max, one fighting you on short.
I liked what Olof did there. Like, getting in towards long doors is great, but I agree with you. Just holding that tight corner might have been better off, just having the advantage there. And it would have meant Nico could really focus towards the A-short position and actually been ready for that. But obviously, hindsight is 2020, and we will have a terrorist timeout now after winning the previous round. So Blade, he's got something else up his sleeve at this point, maybe going to change the pace up. And from what we've heard, their comments, like, if they ever take a tactical timeout, it does suggest massive changes are coming. They want to kind of change the pace up. We'll go for an execution here. This is the round where I've thrown a bit of a Hail Mary if I'm FaZe, knowing that they don't really call many pauses.
Yeah, and you've got so many players who are capable of taking that Hail Mary and running with it. I mean, Rain, he set records on this map in terms of just straight frags. Keep your eyes on who from the FaZe roster chooses to step up. It could be determined by a lot of things. Spawn and, of course, the call. We're into it. Na'Vi, they call the timeout, and it does seem like the bomb and the majority of their squad is heading towards the B side with pace.
Indeed. Boomich, he'll be patrolling towards middle. They haven't rushed people. They still have 4 players waiting for the flames, and it's going to be Olof Meister waiting for the brains of Boomich as they commit towards B. Brokey completely flashed off. How is he still alive? He gets away with it. Perfecto, that is, but Cold Zero now with a very difficult task as the incendiaries come through. He can't leap through the window. Surely he went for it, and he's punished.
Yeah, this looks really good for Na'Vi. Perfecto, that frag is enough to lock him out. And FaZe, they've been so happy to save. It seems like a similar call is being made. They are keeping their eyes on the long term. That's 3 rounds that I can think of at the top of my head here on Dust 2 alone, where they've made the safe call.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you've just got to hedge your bets sometimes in this thing. Is this actually going to work out for us? Notoriously, one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake, especially when you have a disadvantage here. They had smokes, they had incendiaries. They could have gone for, they could have smoked the tunnels, Molotov the platform. But looking at bigger picture right now, they want to win this map. They don't need to steal rounds away. Keep the money strong. With 3 weapons up, you've got a great chance of actually winning the next round. They're not going to have a massive amount of loss bonus. They'll be at second stage after this one, I believe. So they'll get $1,900 per player on top of the very little they have. It's actually 0 across the board, so around $2,000. And it might be a similar sort of situation we saw on Nuke, where they'll get some PT50s to go with this. They don't necessarily want to dump everything they've got. The fact that Brokey got that blinded is a very, very good flashbang.
Yeah.
I didn't understand his move in Cold Zero, though. I think he was trying to go for a surprise play through the flames. He just committed in, back-turned. I think he was getting flashed in as he came through.
Yeah, I imagine Brokey's dying. He's assuming they're still just coming out the mouth of tunnels. He wasn't ready for that platform position so early. Yeah, I have to give more credit to Brokey because he was full flashed. He did the backwards strafe off the step onto the box, over the box, and down while full white on his screen. That's muscle memory, and it did manage to buy him a couple of extra seconds to draw the Na'Vis into a wider swing. That's 2 timeouts, 2 rounds back to back. That's an indication of just how serious this is. The odds and the stakes are so damn high. Na'Vi looking to secure a 3rd map. Inferno waiting in the wings should they find the victory here. It's their map pick, but FaZe unfazed by the map. Simple, missing the shot on the cross. Rarity to see that one in the feed these days. Instead, it's going to be Rain eliminating Electronic, and he stands his ground. Boomich through the flames. For what? He does tuck in on the blue bin. In a way boost, but Cold Zero's pushing up middle as well. You can see some flare coming out from FaZe here.
Yeah, this isn't a bad call, actually. Olof Meister can sabotage their efforts, but is he aware the Perfecto is going to be towards T-spawn? He just about gets the crosshair there, but minimal damage inflicted. It brings it back to a 4-on-4. Rain had to work so hard to get that first pick, and now he could be done for. Is he the one who gets boosted up? That would make sense. And now they know exactly where he is. They have to go towards short now. I think the swing is coming, Alex. It's up to Nico and Rain here. It's Simple landing a stunning headshot. The last line of defense has to be Nico, using the incandescence, the flames, trying to hold on, but the smoke is down. He won't be finding a quick frag just yet, but there is a slight gap, I suppose.
Simple so desperate to bait out the shots. He does get Boomich into the site safely, but the boost comes in, and so does the kill. Simple, a quick reaction could secure the round for Na'Vi, and he hunts for the last. Brokey's gone, Coldzera remains. 40 seconds. Perfecto, he's got his eyes in the right place, but Coldzera, ever precise, finds his 8th frag, and Simple, he thinks he's got enough time, and he has. Coldzera's hit the walk key, and that's enabled Simple to go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, he's got a nice clean plan down here. He's got no utility, but he's got all the time in the world for the most open plan he can ask for. He could just tuck himself in the back of the bomb site if you want to go for the extra cheesy play, which he might do at this point. We will see. Everyone would assume in this sort of scenario, you just think he's going to be towards tunnels here. We'll see what Simple's got up his sleeve. He wants to spot out Coldzera. Gets himself towards Xbox, and actually just ducking and weaving here. It's a little bit dicey.
It's ballsy. Just hoping for the timing. Got the information he needs, and that's a Simple round for Na'Vi. 4 frags in it, and that quick reaction onto Nico was how he managed to get the gag order issued. Make sure that FaZe couldn't continue to make things a whole lot awkward. Losing that bomb planter, it could have gone so wrong.
Bear in mind, that was technically an eco as well for FaZe. They had those 3 saved weapons, 2 USPs. They still brought it down to a 1 versus 1. Their money will be relatively strong going forward, but an epic performance here from Simple. The shots he got up here, the sequence of events were pretty magical, I have to say. And finally, some damage landed for those double doors. It'll be Coldzera down at 30. Flamey pushing the envelope once again towards the long double doors. He makes his way out towards blue bin, and there will have to be a reaction play here from the CTs. The fact they've given up long like this, I expect them to be a little bit more inquisitive, even towards short of those B tunnels, as they've given up full long control at this stage. So it's all off Meister. He's probing off towards short. Rain and Coldzera by the mid doors. They're probably going to have to push this with a little bit of assistance from Olof. And in they go. There's an HG. They really do need to go for those doors, start getting towards top and middle, but they're worried about the AWP presence on the other side.
Yeah, together, all 4 of them will get that information, ensuring that they can do so safely.
So that's something. There's no one lower B. They can take an educated guess that all 5 players are towards long at this point. Still a 5-on-5. They don't have an incendiary, but Olof Meister trying to scramble back into position here at the A side. He knows it's a long approach, and he gets himself in a heads-up position.
There's a lot of utility on Na'Vi. I'm seeing 3 bottles of flame, and 2 of them now flying through the sky. A nade in response, trying to soften them up, and Olof wants to fight on the flash from Nico. Good catch from Flamey. This should be Na'Vi's. Only one can really contest his Rain, and he has to be so precise. This is a headshot angle, and there's 3 hunting him down from different angles. He does well to find one, and a good Zera frag does manage to make things close, but Na'Vi find their 6th.
Big round from Na'Vi. Clean one as well. Wasn't the best of buys for FaZe. They did have enough for heavy weaponry, but didn't have those incendiaries. Lost long control. You saw their reposition towards short and middle. That was the right call, but there's no one there to really handle them. They're trying to get back towards the bomb site. They get a couple of kills here, but it's overwhelmed by the manpower of Na'Vi. All 5 up towards that A bomb site. Very efficient with those creeks. And we'll see another eco for FaZe here. 6-5 down. Remember, this is a T-sided map, so they'll be happy with this. That's why they're saving so much. They'll take the rounds, and they seem like they actually have a chance of picking them up. So they've got a couple of smokes, 4 deagles. Coldzera gets some Kevlar. That's about as exciting as it gets. And Na'Vi have read it quite well as well. They're going to have 2 MAC-10s up against 4 unarmored players. So they should chew through them. No problem at all here.
Yeah, Boomich and Perfecto are just going to be given a whole lot more freedom. Let them off a leash a little. Ensure that the information is communicated before you send your hard hitters in. It's cat and mouse. Find FaZe clan. A little less catchy than Find Waldo, but...
Or Wally, if you're from the UK.
Shout out to Where's Wally. I was the kid that got that out of the school library. Everyone else is getting out all these books. I'm the one that's renting Where's Wally.
I think I might have been the same.
Anywho. That's a bit of a problem in future for Na'Vi if they choose those same smokes, but gap not going to be an issue this time because there's more where that came from. A second set from Flamey and Simple for the cross.
Yeah, another 5-man approach from Na'Vi. It worked out so well before against the Rifles. One will give it a go with the MAC-10s leading the charge here. Remember, no armor on FaZe. looking to farm some cash here, effective with 4 frags. I'm sure he'll get a couple more here. There's the first. And there is going to be a Coldzera on the side here, but everyone sits in the smoke these days. No one's taking anything for granted, but it is buying time. Coldzera emerges, somehow gets one. And what a scalp to find as well. That's Simple removed. Trying that boost again, but he's showing a little bit of ankle. It's going to be Nico giving up his position, and now at this point, a 2-on-2. Olofmeister brings one back. Do they have a say in this one? Well, if they do, are we down to this man on your screen right now? Needs 2 Deagle headshots very quickly indeed.
Olof crawls. Not going to happen. A lovely coordinated peek from the Na'Vi remaining. Puts the 7th on the board. And actually, I mean, they're going to be hunting for a 9-10 scoreline coming into their attempt at the defense. We have seen, especially here in Katowice, some ridiculous. In fact, here's a good example. Mousesports G2, they took it in turns to get 11 rounds straight on their T side.
That was insane, wasn't it? It looked like, okay, this game's done. Shut it all down. Then I came back in, and it's like 11 rounds in a row? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then. Well, yeah, Dust 2 is a weird map. It's one of the most momentum-based, spawn-based, and economy on the CT side can run away from you. You can find yourself never getting the double orbs out. We haven't seen that from FaZe yet, and I know they like to lean towards it. Simple trying this audacious pick towards middle. This time a bit of backup behind him, so it's not as wild. But watching towards CD spawn, he knows that the likes of Rain normally rotates back in, and he would be dead on. That's going to be the opening frag. I've calculated the one this time. That's not just rushing middle. He's just waiting for Rain and is aware of his tendencies.
Yeah, someone's been watching some demos because it's the same player, same angle, and he finds him this time. Rain gone.
And before Rain tucked the left wall, he was maybe a bit more aware before. This time, a little too open, taken down. And what's the reply from Na'Vi at this point? They've got the advantage. They've been focusing towards that long position. This time, manpower towards short. Nico working with Olof at the ramp here. Yeah, he needs a pick. He knows it.
He knows they're coming his way, so he's going to try and get the first and fall off. The smokes do suggest the push is coming. Olof considering the smoke to extinguish, but he doesn't need it. Instead, he aggresses. He's got a good idea. They know Electronics drop CT. This is no longer an advantage. He's trapped himself. Coldzera from short will pinch them in, pushing them, poking, prodding, saying, go A. You're kind of running out of options. Not anymore. Simple relieves that pressure, and there's more coming from long. 8th. Looking good for Na'Vi. Electronic does fall eventually after being called out, but he managed to catch the dink, and so Brokey, he'll just be lucky to be alive.
We didn't see much from Simple on Nuke, but my God, is he ever showing up now. Wall bangs all over the shop here on their T side of Dust 2. The one towards Xbox as well. You'd think you're safe in that position. You think, why? As long as I don't peek, they can't get me. But of course, straight in the skull, it's the AWP bullet that finds Coldzera, and at this point, it's going to be 3 players surviving for Na'Vi. Another successful round. It's a scrappy map, and they're landing their shots at this point. Brokey will have the M4 and just be looking to save it with just 9 points of health.
Simple again, drawing blood early. This was compulsory for Na'Vi. You had to have Simple because it was what, 4, 5? I think he was around, like, he was struggling to break 10 on Nuke.
Yeah, it was like single digits, I think. So it really didn't go well at all. But excellent work here, just stringing rounds together. That's going to be 6 in a row now on their T side. Maximum loss bonus on the CT side will only get you so far. They've saved an M4. There's a partial buy there, I suppose, but it all started with that simple push towards the mid doors. We talked about it yesterday, just knowing that most teams will focus towards long or B. Middle's normally open at the start. We'll see players like Nico do that in the second half as well with the AK-47. Get out there quickly, wait for rotating CTs, land your shot. That can be the round in itself.
And round 14 commences. Heavy lean long with the Desert Eagles. A bit of Kevlar thrown in for good measure, and that did look a little awkward for Na'Vi. In the smoke, Flamey does get chunked just a little bit, and Olof gets a whole lot of information. Clears out that blue box push.
Yeah, Simple actually shot the teammate there, unfortunately, but doesn't completely destroy Flamey's round. He's still got 60 health.
Just a wing clip.
Yeah.
Doesn't want him flying too far away.
They still have the majority of their smokes and flashes here. Still with 3 Molotovs as well as they reposition towards shore. It's all about reactions on this map. If you lose territory, you need to reclaim it elsewhere.
Well, that territory looks like it's going to be the fort on short, and that's a brutal way to go down. He had a target, and a second presented itself as he relocated his crosshair. Now towards the short position, Simple. He's just shooting them through walls. He doesn't need to see his opponent. He finds the head regardless.
Yeah, this is kind of insane, the amount of wall bangs he's getting straight to the head every single time, it seems.
Yeah, through the double doors.
Yeah.
We've seen him do it now. Actually, just the round before.
The Xbox, yeah.
Xbox, yeah.
So that's round complete. Brokey again to save the M4. It's a rough life out there as a B anchor. Sometimes you can get no action whatsoever. We haven't really seen any B splits from Na'Vi. It's all just been full-on long takes or A splits.
Yeah, they've made it look like a B a couple of times. He's got one, but very hard to make an impact when all the action's happening on the other side of the battleground. We said 9-10 would be the goal, and Na'Vi are about to find the 9th. This has been quite the run from them now. 6 rounds on the trot. This will be their 7th. They're going for him. They're pushing him in. He'll find Perfecto, but they're all coming and he knows it. And he won't even find a second. Simple makes sure of that with his Desert Eagle. And so the final round of the first half of our second map today. FaZe Clan and Na'Vi. And 17 frags for Simple. You can see that frag onto Nico. He has just found the form that was missing on map 1. And thank God, for Counter-Strike fans, this series now will fully deliver. Whether we see 3 maps or it ends here on Dust 2. An integral part of the Na'Vi machine has been inserted.
Nico taking matters into his own hands. Still yet to see that double orb set up, but firing off a shot towards short. He realizes he has to get the hell out of there and reposition now. Drops the incendiary to buy some time. Disallow access for Electronic towards short, and Olofmeister holding the HE out towards long. That's a dangerous game. Needs to be very careful here. They exchange bullets. And at this point, Flamey's had enough. He's going to go join his teammates.
Worth mentioning that if you heard us say Brokey's change roles, main or, well, an exception on Dust 2. It will be Nico and Cold to take the second should they need it as he plays that flexible B support mid. It's perfect for that secondary AWP. Brokey, expect to see that back in his hands should we see Inferno.
Well, they dribble smoke through. The bomb is in towards tunnels. I don't think they'll use that smoke, but maybe they'll have to now at this point. Boomich goes down. That's the in-game leader removed. Symbol hasn't missed many so far on this map. AWP waiting at the mouth of the tunnels. Smoke down for now. Waiting for their teammates to show a little bit of presence here towards A. Nico might be buying it. In terms of the general setup here, just Brokey alone towards B. We said he hasn't had much action yet, but he could be tested at this point. 30 seconds remain. The bomb still towards tunnels. Suggests they'll stay on that side of the map. This looks like a promising smoke. It's going to land towards CT spawn.
And a flash, Nico off the angle, but that might spur him to support B. It does, and he's arriving just as they exit the mouth. Brokey to be checked and fragged. Perfecto. Perfect. Nico, another frag from him, but Flamey was in tow, all off to trade, and so a 2 versus 3 as the bomb goes down with just a second to spare.
First advantage we've seen in a long time here for FaZe is the last round. No saving at this point. They do have a 3-on-2 lead. Barely any utility on the T side, but Simple, he knows he has to step up here. Nails that first shot, finds his 18th frag. Now where there might be a second player towards the tunnels, but Perfecto, he's got to patrol towards the window and the doors here. Simple confirms the tunnels are clear. Retake has to commit any second.
Oh, Perfecto, that's lovely from him. Newcomer to Na'Vi, a triple kill to find the double digits. Natus, Vincere, they are back in business. A competitive game on our second map, and Dust 2 continues when we return from our break. second map of the elimination between Na'Vi and FaZe. It's a spot in the Spodek if you win, and elimination means you'll be forced to watch from the stands. Everything on the line. It's the second half of our second map. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Henry G, and it's time to see what FaZe have got in store for the favored side on Dust 2, the T.
Well, here we go then. 10-5 and a pistol round with 2 smokes. A couple of flashbangs, 1 Molotov. No upgraded pistols on either side here, so standard weaponry. But a push from Simple is going to be shut down. coldzera ready and waiting on the barrel there. It is responded by Electronic as he gets a nice shot towards lower B. So everything back to a 4-4. Technically does favor FaZe Clan. Just because the CE defense will be spread much thinner, and you can group up on the T side in a pack of 4 and attack the weaker defense. We'll see what happens here. Olaf Meister the bomb towards T spawn. coldzera still waiting towards those doors as well.
Boomich is tucked in on that corner. Very limited utility for this one to be pieced back together again. Towards short, it will be Electronic. He's already found the first frag of this round to be tested. And that Molotov, we saw Na'Vi throw a similar one. Let's see what Nico chooses to do with his.
And this tournament so far, when FaZe have found the opening pick, they've only converted 33% of these rounds. We'll see if they can find this pistol victory. It's Nico that can't get a kill on Electronic as he gets his second. Now tucking himself in. coldzera will have to step up. Electronic just picking them off like it's no problem whatsoever. coldzera left towards long, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the ace for Electronic, stepping up, managing to actually shut them down one by one. It's the USP that doesn't miss a beat.
Doesn't miss a shot. Electronic just added 5 to his kill total, and he's just ascended from 9 to 14. Puts him back in the fray at the top of the scoreboard now alongside Simple. 18 for the start of the Na'Vi show. Seems like they're going to opt for 2 rifles and 3 SMGs to mow down what looks to be the full eco. Hoping to catch that CT aggression. Of course, in the pistol, Simple charged up. This time, a little more reserved. He's way back behind the double doors. Boomich. Oh, the timing is so good for Boomich. Just as the smoke fades, he's behind the corner. Does take 2 before he's finally caught by coldzera. That 1 P250 is enough to find the head.
Yeah, this doesn't look like we're getting the bomb down now. Like we said before, usually going towards short is the best point of approach. Electronic continues the strong form from the pistol round, gets himself another frag here, tucks himself in with the smoke, and calling in for the backup here. It's Simple, swinging in with the MP9, confirming they've fallen back. And that's good information gathered here. They can start propping up the B bomb site. That's exactly where FaZe are heading. They've got 1 MP9 and a Glock. Very unlikely they find anything here, as they've got Perfecto ready in the B site. He's got an MP9 as well, but up against unarmored opposition, he should be absolutely fine here.
Yeah, no issues expected, and you can see that Na'Vi have just the buddy system. There's always going to be a trade, even if you do get caught by a phenomenal shot from this Rain MP9. All off in first, but it's the hard hitter that's gone. And no issues for Perfecto. They win the pistol thanks to Electronic's ace and a neat and tidy conversion with the farming SMGs. Time for the first real test of FaZe Clan's T side. It looks a whole lot better for Na'Vi here on our second map, but will they be able to close it out neat and tidy, or is there more twists and turns lingering in this second half? It's time for FaZe to tell us.
I think there might be a few more. A FaZe Clan T side on Dust 2 certainly can be a very difficult thing to contain as they go for the long spawns here. Rain helping himself with the flashbang. He does beat the incendiary as well. The smoke's down in the corner. 1 player waiting the other side. That's Boomich. He's only got that SMG. It's a bit of a bonus situation for Na'Vi. They can win this round, pretty much call it done. But it'll be a very tall order with the 3 SMGs, the 1 for mass, as things start to slow down. So long control gathered. They'll keep 1 player in the pit. That's going to be Rain. Bomb goes back towards T-spawn, however. So just trying to exploit this massive bit of real estate they've got on the map here towards long. You see the reaction from Na'Vi, boosting up, looking towards lower B with the M4. And it's going to be a B finish here from FaZe by the looks of things. Ball makes its way towards tunnels. Notice Perfecto's position here. He's going to be baited in by Flamey, who's going to be at the back of the site, trying to take all the aggro away, be as combative as possible, and hopefully Perfecto will get the big spray down.
Oh, I really like that from Flamey. He's got the nade pulled to react for his teammate when he needs support, but he can still jump peek for the mid info, keeping the CTs on A unthreatened. And now they're trying to make it look like a long take, and Flamey immediately responds with the Molotov. He doesn't have any cues, just a sense, and he's absolutely right to feel that way. Flash for Perfecto to get some of that information that's missing, and in they go. More than information, a frag as well. The flash from Flamey onto Nico. Perfecto's bullets raining in, and Na'Vi, this is great work. Triple kill, round one. You said if they win this, call it done. Well, FaZe have been slaughtered on this B split. Sponsera onto Electronic. He's just looking for any way back in, but with 18 seconds, he's just going to accept his fate, keep the Krieg pressed close to his chest. And perhaps the Wolves of Na'Vi, with the flexibility of that MP9, might want to just send him in to finish the job.
What epic teamwork that was in the B bomb site. Perfecto has an MP9. He gets 3 kills, upgrades to a Krieg, doesn't take any damage there. They just got completely manhandled towards the B side of the map there. It was the incendiary to buy a little bit of time. The flash to set up that first kill, a second to enable the second and third, and we'll see Perfecto just mow them down. That's such a powerful flash. You can still see the remnants of the smoke from the HE thrown as well. So much vision taken away, and FaZe are in a very difficult spot now. coldzera does manage to survive with the Krieg, and they'll take a tactical timeout at this point.
I'm sure that's going to feel good for Blade.
Yeah, that's very well done. Behold.
Yeah, well coordinated. And it didn't even feel like holding that B site was a disadvantage with the weapons they had because of that utility usage of Flamey. Scores on the doors. A couple of members of FaZe yet to break into the notorious double digits, but same can be said for Flamey and Boomich. Fortunately, though, for Na'Vi, they have got 3 members on an absolute tear. Keep your eyes on Perfecto. He's keeping up with Electronic in this crucial game that could send his new team home. 13-5. FaZe, they're playing for what would be a ridiculous spree of rounds. We've seen it happen at this tournament. It's not like it's impossible, but they aren't expecting this hero Krieg on Rain. Could get cold in pit. Will it be quiet or will it be? Yes, they are. Line up and start the walk. A Q. Lambs to the slaughter, perhaps. Let's see if Electronic. It's the line, the spray. Does paint the picture of where they're coming from, and that nade looks fantastic. Bomb dropped, Brokey gone too, and half of FaZe Clan shell-shocked from the HE.
I'm not sure there's much they can do about this one. Electronic ready and waiting in the smoke, looking like to cause more and more damage. He's had a pretty strong shift here on Dust too. Still got a bit more to say about round number 19, but looks at things. The bomb will get planted at least for FaZe, but I don't think they'll be doing much more of this. Oh my goodness, it's Electronic jumping up. Just starting on this point, coldzera can't find a single kill. Sure, they get the bomb down, and they will have maximum loss bonus after this round, so they'll have plenty of money, but 14-5 down. Won't be much chance of bringing this one back, but we'll see what they've got up their sleeve here. It's going to be an AWP almost certainly coming out. It's all off Meister to purchase it. Throws it into the hands of Brokey here. It's currently sat on 8 and 12.
Get to see that T-side AWP. He got the spawn, makes a whole lot of sense. Will he get the fight though? Boomich is the only one heading long. Might just be a molly and playing it safe. Yeah, does exactly that. Enables him to peek, get the info, call it clear.
So whoever gets that spawn usually is given the task of throwing the incendiary in. You can actually beat the T's there, throw it through, fall back. It has to be very specific on where you start on the map. Good nade. Olaf Meister down to 47. One more round for map points here. Looking very likely to go to a third. Na'Vi with Kriegs available. AK-47s on the CT side. Doesn't get much better than this. Lots of money in reserve as well. Simple. More of a passive mentality now, just holding with the incendiary out. Opposite of smoke instead, drops that down, and they're going to be going for a little run boost here. Nico not slowing down. Oh, now he is. Electronic applies the brakes for him. Still a 4 versus 4.
And while they do prepare for this assault towards A. Cold, of course, now moving towards middle as well. Perhaps a change of plan. The winds of change. Crucial round for FaZe Clan. This has to be a win if they want even a possibility of sending, or securing, I should say, a spot in the Spodek in 2. Long will be the final hit. Boomich tucked in on Long, but it's only Simple. He lost Electronic early, and now he's got to hold this site all on his own. Great angle, good fight, but he doesn't finish all off. And the Swede does one better. Tapping away, but Flamey and Perfecto, they're taking the fights they've been given. And it's given them an advantage into this defense.
At this stage, Brokey's have to hit some shots here. That one doesn't connect towards the pit. Isolated on the bomb side, 2 players coming in towards shore. Advantage Na'Vi, but certainly still possible for FaZe. It all starts this kill towards the pit. Another shot rattles off towards the pit. 2 players coming through now. No utility available on the CT side. It's starting to show as well. Like,
Brokey
struggling a little bit here. Brokey does finally hit one of those shots. 2 versus 1. Boomich surely can't have anything to say about this one.
He's tracking him through the box, opts for the AK-47. They're both so low. Boomich does have the kit, but time is so far gone, he can't do anything about it. He's hoping just to stop that AWP from going into the next round, and mission accomplished. Boomich does his best to get whatever he could out of that victorious round for FaZe.
That's pretty massive, though. The fact he survives with the AK-47, we've already said Na'Vi's money's absolutely out of control here. They've got a couple of players hovering around $10,000. You've removed that AWP. I don't think they can reinvest in it. So that's actually pretty massive from Boomich, knowing he can't win the round. coldzera influential as well. As we see, Brokey missed a few key shots there, but nailed the one that really mattered. But that one was important from Boomich. You can see 5 rifles for FaZe. They won't have the sniper, but Simple certainly does. And he might be boosted up here. Boomich at least setting up 1 player to go through. Simple patrolling long.
Trying to go for that fast nade towards the lower tons. Wants to get more early damage. Distinct lack of utility damage from FaZe Clan, but I'll talk about that later because Simple has found another opening kill. There may be a second on the cards as well. Rain smart to jump peek just to try and get the information safely under the guise of the smoke, but the early casualty does seem to be enough to slow this FaZe down. They've got Cold still holding towards T-Spawn, hoping for some mid-aggression by doors, but instead it's the NOA boost. Just safely, passively calling that short cross.
Well then, it's Nico to go down quickly. Simple, completely blind. That will be a 5-on-4. Still looking for map point here. Everything comes to a bit of a standstill. 2 players in T-Spawn. Xbox smoke being delivered. Courtesy of coldzera. That boost, though, as you mentioned, is a powerful one, but might as well get down at this point. We'll see whether they want to readjust. Holding it for now, and now they do drop off. Dropped an incendiary, an HE. I'm going to see a rotation here from Boomich back towards A.
Smokes fly. Electronic is on cart. There isn't a Molotov immediately available. Olos on short with it. coldzera as well. Simple, lovely second shot. Big gap between them, but now FaZe are committing, and with 20 seconds left, he's done enough. The casualties keep adding up. Electronic and Simple, the only ones necessary to win this round for Na'Vi. And coldzera's doing his very best to not let it slip away. Hold on a second. He's only got 10 seconds. Where's the bomb? It's long. He can't reach it in time. He's going to have to accept his fate on this one. At least an AWP, that's something, but that's 15 for Natus Vincere.
How precise was that from Electronic as well? Just buying so much time towards that car position, dropping the smoke. They're just trying to spam bullets through it, trying to flush him out. They didn't have the Molotov. And at that point, Simple can rotate through, start landing some key shots here with the AWP. This is the opening frag as well, completely blind. Pulls the trigger, takes Nico down. Massive scalp to find. That was very fast as well towards Olofmeister. This was the play of the round, though. Electronic just absolutely destroying them here. coldzera did what he could with the Kree, managed to get 3 kills, but it's all in vain as we get into round 22. Like he said, he does get the AWP, but 2 of his teammates here will have double deagles. Brokey with no armor on his.
Ooh,
I assume he dropped an AK.
Look at him go, though. Straight through. The element of surprise, perhaps, because he's going to be under the crosshairs of Electronic. He won't be able to see the tip of the head if he crouches. But a jump, that's the one way to solve that issue. Electronic will make the call. And the reaction is a whole lot of utility thrown their way. Bullets as well. Electronic aggressive, though. He's extended. But through the smoke, he's enabled to perhaps get another one aggressing into Olof's crosshairs. 4v4. They aren't crossing the smoke. Excuse me, the Molotov is so good, they just have to wait. And that means the boost can come in for the cross, but behind the car is Olof, and now swinging in is Blaney. Trading back and forth. The chaos continues. 2 versus 2. Where's that bomb? It's loose for a moment. Nico can't retrieve it. Boomich holds fast. And Coldzera thrown into another clutch, but this time, Henry, he's got time.
He has got time, but maybe not much of a chance here. The AWP will have to land a perfect shot. It's not going to happen. It's a very convincing performance from Na'Vi. They answer back from the battering performance on Nuke. It was 16-7 there, and they look very good on Dust too. Simple finally showing some form as well. He was non-existent on that first map. Anything but here.
Yeah, Perfecto, Electronic, Simple, all with a fantastic fragging performance, and that's exactly what you need against hard hitters like FaZe. This series goes all the way. It's definitely going to deliver, so do stay tuned. We'll be breaking it down and preparing you for our third and final map.
Chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. Different. But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to in this place, ain't come alive.
Na'Vi and FaZe, Group A lower bracket final, and yes, the winner is going on to the quarters. The loser is, they're going home. It's done for them. And as the time speaks, or excuse me, as the as the clock ticks on the wall. Sorry, that got a little too complicated.
I know how hard it can be, trust me.
Yeah, that's what it was. As this clock continues to tick forward, it is FaZe Clan that do find themselves at the detriment there on Dust 2. Was it the best? Was it the prettiest? But what happened there?
Well, I was saying Simple wasn't going to show up because he didn't show up in the first map, and then he went and gets 18 kills in the first half and absolutely beats down on FaZe Clan, and then they flip on over, and then this guy called Electronic shows up, and I think he had 14 or 15 kills to his name in the second half, including an ace on the pistol round and lots of multi-kills. So when the two individuals, which are the stars, decide to be stars, this is what happens, and there wasn't a lot of strategical nuance in this one to really worry about. It was just them constantly owning FaZe. It was hard to watch in a way.
Oh, definitely echo that sentiment. When you think of it, right, Symbol got 18 frags in the first half. He only got 2 in the second, so he wasn't even needed, whereas Electronic
Too close the game.
you know, so it's crazy to think about in that sense. I think Na'Vi, I question why they picked those two, and I guess you can't really question individual skill. You can't really question world-class players, I guess, in that sense. But it's not the map that facilitated them. I feel it's more like the players themselves. So, as you said, I didn't see a lot of strategical depth in this one. I just saw 2 players owning an entire team.
Yeah, like when you have Simple running out mid with an AWP, he got punished for that within the early stages, right? But it felt like after game 1, he had to wake himself back up, right? And that's the way that he approached the game. Very assertive. I think within the first 5 or 6 rounds, he was being involved in opening duels, whereas in the first map, within the first half, because of the position he was playing, he wasn't able to get involved in a lot of those duels. So here, he's been able to activate himself, come online, and then this is where it starts to become scary, because all that momentum that FaZe ran with in map 1, they've completely lost that in map 2, and now it turns around for Na'Vi.
I would say as much as though when you look towards FaZe Clan, you should have the players that are able to shut that down, right? When you're going up against a Symbol and Electronic playing well, you have Nico, you have Cold Zero, you have Olaf Master, Rain, Brook for that matter. You can name all 5 of them. One of them should be able to contest with that. One of them should be able to actually go toe-to-toe with a Symbol or Electronic and try to shut him down like they did on map 1. So as good as they played Na'Vi, as good as Symbol and Electronic performed, you got to be a little bit critical towards the FaZe players as well. They didn't really show up here in Dust 2.
How would you guys say, how much would you attribute this to say what Blade is doing over there?
If he's able to say Simple and Electronic go and kill people, then that's great. You can't really put anything about their individual ability on Blade, but it's about how they move around, how the rest of the team moves around those players, right? Now, in terms of like, if you look at the way that FaZe approach their T-sides compared to the way that Na'Vi do theirs, FaZe are the more tactical team, right? That's the case. But I guess Na'Vi, they do a lot of things differently. They try and keep constant pressure on that economy, and they're going to always put their 2 stars at the front. They're going to work off Simple and Electronic, and that's just the game plan.
You put your sharpshooters out front. You get ahead of the ball game, which is what we're going to do right now as we hear from Blade himself. What do you got for us, man?
I've grabbed Blade for a really quick chat about Dust 2. So first of all, why did you keep committing to those long A pushes on your T side?
You know, it's Dust 2, and you have advantage. If you manage to take A long, it's very good for T side. Also, it was a bit mind games from previous match, so it was good.
Were you not worried about conditioning FaZe though to keep coming A every time?
No. I mean, it's about, all about little details, you know, like micro details when flashes, timing of all flashes, and we need to do it really fast in a specific moment, and that's why it worked out.
Moving on to your CT side, round 18, I believe it was, Flamey is holding on the stack on B with a nade. Somehow he knows that FaZe are doing a B split. How?
Well, he didn't know because it was just. He was just anticipating, because if you are trying to rotate all players to A, they can just fake you. That's why we decided to just molly. After they execute, we decided to molly A. We had 3 mollies for that, and they stuck 2. It's good.
And how many pages are in your game plan for Inferno?
2.
2. Okay, well, I hope it's enough. Congratulations on saving your place in this series, Blade. I'll let you get back to the guys. We're going to Inferno, and then we're going to know which team is going to the spot deck.
Yes, that would be 2 pages of Arial font at size 72 that say Simple, Electronic, Go Frag.
I thought it was just going to be A and B.
A, B.
Exactly. Nice and simple, you know? Keep it... Keep it as many options as possible. Nice
The thing I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top
of Let's get Australia in the arena.
he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Oh, I see the signs and I see with them.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Here we go. We are about ready to jump into this third map. We are about ready to decide this series right here, right now. The Spodek is lit up, and tomorrow will be lit up even more. But for the time being, the only thing on fire around here is the matchup between Na'Vi and FaZe Clan, one that has do-or-die implications. And of course, we couldn't possibly finish out this series without being on the sofa. Isn't that right, Jacob and Chad?
That's right.
We all bought a prop. You brought a laptop, he brought a can of game fuel, and I brought two of the best players in the world. So
win.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. We're about to see, right? We're going into Inferno as the third. Let's just make sure we get this home. We want to push this point home for everybody, right? This right here is an elimination match.
Yes.
The winner of this game will go on to face the loser of G2 and Liquid, which is currently live. G2 won the first map in the quarterfinals in the Spodek tomorrow. So there's a lot on the line right now. Either Cold Zero and Nico won't be in there, or either Electronic and Symbol won't be in there. So it's do or die.
Which is a crazy sort of conundrum to find ourselves in right here, right now. And based off of what we've seen, how are we feeling that this one's going to unfold?
I still think FaZe are my favorites coming into Inferno.
Not going to flop?
Nah, not going to flop. I've seen them play Inferno 3 times this year. They won every single time. And I think they are, as you said, you gave them a lot of credit for being a much more structured team these days. They have more depth, they have more tactics. And I think on Inferno, that's something that's going to be good for them. Whereas for Na'Vi, yeah, they rely on Electronic, they rely on Symbol. So if they don't show up, then I think it's a GG.
We do have the knife round here. Not quite GG. It's almost GLHF time. This knife round does determine who starts where, and
Na'Vi won it, so I'm pretty sure they're going to select the CT side. I
would imagine.
And just to, I guess we could talk a little bit about their CT side. Their B hold is kind of weird. Boomich is normally halfway down Banana, while Flamey's still in the B bomb site. So they've been getting better as time's been going on. Obviously, we had Perfecto only join this team, I think it was on the 24th of January. So there's still every game they play, they're learning.
Right.
But Simple has a lot of flexibility, right? He can go wherever he wants with that AWP, and they kind of play around him.
They sure do. And I think, you know...
What?
I heard something.
Yeah, me too, me too.
What on earth is that?
I thought it was you, but...
No, it's certainly not me.
We're getting trolled from somewhere right now.
It's the tugboat noises that are coming out of nowhere. Anyway, we are ready to get into the game. It does seem that the players are strapped in. Live on 3 has been called. Last chances, Jacob.
Look out for Electronic. He's the best CT-sided player on Inferno in the world. So him stepping up, that could be the way in for Na'Vi, but I believe in FaZe.
Look out for Electronic in the pit, they once said, and now it's going to be FaZe Clan pitted against Natus Vincere in this decider. Inferno is right in front of us, and so are Henry G and Machine. Take it away, boys.
Let's get into the action. Thank you so very much. Our analysts once again setting the scene perfectly for this final map. One of Simple Electronic, Coldzera and Nico, all players touted as some of the best in the world, and only one set of those will make it to the Spodek tomorrow here in Katowice. IEM final day of the groups, and Group A has been stacked. No exceptions, Na'Vi and FaZe have both fallen to that lower bracket, and this is the final map, Henry.
It absolutely is, Alex, and we're going to potentially see a B finish here from FaZe. They still have the 2 smokes and the Molotov, suggests they could smoke Coffin, Spawn, Molotov towards the new boxes, flash over, but not first before that, seeing if there's any inquisitive CTs. Simple does pro towards T-steps, Brokey waiting towards the underpass here, but they start the transition now over towards the Banana side of the map. So look out for the 2 smokes you mentioned. Boomich will be the new boxes as well, so that Molotov could be a problem for him.
Electronic will start already tucking in on the coffins, but that smoke likely could cause issues. He does have the option to jump on top of the coffin or block it with his body. What does that create for him? We'll find out. Molotov to flush Boomich into the fight. Flash eaten up by Electronic, which means Boomich was solo, and now Electronic, he's feeling like a man on a mission, and a man possessed into the first. Olaf's gone. Rain does connect. An advantage for FaZe if they got the bomb down, but they don't. Simple contest, boosted up by Flamey, but that helps them piece together where one of the remaining 2 CTs is.
What can be done here? It's up to Perfecto now to try and deny that plant. He can't do anything about it. It's going to be Flamey 3 versus 1. C4 will go down with 10 seconds on the clock there. Flamey will have 100 HP and armor, but no kit. And you can see them just trying to show presence, try and bait Brokey in his towards the new boxes.
He's got a chance if he gets this clean. Rain will give it to him eventually, but oh my. Just as he takes that fight, so does Brokey. FaZe, they're tuned in and not going to be deterred by Dust 2. First on the board.
Yeah, really like that from FaZe. pretty textbook stuff, just running a slow default at the very start, waiting for an aggressive push from the CT side, which is pretty common in the modern game of Inferno, pushing down on the CT pistol, trying to cause a bit of a ruckus there. They're anticipating that, executing in towards B. Fantastic work upon arrival, and it will be broken to close things out there. The crisp USP headshot.
Hard shot to hit.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the force buy. This is where Na'Vi can do a lot of work here. You'll notice they've got the deagles, the smokes. They'll try and play this like a gun round. There won't be any crazy stacks here. It's going to be trying to lock the T's out as long as possible and generate some space with the smokes, push them back.
No, last time we saw Boomich on Inferno, Henry, we talked about the damage he takes early, and well,
that's true.
You're bang on. It's happened again. He's been shattered down to 30, but admittedly, that's from 3 HEs. 70 HP for your opponent spending 3 nades? It's not too bad.
Yeah, he seems to be hovering on those sandbags on the CT side pretty much every round, but he always seems to get away with it as well, so you can't argue with it too much. He does go down to 33. But in terms of the setup for FaZe here, just getting themselves back towards middle. I'd assume they'll throw a smoke towards Arch momentarily. There it comes, and that's going to be thrown by Coldzera. Good nade, doesn't do too much damage here, and they'll focus towards quad, just trying to obtain basic control of middle first. Doesn't mean they'll necessarily commit off this. They've still got Olofmeister towards the banana, who's ensuring that no one's pushing any information for free.
For this moment in time, though, Simple's actually chosen to hedge his bets towards B, but I think the call's going to start coming in. They've got Olof on that MAC-10. If he has contact and pulls Perfecto back out of that CT rotation, this is going to be so easy for FaZe Clan. 4 of them charging up long now. 3, excuse me, Cold holding the back, and attention drawn. Bullets through library, but they're smoked. And they're hiding. They want to make these fights as close as possible. Nico closes the gap with the MAC-10. Electronic does claw 1 back, but bombs in, and that retake looks near impossible.
Yeah, might as well save your deagles at this point. It was a pretty cool hold they had set up there. 2 players towards the balcony position. It could have worked out for them, but the absolute kryptonite that setup is going towards the arch, unfortunately. The player waiting on the bomb side was completely swarmed by the MAC-10s and Galils. A couple of kills come in for FaZe. Bomb planted, round over. Olofmeister is still feeling he can get another one here. Well, Flamey denies it, gets the wallbang headshot just through the corner of the wall there. He can recover the MAC-10, and that's absolutely fine. They'll hopefully carry on these 3 deagles and MAC-10. Maybe farm some more cash.
Yep, no complaints from them. And so the second secured. Does look like it's poised to be the third as well for FaZe Clan. See that MAC-10 thrown towards Simple, and it's going to be just a little smattering of some extra treats for the CT round.
Yeah, well, the MAC-10 there's always a chance it can work out. It's one of those maps where the lesser weapons seem to be very powerful indeed, especially on that CT side, holding tight corners, managing to pounce with flashbangs from your teammates. All sorts could happen. It's going to be Simple with the MAC-10 as well. Is he going to go towards the apartments here? Absolutely going to jump up. Might get himself right to the top of the steps here. Opposite the boiler room instead. He'll be there with Perfecto. Still have a fighting chance here with the little utility there. A couple of smokes and a close range MAC-10 could find the first kill. It's going to be Perfecto to open things up. Simple, feeling like he can get something done here.
Yeah, I love it from Na'Vi. Anticipating a rather default start from FaZe, and they do manage to get a little bit heated early. Advantage still firmly in FaZe's hands, though, and there's a gap in that smoke that Olof hopes to exploit, but no inquisitive Na'Vi on the wide swing. Instead, they boost him up, and Boomich, if he hits this headshot, he does. Olof loses his head, and perhaps FaZe to lose this round with only the deagles, Henry.
Yeah, this is why they saved them. Having deagle armor on a map like Inferno, they can make it work. They have the man advantage right now. Flashing over as well, Boomich is just relentless. He gets information that they weren't at least towards the barrel position, but they were behind the half wall. Smoke now being set up. Boomich is going to flash over once again. This could be very effective.
Flamey has to hit one. So good from Flamey. He has an AK, but that cost him his life. Greed punished. 3 versus 2, and Brokey's the only one to break the Na'Vi boys so far. 3 more frags to find. Boomich gobbles up the flash, but instead he stands his ground. Another one, though, and Nico ready to punish. Into the site. FaZe are overcoming adversity in round 3.
20 seconds remaining. FaZe, once they get the bomb down, they have a huge advantage. Of course, there'll be no kit available, but rifles are plenty. A Galil and an AK-47, relatively healthy as well. They've got a smoke and a flashbang. Just going to go in together. Hope for the best here. If they hit the quick shot, they can swarm the bomb site and start a defuse.
Flash hits no one. and neither takes initial contact. Is it a double peek? Do they wait for the CTs to hunt them? Time's their best friend at this point. Building a good picture for Perfecto's position as he throws some bullets towards the new box. Now Nico's been spotted, but the frags are there. And Brokey, a big part of that. Between him and Nico, that's all 5 frags, and 3 of them going to the rookie.
That's such a great crossfire, given the context of that round. You know there's no real chance they've got defuse kits or utility at that point. They just have to hit the headshots, and you've denied them any sort of access there. You've got the players covering each other, making sure they can't be taken down by any pushing CTs at that point. Nico, very important kill towards the first oranges, and we get into our first real gun round now. We're going to have 4 M4s. Boomich with the MP9. We'll see if he goes towards the sandbags once again. And the AWP out early for Brokey here on the T side of Inferno.
Feeling himself after that round. Not surprised. I mean, Na'Vi, it felt like they did everything you could possibly desire to win that round. Early advantage, they're setting Boomich up. He gets 1, they flash Flamey in, he gets another, and still stolen away by just 2 players from FaZe Clan. Big work from Brokey and Nico to put the 3rd and keep things spotless, but into another round of play.
You can see they love the idea of flashing over, just getting a quick kill. Flamey with the flash, Boomich ready to pounce.
And here we go. It's perfect. Nico's full blind. The trade is there, hiding behind the half wall. A contingency plan from FaZe.
Yeah, but with the MP9 bringing that in and actually getting 1 kill with it, they won't be too mad with that. It's not ideal for sure. Flamey alone now. And there's going to be Rain and Perfecto exchanging blows. 3 on 3. Slows down once again. In terms of the bomb's position, that's towards Banana. On the back of Brokey with Olof Meister. And we've got Cold Zera doing what he does best, is lurking in the map right now. Seeing if he can open things up. Find some space for his teammates, but Flamey alone does manage to take down Olof Meister. Drops the smoke, and Brokey is firing off a shot, gives up his position.
So Brokey, his real goal here should be to stay alive. Look at Cold Zera on the other side of the map. He's got the bomb on his back, but Brokey's walking in. 28 seconds, they now have the bomb, and now as they clear it out, they'll start to be paranoid of that potential flank.
Yeah, you are right though, Alex. If he had given him maybe 5 more seconds, Cold Zera could have at least challenged towards CT spawn and created something for him. Now this looks rather impossible for him. 10 seconds, and there's no way he's going to collect that bomb. It's going to be another convincing setup towards the banana area. This time finding the round. It's going to be the first on the board for Na'Vi. Simple and Boomich go down, but nice work with the MP9 at the very start. Flamey with some great shots there, and we do get ourselves to a 3-1 scoreline. 3 players survive, but still, after buying the AWP, can they even purchase into this round phase? $3,000 on Rain. Cold Zera doesn't get any extra cash for surviving the round. He'll still have the AK-47, so they'll take a tactical timeout. Definitely worth calling it, as Nico has $5,000 here, so need to work out what the best avenue of approach will be. You see Yanko chiming in now, working out what they're going to do with round number 5.
It's a full monologue. I'm trying to see how my lip reading skills are. I've got nothing here, man.
He
could be ordering a sandwich. He could be, I mean, honestly.
Well, he's talking with conviction at this point. You can see him gesticulating what he wants to happen at this point.
Yep.
He's ready. They've actually invested quite significantly into it to force buy. So they've got 2 rifles here. 3 pistols. Will have to be some form of execution.
Interesting. Rather telegraphed with the timeout.
Indeed. We'll see whether it works out for them. Currently up 3-1. And they're trying to sabotage the CT money before it starts to build up. So I don't mind this force buy call at all. They had a saved rifle. Give it a go. Where do they want to attack first? He'll be flashing towards the top of B, Molotov towards the barrels. Cold Zera going up first. 2 players behind him.
Stack nades. They're looking for Boomich, but
yeah,
he's learned his lessons. And oh, FaZe, they might learn something from that. A nade lands square on the jaw of Nico and Cold. Chunked before they even start the round.
That's so interesting that FaZe are aware of Boomich's tendencies as well. Of course, the 1 round he's not there. They dumped 3 grenades on that side. They were hoping to get the quick pickup, but it cost them so much HP. They run through some flames, receive some utility themselves. And it's going to be Nico down to 59, Cold Zera 62, and those are the 2 rifle players as well.
Tendencies are such a funny nuance in Counter-Strike. And ooh, Boomich is trying to jump for the info, and he gets more than information. He gets a bullet towards the elbow. Trivial damage, it seems, though. A boost on the half wall will enable them to secure the banana control for now. 45 on the clock. Boomich with a flash to set up the flamey swing from Coffins. That was the plan, should the commitment come in.
Mid control obtained at least by Rain. So that's all they can really do here. They've taken CT vision away. We said it'd be some form of execution here considering their setup. It's not going to be anything tremendous, but a couple of smokes going in, one towards the coffins, one at CT spawn. Remember, Boomer is setting up that flashbang. It goes in, Flamey will swing off it. Can he find the headshots required here?
So comfortably ahead of that smoke. This should be just an awkward day in the park. It's Boomich, one, Flamey, another, but maybe the plant in the smoke. Nico, he's down to 12, but the bomb goes in. One extra bullet, and they wouldn't have the extra cash, but now Olof. Yeah, he's up a particular creek without a paddle, and that will be Na'Vi securing themselves a comfortable second round.
Yeah, they get the bomb planted there, but remember, that was a force buy. They managed to get some mid-control, suggest that they could be heading towards A. Pretty decent execution in the end, but very well held by Na'Vi, only giving away one frag. That was Perfecto. Boomich with 3 frags. You saw him just vault up towards the fountain. On top of it, you can see he stopped the players getting towards first oranges, and this is the only frag they really got. Olof Meister, that Desert Eagle. Boomich to close things out. Very well done. Nice flashbang to stop them making their way through. Nico desperately getting the bomb planted in the smoke. He'll get them some extra cash, but not enough to have a decent buy in round number 6. They have to go Deagle. No armor once again. It's pretty much an eco. Should be a chance for Na'Vi to tie things up as they start to gather terrorist weapons as well. You can see 2 Kriegs, 2 AK-47s. Such a massive benefit on maps like Inferno.
Yeah, goodness me. I mean, you put that in Electronics' hands and you start pushing short. Pit is even harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
Towards the apartments, they do start to lean. Early utility from Boomich ensures the banana is there as a deep smoke's locked out the FaZe Clan boys for now. Some presence being shown towards Apps. It's Rain. A couple of speculative shots, hoping to get the sound cue if there was one boosted up. One quad, says Rain as he descends back to his team. You can see that perfect. Loving the picture-in-picture for the setup. The flash will come in and Boomich will swing off it, and he knows it caught. Olof doing the dance when he jumped for the info, but Perfecto has already burned down Cold Zero. Just these unarmored Deagles from FaZe, and that's their first player gone.
It absolutely is. They will do well to get a kill here, but they might be onto something with that player sneaking through towards CD spawn. That's Rain. He should be able to take down Perfecto, no problem. Desert Eagle should be able to line up. Oh no.
I'm getting nervous here, Henry.
If he gets in the smoke, he might be in a bit of trouble, but there it is. Gets the Krieg now. That takes attention away from Quad for a second. This would be a great time for his teammates to pounce as the CTs aren't really sure. You can see him just firing off some shots saying, I'm over here, don't worry about Quad, but Simple, more than aware.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Hearing those shots, he's like,
Yeah. This doesn't seem right. What are you shooting at?
Yeah. He solved the mystery, and it converts. 4 still left standing as they continue to build that bank, and now equalized. 3-3, keeping it close on our final map.
Final map, indeed. Round 7 coming up, and finally a buy available. Rain, decent effort here. Sneaks through towards the arch side. Does get that one important kill. Had they pounced that moment, I think there was a chance. They're a little bit apprehensive to actually commit off that. You might as well, considering you've got next to nothing into the round, but either way, it will be falling in favor of Na'Vi. That's 3 in a row for them as they send 3 players towards B at the start of this round. It will be Flamey to provide flashbangs, Perfecto and Boomich. Now going up towards those sandbags positions once again.
I thought Olof was about to throw a HE at it then. Go away! Fight being given by Boomich, just charging in, and look at the flash from Brokey. He threw that from T-spawn and it works wonderfully. Advantage FaZe.
They've got plenty of time here as well. Showing a little bit of presence on the map. This is a great chance to deplete the utility on the CT side. You can see this crazy little setup though. 2 players ready and waiting for anyone who's just going to check CT spawn. They'll be greeted by an AK and a Krieg on the other side in the hands of Flamey and Perfecto. Quite a scary prospect there, but unfortunately for us, I suppose, it's the spectators. We're not going to see that come in. It's going to be an A finish. The bomb's making its way out. There's smoke towards Arch. 1 player towards the apartments. That's Cold Zera.
Flamey worked it out. I don't know what the cue was as Olof continues to try and keep them at bay, throws his CT smoke, but Flamey, he's pegging it straight towards the A site. They've worked this one out. Now they have 3 players positioning themselves to deal with this A finish. Electronic balcony, Simple floating around the site, and Flamey responsible for the CT arch, and this Molotov could not be any better timed. Gonna separate and slow even more. Another frag this time, favoring Na'Vi, and they keep coming. That Krieg, that's quite the tight line Electronic can hold with the T weaponry. 20 seconds. They're going to have to swing into the site. Simple's above it. You can even see as they emerge in that off angle. Off gone. Looking for the trade, but Electronics keeping it safe and sound. Seamless from Na'Vi.
Yeah, really enjoying these crossfires we're seeing on both sides of the map here from Na'Vi. It was a slow start for them after losing the pistol, the 0 and 3, but now 4 rounds in a row. The B side looks like is under lock and key, even with Boomich pushing down there. Really great stuff.
He's been involved in the opening duel 5 of 7 rounds. That's testament to him wanting to get stuck in, and this was his death here. I mean, nothing he can do about that at that point. And yeah, oh, a Nico strategy. He opts for the palm instead of the knuckle.
Yeah, use the palm, it'll do less damage. And Electronic spraying them down. Simple up high, deals the player towards quad, takes the aggro. Electronic can swing out, deal with the Arch players there. And he's being exchanged once again as Boomich will be set up once more. Flashbang to come over, taking some damage, but he dishes some out as well. Reina 14.
The frustration that you're seeing, it's easy to laugh and dismiss or to just consider it something you see every day. But it is just a fantastic way for everyone to understand what is on the line here. These teams, they work so hard. It's their job to be the very best. And Boomich, a triple kill from him. No frustration in round 8, that's for sure, because coldzera is left all alone. And the round has barely begun. Look at that from Boots. The boost from Na'Vi. Staggered so they don't catch Simple initially. Clean as you like. And it feels like those CTs have been left standing for what feels like forever. Yeah, oh my goodness. The round recap, Henry, tells a rather brutal story of Na'Vi having 4 players alive 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that suggests the money should be out of control. We'll check in with it. $12,000 for Flamey. 5 digits as well for Simple. Yeah, they are high rolling right now. They're looking good for the rest of this half if they can keep this up. They still have 40 weapons within their arsenal. 2 Griegs, 2 AK-47s. Haven't even really had to rely on the AWP yet at all. So it'll be a terrorist timeout here. 5-3, still quite early days, but Boomich once again just getting it done. Enjoying himself with that MP9.
He is just getting stuck in Katowice. For Boomich, before he put on the Na'Vi jersey, Katowice was a pipe dream. Now 1 map away from the Spodek Arena. Perfecto. I mean, Simon Gaming weren't stepping onto the Katowice stage, but he has a chance.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Look at these huge organizations, the players within them. One team will be going home. Right now, it looks like Na'Vi in the driving seat, to be honest with you. Molotov's exchange once more. Boomich, so much confidence on this side of the map. Always ready to have a duel, even with the M4 in hand. Takes damage again, but the tenacity allows him to survive once more. 60 HP. Flamey there with him. Maybe gonna drop the smoke early.
It's always going to feel like a win for the T side if you hear that CT smoke pluming so early in the round, but not to be. Boomich stands his ground. Ooh, I love it. Self-boosts himself onto the new box. Gives him that off angle. Does feel like quite the meat grinder of a crossfire there, Henry.
Their crossfires have been wild. You can see Perfecto just dodging the flashbangs, staring at the wall, because the chimney flashbangs can come over and be a real nuisance. Electronic will try and take everyone's attention. They'll probably Molotov him or smoke it. Speaking of smokes, that's a very powerful one. You're absolutely wrecked if your phase now. You can see them trying to adjust. Alarm bells are going off. We have everything we had planned has been rumbled back to me. We have to smoke hop in, smoke spawn, flash over, hope for the best. Remember, we've got a player boosted on new boxes. He's still there. Boomich jumped up himself. He is. And they've got a flashbang ready as well. There's surely no way FaZe can win this. Look, the flashes are coming in. They're wrecked.
Oh, there's so much just utility potentially winning the round. Nico, that's crucial. The smoke on Coffin, but they haven't caught the bomb plant. He's going to punch in the digits with 1 second to spare, and it's going to be stopped in its tracks. They'll take it. 1 smoke grenade from, I believe it was the hero Perfecto, has single-handedly won them the round.
Yeah, that was Electronic and Perfecto dropping that smoke towards the apartments there. As soon as they did, you saw them. You could see the cogs turning their head. We didn't need to be on TeamSpeak at that point. Everyone knew the round was in trouble at that point. It was all building up quite nicely. They'll just do the flash attack out of the apartments there. Smoke goes down. There's no way you can commit towards A at that point. With 30 seconds, just had to make their way back. A boosted player that was removed by Olofmeister, I believe. They did give it a good crack, but the bomb not going down. The round eludes them. They run out of time, and it's 6-3 at this point. Simple flashed off. Took the early shot, but money's still there for FaZe. They get the AWP in the hands of Brokey. Electronic peeking the apartments here with the Krieg. Tags out with Perfecto. Boomich once again. Combative towards B. Always happy to take these duels. Decent grenade goes down there. Oh, a lot of damage inflicted, especially towards Olof.
And it comes paired with that Molotov.
Like, this is kind of nuts. Like, normally you'll see like 3 CTs at the beginning of every round going challenges. Boomich is such a boss. He can just get down there himself. Look how much damage he's inflicting, Alex. He's just taken about 200 away from FaZe, found the opening frag. He is inside their heads.
He may be young, but he's a daddy today. My goodness, Boomich just keeps on fighting.
Once more.
Gets information, 60 seconds on that clock. FaZe, they've been tickled rather violently by the in-game leader pickup for Na'Vi, and there's more where that came from. Another nade, this time trivial onto Olof. And the rest of his team are going to be abandoning the B plan.
So what can they do now? They've got 2 smokes, no flashes, no Molotovs, 3 players low, and AWP. Brokey will have to find a pick towards Arch side, but he's got to deal with Simple, who hits this shot 90% of the time. We'll see whether it's going to work out for Brokey here. He might catch him with the flashbang out. Luckily, he'll fall back to more defensive lines. They've got a little bit of space here. They can smoke towards Moto, but looks things that looked like they were setting up. I think Brokey's just throwing that towards that position, and we'll see if they'll go towards quad. I think that's their only bet. There's the first smoke, one towards the side. He's going to try their best to bust up towards quad. Nice opening pick, but Perfecto, he can destroy them from here.
He can win the round if he stops that plant. 1, 2, perfect spray for Perfecto! And another salt in the wound, he's done it all. A super duper 4K for 7. Na'Vi, they are sailing.
Even though Perfecto gets all the kills, Boomich still the man of the round for me there. Like, what on earth was he up to? Just so much confidence. You can see FaZe, they didn't know how to handle it. There's one guy just keeps facing us. He keeps flashing us, and he's getting all this backup from Flamey as well. That's why they're kind of laughing and fist bumping each other. Flamey has done such a good job there. He's dropped a nice smoke at T-sets, flashed him into the perfect time. HE's landing in. Just so much damage being inflicted there. I'm going to look at the utility damage while we're here. It's Boomich with 254. The closest on his team is 79, so big numbers for the big man as he'll continue to apply pressure there.
A little bit of nuance in what he has as well is with the nade he was throwing, a Molotov came in from his teammate. If you hear the smoke plume immediately after, you know you've done damage. And so he continued to spray because you know that those nades are going into that corner and you hear that smoke come down. Olof was panicking, half health already, and Boomich stood his ground. 254 utility damage from the in-game leader of Na'Vi. He's got the biggest shoes to fill. Legendary name in the game, Zeus. And he stepped into those shoes, and so far, so good for the Spodek. 7-3, damage again inflicted.
They've just had enough. It's like, right, we're just going to rush B this time and see if we can deal with him at this point. If he gets another, like, 3 kills there, they're going to be in the dumpster. And he's actually timed it perfection. Here he comes once again, looking for the 3rd. That is unreal. He is in the zone right now, Alex. He's feeling it. You can see it on his face. What an amazing performance towards B. FaZe, you got to stop going there. It's not working out.
Look at that smile. He is the devil for FaZe at this point in time. He was jumping backwards through that smoke. And of course, one poultry did fall, but it's FaZe that looked like chickens at this point. Just jumping through the smoke. That adjustment, reaction, and the flash from Simple didn't get enough credit initially, but you can see he's getting assists for both of those kills.
Yeah, this is a really strong Inferno from Na'Vi. Like, they're showing some discipline, calculated aggression as well when it's required, and FaZe just don't have a response as of yet. They seem really rattled here. Remember, they won the pistol and the follow-up 2 rounds after that. They started with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, FaZe haven't got more than 3 kills in 8 rounds. That is the most damage they've done to Na'Vi in a round. Say goodbye for the rest of this half. And FaZe clan, this is necessary at this point. 8-3 the scoreline. A wrap towards long. Singles out just the first, and Simple can tuck in on that corner. If he wants to re-peek, he will into Coldzera, a risk, and it's punished. Flamey, though, standing his ground. Double peek from the FaZe boys, but he's taking them all with him. Damage inflicted onto the 3rd as well.
This is a Na'Vi I like to see. It's Boomich again, pushing towards that banana position. There's so much confidence right now. FaZe, they try their luck towards middle, pushing up towards the arch, and they managed to break through towards Spawn, but Flamey, he'd fallen back from B, gets himself a couple of frags. Coldzera offers himself up, normally a master at the T-side Inferno. When MIBL are struggling with this map, it'd always be Coldzera, the shining beacon with 20+ frags on their T-side. Currently sat on 2 and 8. No one really stepping up on the FaZe side of things. At the very tippity top in terms of frags, We've got Olofmeister with 8, Brokey with 6, and then it kind of gets worse from there. They've still got a few rounds to go, but just winning the pistol in the follow-up rounds, they'll be dejected going into that second half.
Flamey did so well to get a second here. He's getting double peaked. They already know where he is after the frag onto Nico, and he takes 2.5 with him after. Great work from Flamey. You can see Boomich is just saying thank you at the end of that one, patting him on the shoulder.
Yeah, he should be saying thank you. The teamwork, it's not individual greatness right now. Everyone's just working together. The utility is fantastic. The damage they're inflicting and the peaks they're making are just all well-timed. It's a great showing so far. We'll see just a partial buy here from FaZe. Begrudgingly enter round number 13 with just Deagles and P250s. They've still got smokes, they still got flashes, but I don't think they'll be heading towards B. Something's telling me they're just going to leave that area of the map well alone.
Yeah, straight up remove it from their eyes because they have just been destroyed by this man.
He's just like, look, boys, I've scared them off so much. There's no one towards B whatsoever. This is a problem. You cannot have 0 presence towards Banana because a rotation will come through. So they're going to have to commit off this in the next... Oh, they're going back towards B? This is brave.
And Boomich to be tested once again. It's only going to be the first. Nico, a crucial Deagle frag. Coldzera's flash enabled that to happen. Flamey will avoid the first. No, he won't. He's full blind, and he's going to go down. That overexcited return of his crosshair could have very well cost him, because now the bomb's gone down, and FaZe have got a shot at this.
They absolutely do. Best chance they've had since their pistol sequence. 3 versus 3. They still have 1 flashbang remaining. They might have to be a little bit more active with it. That's great. Really nice work. Olofmeister with the presence of mind to throw it towards the banana area. Coldzera can swing up in the barrels at that point. They've got the lead now.
And to hold on to it, Perfecto's closing in. Nico has the chance to take that fight. He'll be waiting for Olof's call. Coldzera closing in from banana, and they secure it. FaZe, they finally break the drought. Their first round in... I think it's 9. Yes, 9 on the trot from Na'Vi. And finally, FaZe find one back.
Yeah, didn't look likely either. The fact they went back towards B after showing nothing there whatsoever, I didn't think they stood a chance. There's a flashbang here. It absolutely destroys Flamey in the pit position. At this point, that's when they get the bomb down. It was the final flashbang towards the banana area, though. That's where it really came together. Coldzera stepping up in that moment, gets his 3rd kill. Very important one. 9-4 now, and a full buy for FaZe.
Ooh, good aggressive push from Nico. Draws a lot of that utility out of Na'Vi.
He's had enough of this nonsense. He's like, you know what? We can't let them have full control of banana every single round. But the problem is Na'Vi have been very good at retaking this position. They're doing it again. This is so nuts. And Boomich looking to fight once again. Does he get away with it this time? Of course he does.
What? The man's a live lord. Catches a nade, but he's still ready to frag. Flash in hand, ready to support should they commit. But Flamey, he's saying nothing home. Slow it down, and so will we. 70 seconds on the clock. Early exchanges have rendered Boomich a little wounded, but nothing too much to write home about just yet.
The shoves FaZe back towards middle. They had to put 4 players there at the start of the round just to deal with Boomich. A lot of utility invested from the CT side, but Flamey still has his smoke and the incendiary. Simple patrolling middle with the AWP, joined by Perfecto. Just holding towards the apartments for now. Olof alone. Firing off a lot of bullets here with the M4. No damage done. Could be receiving some momentarily.
Shout out to Launders for the term unconfirmed damage. That's exactly what we're seeing a little bit of. Smoke towards the quad. A little bit of a gap for him to play with on that barrel, and he's going to do exactly that. They're aggressing. And Electronic tucked in on that. He can't contest, and so Perfecto, he was all on his own, and now bouncing into the bomb site. Nico does manage to survive the spray. Bomb will go down. Round should be FaZe's.
Yeah, I don't see a world where, unless he hits that shot, then Na'Vi can bring this one back. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 now. Boomich down to 3 points of health. They have got a couple of kits. Simple kind of fancies it still. He's got the Desert Eagle out. And walking in against 5 players here, I'm not sure this is the play, Alex, I'll be honest with you.
They are flush for cash. He's still standing his ground. He wants to make this so difficult for FaZe on the way out, and here they come. One back, not going to find the second. Boomich does onto Coldzera. They're making this costly for FaZe. And just maybe hunting for one more. Brokey's the one to give him the jewel, but he'll save his weapon.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. The fact they have the cash, the final round coming up, doesn't really matter if he loses the AWP or not. They can buy another one with Flamey, $7,000. So just trying to take as many players as they can down with them. But the problem is they got $8 grand for Nico and coldzera as well. So it wouldn't really matter either way. But we'll still have two fully equipped teams here. Perfecto will be dropped in M4. And in we go then, Simple back on the AWP. As we get into the final round of this first half. If FAZE can get 6, that will be a nice turnaround here. It was looking very unlikely they're going to break 3 at one point, but with that eco victory towards B, they're back on the scoreboard now. Final round of this first half.
9-6 is competitive. Despite Boomic's best efforts, they charge B once again. He's going to be surely locked in. He's right there with them. Oh, Boomic! Sandbags are his. They're doing the flashbang dance. He doesn't even have to break a sweat as the Flamey Boomic combo is going to be toppled. At least the first component. Flamey's still standing his ground, and another Molotov, not going to choose to swing on it, but with 3 members of FAZE forced to watch as this final round of our first half looks to be reaching its logical conclusion. Na'Vi hunting the 10th.
Well, 3-on-2. Flamey, though, has been so strong on this side of the map, but coldzera has snuck by. Bomb on his back as well, jumps up towards the side. Flamey, perfect position to deal with it, tucks himself in, but coldzera is hunting, and he'll find his target. Bomb to go down. I would say they need this round considering the half they've had. It doesn't look too bad on paper, but the gun rounds just haven't been there for them.
Ooh, Nico just picked up a smoke. That's going to be very influential in the way the events continue to unfold. He'll put it towards CT. Perfecto's crawling towards construction, and a flash from Nico could set up Cold. At least get the information. Yes, Perfecto, full flash, just starts hitting mouse 1, and they're piecing together the puzzle. Bomb down. Nico and coldzera make it just coldzera left. 1 versus 2. He's shaken. 2 different angles to check. That's so precise. It had to be the pre-fire. He knows where electronic's coming, and coldzera, the hero on Inferno. You said he has influence. Well, quiet until the final round of the half, but he saves a 1 versus 2. 9-6 is workable.
It absolutely is. It's still anyone's game. 3rd and final map here to work out who will be making their way to the Spodek and who is going home. We'll find out after this quick commercial break.
Yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down and left her, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. You're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
A legacy stage awaits just one of Na'Vi and FaZe Clan. The spot in the Spodek is only one of these titans of Counter-Strike, and we have one half to determine it. You can see the final words are being spoken before we jump into the pistol. I say we, I'm Machine, I'm joined by Henry G, and we're into what I hope to be a final installment justifying the quality of the Counter-Strike we've seen so far.
Well, luckily, FaZe woke up towards the end of that first half. It was looking bleak. It was looking like it was falling apart. They weren't going to arrive for an Inferno, but they stole away the last 3 rounds there. It all stemmed from a CZ round towards the B bomb site. Managed to break down Na'Vi piece by piece, and as you said, a competitive half has been found. Well, look at the buy overall for Na'Vi here. They've got a couple of smokes, Molotov, the exact same buy we saw from FaZe. We knew how that ended up. They went back towards B, the Molotov, the new boxes, same smokes. I expect the same finish here with this setup, but anything can and will happen in CSGO. Just to know Nico has a kit, and everyone with the standard weaponry here. It's a very slow approach.
I will say, if you've watched this stream and you play Matchmaking Inferno and don't know that flash Nico's holding, you've got no excuses. Flamey was throwing it, now Nico's holding it. That's the lineup. You've got no excuse.
Good point.
Learn it. Great pop flash just to try and keep them at bay, but there's 4 members of Na'Vi just congregating by the half wall.
It's quite rare to see both teams do the exact same T-pistol. I think that's what's about to happen, though. Slow approach, wait for aggression, smoke in. They are just going to challenge, though. With this kind of duel, they might just have to commit off this.
Yeah, they are. Brokey did well to find one. And into the site they will flood. coldzera is going unchecked, and boom, it's lost the bomb in a slightly awkward position, but they will take control of the site. The rotate is on its way. We'll see Olof Meister and Rain positioning themselves. Nico's on the site already. No Kevlar worth mentioning, but that is because of the kit. So they can run that clock a little.
Yes, 3 on 3 now. No flashbangs. Gonna have to wait for the smokes to dissipate. 2 players towards CD spawn. Nico at Ruins looking for the headshots here. Flamey needs to tuck himself in behind the pillar.
He does well to do so. Simple's responsible for Banana. He is the last part of this puzzle. Walking in, Olof spotted. They know where 1 and 2 is. Perfecto just jiggling on the new box. Good catch from Flamey. Olof unawares, and that's a perfect find. A successful pistol round coming in from Na'Vi.
Absolutely true there, Alex. The fact they get up toward the B and Banana area uncontested, they were happy to go for the execution there. Had a little peek and then managed to catch a CD out of position. That was the cue to go, but they had got their smokes deployed. The Molotov towards new boxes, eradicating their wrists, and they just swarm the bombs at this point. It's Flamey leading the charge, and he finishes things off in style as well. What a great shot towards Rain that was. And then the trifecta, all focusing Nico at the end, as firing bullets towards his position. It is going to be the forced buy and response, and FaZe, they need to win this, I would say. The way this game has gone for them so far, they need a bit of luck behind them. So Desert Eagles, smokes, flashbangs, very similar approach to what we saw in the first half as well. Flash goes over. Nico.
Oh, he wants it.
Ooh. His best boomage impression doesn't work out.
Looks like Brokey still wants to stand his ground. He has coldzera in support. They're not allowed to back away. Na'Vi refuse. Some casualties. Simple and Boomich within the one-shot deagle range up close. Now, the only real chance for FaZe Clan, correct me if I'm wrong here, Henry, is the clock. They've got 3 smoke grenades still. If Na'Vi just fumble a little too long, it could get awkward.
There would have to be some very special smokes at this point.
You don't believe it? I'm starting to believe, you know. Let's see. Already pulls one out. A couple of steps by the boiler room. Bomb's on its way towards B.
So if you get a smoke down sub 30 before they go in, you're in a great spot. 45, it's good still. It makes things uncomfortable, but in this sort of scenario, I don't think it's going to matter too much. And that's confirmed right now as Flamey farms $1,200 there towards the quad side. coldzera, no choice but to try and just get a consolation frag here. We'll see if it comes through. Not quite. Perfecto will confirm that clean sweep there. As we get 5 players going into the next round, it's 11-6, and no buy available for FaZe. Has to be the full eco, I'm afraid. Nothing really can be purchased. They'll get a flash, probably some PD50s. MP7 with a rare appearance here.
Yeah, got him the kill he needed. Charging down Banana. And the time on that flashbang, Simple had just enough time before Nico made it down to get his vision back and to support his teammates in finding that aggressor.
Yeah. Nico can feel this one slipping away. Frustrations under edging once again. We said they had one flash. That's going to be used right now. Nico to throw that over. Here's the lineup again, in case you missed it.
No excuses. I repeat myself.
So, 4 players on the CT side over here. They're going to have to help his teammate out in a second. He's been taken down to 11 HP, but Simple, he's having a good time out there. That's enough. He's confirmed there's a bit of a B stack going on. coldzera alone with the P250. Maybe good for 1 kill here. There it is, but will be dropped out. And that's going to be round. It's going to be planted any second, the C4 that is. And the CTs could potentially keep that MP7. Like we said, it's a pretty cheesy map for those sort of weapons. You can use those in the gun rounds. Not ideal considering you're going to be buying up next round. So maybe just see if you can get the $600 reward.
Imagine listening to us commentating. You've never played Counter-Strike before. You hear people say cheesy map. The visual you paint is just something completely different, you know, like a Gouda, or I can't even say that, Emmental. That's the 2 cheeses I can list off the top of my head. Cheddar, that's 3.
Wensleydale.
There, now we're talking.
Gruyere.
Wow, hello. Camembert. Wow, we're doing well now.
Yeah, we're getting some cheeses up there.
If we had James Bardolph here, he'd know all the cheeses, all the peppercorns and the olives. But enough about that. Instead, we will see Na'Vi secure their 12th and the FaZe clan squad. You talked about Nico and his gesticulations in the round before. It does feel like it's slipping away. You said the round before with the forces on the Deagles, that had to really come home to start competition early in this second half, final half. And Na'Vi, they're 4 rounds away from the playoffs.
Yeah, it looks very good for them. Their money is just getting out of control at this point. They've got $8,000 for Simple. They found so many kills of those SMGs. A nice 3-0 start in this second half. And here comes the AWP in the hands of Olof Meister this time. As we enter round number 19, no one on the FaZe side yet to break double digits. Boomich charging up towards B here. It's his side of the map and he knows it.
Watching him hold W on either side here on Inferno does just feel like he's got a war horn attached to him.
Remember, there's no helmets in play for Brokey, Nico, and Olof Meister. So Boomich, if he can make that MAC-10 work and have the duels with the correct players here, that could be very dangerous indeed. Just denying the push. Electronic just getting that Molotov down so it can't be a flash swing, and confirmation that but the barrels are clear. So that's actually very well played.
That's really, really cool. I do love that combination of smoke molly. Very cool with the flash as well, but there's the counter.
Mm-hmm. They can't do much with it, and that's why Electronic's comfortable to get up in this position. Ooh. Maybe not so much anymore. What a great shot from Brokey.
Like a drive-by. Smoke on top, a gap, and Nico ready and willing to take that fight. Brings Boomich down low, and at very little cost of his own health. There are 3 CTs awaiting a fight on A, and it's actually Perfecto overstaying his welcome. Will be sent down by coldzera. 5 versus 2 now, and FaZe a necessary round. If they can keep this clean, they can start building that bank.
So at this point, I think that's pretty much it. All they can do here is try and cause some economic distress to FaZe. A couple of kills would do it, but Simple removed through the smoke. Nico, nice shot there. So this will be Boomich, the AK-47. He's got 7 grand residual cash here, and he's got 6 HP. No time. Looks like he'll just be saving the AK. Bomb on his back as well, which is absolutely fine, because unfortunately they will have no loss bonus built up. So that means only get 1,400 anyway. So don't want the extra cash. You've got a flash, armor, AK. Might as well hold on for that. And hold on to your 7 grand.
I think Boomich actually just got Perfecto's AK by throwing a HE. Just as we cut to his POV, I just saw that weapon flying through the sky towards his face. I'm not sure, didn't quite catch it, but it's always neat when you see players just bending the game and to their will.
Yanko doing his best to rally the troops at this point. They're still in this. It's a big round to pick up. Olof Meister on that AWP. 4 M4s around him. And we have got the double digits from coldzera and Olof now. What's the next play here? Like we mentioned, plenty of money for Na'Vi. Still got 5 grand on Boomich. There'll be one more buy after this one. That's if they lose it, of course. And it stays up towards B once again. FaZe have yet to challenge this side of the map. Happy just to hold back. Decent grenade from Nico. Inflicts 40 damage.
They're boosting him up.
This is a really cool setup. You have 3 towards quad, you have 1 hiding in the pillar, the AWP on the corner, and there's just so much going on. It's very difficult to flush all these positions out.
So now that means the responsibility of Nico and Brokey is to get them away from B and make A their only option. That is their objective. Na'Vi, of course, a completely different one. Frankie asking a great question to Blade before this one started. How many pages is the Inferno strat book? 2 was the answer.
Is that A4 or A3?
Yeah. A1, and now Nico #1 gets all two of them. There's actually a third there. He's tagged him up in the smoke, jumping, panicking, and still fragging. Electronic claws one back for Na'Vi. They're looking a little shaken, though. They haven't got to rush this one. We're told that they have to try and funnel towards A, but you can see that the FaZe Clan boys have changed their strategy, relocating, and a 2-2 split.
Looks like we're going to commit to B regardless. 30 seconds remaining, making some noise now. The boost not really working out for them at all. It looks like FaZe should be fine, and this kill will decide it. Nice work from Brokey there. Gets flashed in from CD spawn, but Flamey, he's on the case here. 20 seconds, they can still make this one work as he tucks himself in towards CT spawn.
Oh, Flamey, he can do so much, but Brokey, he is saving the day for FaZe. The pressure that Brokey is under right now and thriving within, I've got to keep directing credit towards him. That was his sight, his frags he had to hit, and he's continuing to do so. Checking the scoreboard, he is right there alongside Nico, coldzera, Brokey, Olof, all one frag separating them. That's sensational. That's exactly what you need when staring down the barrel of a 12-8 deficit.
There's the flashbang coming through. Nico, perfect position to deal with them. Gets himself a couple of cheeky kills there, one through the smoke as well. Drops the incendiary, buys some time. Electronic will pull one back, but at this point we said there was one more buy available. Now it's not the most tantalizing. You have got 4 MAC-10s and an AK-47, but still we did say MAC-10s very powerful in today's game. I haven't seen a kill that clean with that spam in a very long time.
Yeah, that rarely pays off. Rain gets the timing so good. Oh, what a great way to pick up the opening frag. He'll have a chuckle with that one, but still, only for a moment before he reminds himself of exactly what's on the line. Concentration stations.
Yeah, that's gotta put the wind in their sails. Flamey removed. One of the key fraggers so far with 19 frags. We'll see whether this is where Electronic just be flashed out of the apartment. It looks to be the case.
Colds could not have a better line for that. Gets the first before the flash arrives, but that's the bomb delivered. Placed beneath the soles of Perfecto's feet, but look at Bumit pushing in. A chance as well, long range for Rain. He's only got to find one more. He knows it is simple though, restraint necessary. 45 seconds, the bomb is on the balcony. Simple's options, they're just minimal. From behind, he'll be caught. There we have it, a 9th for FaZe Clan. And they start to string them together. That's 3 in response to Na'Vi's opener of the same.
Yeah, they're right back into this now. Let's have a look at this replay. They're spamming 20 bullets or so straight into the face of Flamey. Holds on for a couple more as well. Gets the bomb down, smokes it out. Nothing can be done for Simple towards the end of it. FaZe now gunning for double digits. And I dare say they're going to get it because there's not much to bring to the table here. Na'Vi will take pretty much an eco. They have got deagles, but no armor. Barely any utility, just one smoke, couple of flashes. Should be quite a clean one for FaZe, unless Simple's got something to say about it.
4 MAC-10s and a rifle with a plan to go out balcony. Didn't quite land.
Not quite. They weren't anticipating a spam at the very start, to be fair.
Yeah, fair enough. You know what? Not something you can account for.
No. It's cool that worked, though. Like, I've been casting Inferno for like 5 years. I've seen a couple of kills like that, but like normally when a player's low, you don't normally see them like that clean at the very start. That was cool.
And now, of course, a 50% upswing of people trying to do that in your games. Yep. Apologies from Rain. Silence falls, birds sing, and smokes are deployed. 1 minute still on the clock. But Na'Vi, chances are they might want to push through this. You can see the flashes being pulled, a run boost, or even just a boost over the smoke for the Coffins player. Oh, it's a little discombobulated. And they are getting ripped apart by the Nico spray. There's flames, there's smokes, and there's bullets. It's a nasty situation to be in, but keeping it clean is FaZe's objective, and that's exactly what we're doing right now.
Well, it's well held by FaZe. It's unfortunate. The run boost was a nice idea, but the HE landed just as they started the sequence there, so it slows them down and obviously doesn't work out. I think it would have been a similar result regardless. Maybe they get 1 kill instead.
Yeah, just a bit thrown off.
Well, there we have it. It will be the clean sweep for FaZe. That's going to be 4 rounds in a row after losing the pistol. Things were getting pretty dire for them, but they're starting to stabilize now on their CT side. Money is swelling. They've got the AWP for Olof Meister. They've got themselves some T-sided weaponry as well in the form of a Krieg and an AK-47. And Nico looking like he's starting to have some fun out there, spraying them down through smokes in multiple rounds. Pretty dastardly duo towards B, Brokey and Nico. It'll be difficult to get much past them. slow default here. Bomb and T spawn suggests Na'Vi won't be doing anything with much haste. Just waiting up to see if the CTs want to present any sort of aggression here. Boomich needs to be careful. The grenades coming through, 3 of them as well. It's the incendiary to lock him in that spot. Electronic, he runs the gauntlet as well. Through the Molotov, down to 36, gets himself back into towards logs. I guess knowing he can no longer be naded in that position. And it'll be raining cold Zera, swinging out with the flashbangs as well. That's the power of that 3-man quad setup.
Yeah, that just made the round look so easy. You walk into it, blink, and your teammates are gone. Bombs at T-spawn, electronics towards B, simples on A. A disaster for Na'Vi in the 23rd. Crucial round of play as FaZe continue to close and tighten that vice grip they've managed to start to build now. 4 in a row and keeping 5 standing in the 1 prior.
Some great mental fortitude shown here by FaZe. After Dust 2 and the battering they received on a map that's very good for them as well. Remember last time these guys played earlier in the tournament, it was 16-14. They didn't turn up at all. It looked bad on Inferno as well. When they were, 9-3 down, you thought, okay, this is where it all goes wrong. They're not going to pick up another round. But here they are with double digits. They've closed the gap right down. It's going to be almost certainly 12-11 at this stage. It's simple. We'll recover a Krieg, joined by Electronic. They've got a couple of smokes, but money's just not there. They might just have to save these weapons. You can see Simple just juggling weapons away just to make sure the CTs don't get more Kriegs and just start to gain even more power. So, looks like they'll be absolutely fine. 10 seconds on the clock. Not a single kill given away here by FaZe. And it'll be 12-11, 1 round in it. Bit of cooking here from Electronic, using the gas stove.
A bit disappointed that they didn't give it at least a little bit of a scrub for the IEM Katowice deciding match. You know, it takes 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's graceful. But we're back into the action. We get to see more from those nades just flying in towards the Logs position. The point you made of that Molly locking him in, it really is a rock-hard place. It's like, okay, I either die to the flames or I catch 2 nades on the dome.
I think he knew he was done for then. Once he realized there was 2 incendiaries, 1 towards T-steps and 1 in front of him, he couldn't leave. That's all by design. FaZe have been practicing that for a while. It's beautiful to watch when it comes through, and it's a perfect counter. We've watched Boomich on both sides of the map, pushing towards Banana relentlessly, so why not? It's likely he's going to be there. If you can get the flashes off, follow up incendiaries, he's going to be there somewhere, so they did a very good job to find him. They couldn't necessarily do that on the CT side towards sandbags. It seemed to elude them every single time, but they've come right online here with the utility as we get into round number 24. Remember, Electronic and Civil saved their weapons. That's a scary prospect. You've got 2 of the world's best riflers with Kriegs in their hand. There will be partial investment around them. They can make this work. They've got basic utility. They've got the smokes and flashes and Molotovs. Electronic knows he needs a quick pick here. We've got 4 players on the CT side looking to drop an airstrike towards the B side of the map. Electronic thinks better of it, doesn't commit to that side.
Here the nades landing. And the rotate will return. Off and cold back to their usual tricks over on the A site. Was Brokey and Nico's HE released as well. So there is no threat should they go that way, but it doesn't seem to be the play just yet from Na'Vi. Instead, with those 2 rifles, you've got to keep that in mind. Simple and Electronic. Chad had their faces next to him on the couch, called them 2 of the world's best players. Well, those 2 of the world's best players have to save Na'Vi here. Advancing down long, Olof to receive them. Connects his first bullet seamlessly. Simple, however, that's a huge frag. They can pincer in towards B, and now Nico, he's just going to be sweating bullets. He's got them closing in from both directions. His teammates are going to try and support him with a 3-man push-up Banana.
Nico has to deliver here. 2 kills of the Idyllic. He gets the first. Can he nail the second? Significant damage towards Simple. Does keep them in the round. And Rain, he denies the plant as well. Needs to stay alive at this point if he can. Tucks himself in the corner. Very well played. Just trying to use the clock to their advantage. Can he do it once again? He doesn't deny the plant, but he finds a headshot towards Boomich. And now the final boss. Simple in the 3 versus 1. He has been clipped down to 10 HP. Surely should be done. And there it is. Nice shot from Cold Zera. Very well played from FaZe. They're actually going to tie things up at this point. 12-12. Bomb gets planted. A maximum loss bonus does yield yet another buy for Na'Vi. But now they're the ones who are letting this slip by. FaZe just looks so dominant right now, Alex.
So what have we seen Na'Vi try? We've seen them head towards that B site. The A definitely did get a bit of a warning sign ever since they walked into that boost on quad. This is the first frag. You saw Olof just waiting catching that pistol player, but Simple gave it his best shot.
Well, this is the thing. FaZe has been very dynamic. They presented that 3-man stack towards quad. That's scary to deal with. Then you've got AWP and Olofmeister. He's been quite dynamic as well. They're sometimes sending 4 players towards B with those massive airstrikes. It's difficult to work out what's going to be the best avenue of approach here. As Electronic, he'll be the one trying to get up towards Banana this time. He's a little bit awkward, does find some respite towards the Flames as he gets a little gap there. But taking a lot of damage in the process. Down to 51. Boomich, similar story. Takes another nade to the face. A couple of them. 10 HP. Nico, happy to challenge this.
More damage inflicted, but that's one back for Na'Vi. Brokey. Got to keep his hands steady for this one, because they're coming. He hears the molly extinguished. He knows he doesn't have long before the bullets have to fly, and he misses the shot. Simple does everything he needed to, but the cross, it's not smoked. And Olof, he's got 2 very hard shots to hit. The flick, as he anticipates them peeking over that smoke. A flash, he wants to go again. He does not want to make them too comfortable for that setup.
So they should be able to plan here. They don't have to rush this one. They still have a minute. Plug the holes, and we'll see 2 CTs retreating at this point. Suggests they won't be going for it. Olofmeister might be in a bit of trouble here. He still has $9,000, right? So even if he goes down, yeah, he'll lose the AWP, but he's going to try and contain them, see if there's any exit frags available. Nade thrown towards Ruins. Perfecto looking towards T, steps it. So much money here for FaZe. So Cold Zero and Rain both at the bottom here at Banana. And Olof's got them locked in towards spawn, so they have to exit this way as well. So at least they can cause some decent damage here.
Yeah, but how decent? Let's see. Oh, Flash doesn't quite pop where he wanted to. That would have been very strong. Instead, going in dry. Cold Zero's punished. You tuck themselves in that corner. Rain, how confident you feeling? Not quite.
One player went down with the blast at least, so that's something. But yeah, a couple more kills available to them. They do save the AWP and the M4 there for FaZe. Na'Vi take the lead though, 13-12. That's the first round they've posted after losing 6 straight in a row. They picked the pistol and got the 3-0 start, but FaZe have looked much better since getting on that CT side. They've got a very healthy buy. Money a little bit weaker on the Na'Vi side after the reinvestment of the grenades. 3 Kriegs, 2 AKs. They do want to challenge towards Banana again.
It's crunch time, Henry. Last map and last few rounds. And Nico's going flashed in, straight into the face of Electronic and disappears once again.
That's a nice little play there. Exactly what the Na'Vi were doing in the first half. Brokey to flash him over. The star player runs out, gets a quick kill, falls back. Didn't even take any damage there. Removes Electronic as well. A sigh of relief for everyone.
Those opening kills don't come easy, but Nico sometimes makes it look just like that. They're going to be leaving Simple towards Banana. He'll be taking those jewels and trying to keep the 2 CTs, Nico and Brokey, busy, but the busybodies up towards the brackets, not necessarily committing. You can see a little bit of a retraction as they look to join the start towards B, but he's been spotted early. Realizes survival is the most important part of the puzzle now. Smokes towards CT, Molly towards the new boxes. They're going to try and draw some fights in. Maybe the smoke. Yes, they're pushing through it though. Nico has the flash. Do they have the frags? Already dropped in towards oranges, but I think Nico got the spot. Perfecto got the shot. 4 versus 4, but through the smoke, Brokey trading in again. This is chaos. 30 seconds and now a bit of a break. Bomb can go in and they can set up.
Olofmeister will have to bide his time. He's got Rain coming in from Banana here, but they've got 1 flash. Olof will have to throw that before Rain swings, and then he can face towards the well position. That's about it. Rain will call for the flash now. In it comes. He'll swing. Should be 1 kill here, which there is. 2 on 2. They have kits, but no smokes. And it's a lovely boost towards the back, but it does give it the fact both players are there, Alex.
It does, and now he's got Boomich. Simple to clutch. 1 versus 1, both with double kills in this crucial round. And Simple, just the tip of Rain's head is all he needs, and 14 under the belt of Na'Vi.
We're going the full distance now. There's still plenty of money for FaZe, but what a great round from Na'Vi. It looked like Olof and Rain had actually done enough there. Good flashbang towards well, then detecting both players. But of course, if Simple's alive with a Krieg in his hand, he's always going to have a decent chance of closing things out. Fantastic shot towards first oranges. And we'll see the opening frag. Remember, this is how it all started. Nico opening things up cleanly, didn't take any damage for that one. They had to fight their way in towards the B side at this point, and they held on for dear life. And they're 1 round away from series points on the Na'Vi side here. This is going to go right down to the wire.
Oh, an Electronica, an incendiary just bounces off his chin. Doesn't burn him a single lick. Yeah, players starting to get a little more heated now. your communications, it's a little less soft-spoken.
Absolutely true. 2 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. If they win this one, it's the round that actually breaks FaZe as well. We'll see whether this is where it comes in their favor. A lot on the line. Boomich firing off shots towards the coffins, but Brokey will punish him for it. He overcommitted. Another first pick for FaZe. And look at the damage inflicted towards Electronic and Simple as well. In a rough spot here.
Must-win round for FaZe. Of course for Na'Vi too, but that 16th would be very difficult to fend off with the bite they would present. Shot from Olofmeister extends their lead, and he still holds towards the boiler, which is where Flamey is about to consider. Cole onto Perfecto, they're chipping away, and it does look like FaZe will survive another day.
Yeah, coldzera starting to hit some really nice shots now. Bombs down towards middle. Indeed, they will save. Money's poor on the Na'Vi side of things as well, so that you said it was a must-win for FaZe in more ways than one. They managed to bring it one step closer, going on their side of the server. 14-13. No money for Electronic and Flamey into the next round, but they will have firepower with the Krieg, the AK, and some saved utility as well. We've got an HE there, a Molotov, and a flashbang. And all 5 players of FaZe will stay up. 5 seconds left on the clock. No one chasing here. Why would you? Your money's pretty weak on the CT side. And there we have it. FaZe were really solid showing there. The AWP of Olofmeister, calm as you like towards middle. Quick peek, fell back. coldzera to back him up.
Exactly what you want. 14-13. And a timeout called. Blade, it's his last real chance to get all of those things he's been watching from the sidelines and having to keep himself silent. He can now give them anything they need, everything he thinks he could possibly equip his players with in order to find those final elusive 2 rounds.
Well, here we go. Round 28 coming in. 2 massive organizations of CSGO, Na'Vi versus FaZe.
Why am I nervous? I'm not even playing.
Exactly right. There's so much on the line here. The fact that one of these teams are going home is huge. You've got some of the world's best players on the server right now. Everyone's turning up. Everyone's hitting their shots. It's not clear who's going to come out on top here. Into the next round we go. Single orb setup still for Olofmeister. And we'll see the Kriegs and AKs come through. A couple of compromises to be made. Boomich with just the CZ, but you can make that work on Inferno. They do have bare bones utility, but there's enough. Boomich to challenge towards Banana once again. Avoids the grenades and makes his way towards the half wall.
Oops. Expect that one. Pays quite the heavy price to get that Molotov out of his hands, and already with the disadvantage of the CZ, that is not ideal. Bomb is a T-spawn. Expect this one to go the distance.
Yeah, suggest a slow round. In terms of map control, 2 players in towards the apartment. Simple hovering around middle. They're trying to boost up there towards the balcony ledge. Doesn't work out for them. They're going to cancel.
I certainly wouldn't want to see them try again at the circumstances of this round.
After the footstep as well, everyone's like, nope, just fall back, crossfires. It's all good. No, 1 more round for series point for Na'Vi. Surely it won't be with the CZ available. Utility's running low. And mid-pounds perhaps, the flashbang could be the cue to go. Lovely incendiary from Olofmeister. That might push him in towards Arch.
Flamey's on his way towards the balcony challenge, and Olof is vulnerable to it at the moment. He's covered by Rain, and Cold holding fast on long. Blood drawn, Boomich finished off. And as the smoke fades, Perfecto has the advantage and he seizes it. Olof takes the bomb out of play. Smoke towards long, and look what that's done. Perfecto's got no option but to either push through it or wait. And there's only 20 seconds on the clock, Henry. Where's Electronic? Flamey's from balcony. Electronic just dancing towards short. He does get the bomb. He has his teammate Rain covering him. Olof does get caught through the smoke and finish. Rain's got to do it all. 10 seconds, he's running out of bullets and he's been caught. The bomb can go down, and this round is not lost yet for Na'Vi.
2 on 2. Looking for series points here. Na'Vi, it wasn't a clean entrance towards this side, but they've got the bomb planted now. CT sticking together towards quad. Flamey in that graveyard position. No utility on either side. This is a bit of a death match right now. Who will strike first?
Eyes on the crosshair. Electronics found his double. Flamey converts. 15 for Natus Vincere. 1 round away from the Spodek.
Amazing scenes. They find a flashbang, but it's not quite enough. Both of them swinging out. It's going to be 15-13. Money is there for FaZe. They will purchase up what they can. The M4, the AWP is coming through. coldzera, Rain, it felt like there was enough there. The spam's coming through. Electronic to close things out with Flamey. They work in perfect harmony there.
A slightly less experienced team, and Rain's pre-fire after the first is connecting. But Electronic, he sat there and he waited. Rain running out of bullets, got the timing perfect. A huge catch, and Blade gets another chance on the mic. Yanko 2.
Yeah, you might as well use every single timeout you have at this point. There's just too much on the line if you drop out the tournament knowing you still had a chance to chime in.
I think I'd be extra loud in the shuttle, like, you bastard.
It's going to be a change of setup as well, a brave change, to be honest with you. They haven't experimented with the double AWP so far. Brokey will be bringing it out with Olaf Meister this time, so he'll be taking that towards the B side of the map. This could be a nice little change just to go challenge at the start, knowing they haven't really presented that at all. He could swing out towards barrels. It flashed over from Nico. We'll see if that works out for them. And 4 players without helmets here, Alex. And there's a MAC-10 on the field as well.
Keep our eyes on it. For now, Rain, that seemed like an ambitious push, but he did have the support of Olaf's AWP. Not forgetting, there's 2 in play.
Bear in mind as well, compromises for the CTs, they only have 1 kit. So this is a very interesting round here. Money is broken on either side. FaZe win this one. We're pretty much locked in for overtime. Na'Vi don't have everything they need, but they're getting some banana control. Remember, Brokey has the AWP now at the top. Doesn't challenge from barrels. Holds a tight corner from the bomb, so he's got Nico up top, ready to deploy a smoke if required.
It doesn't even matter if he's flashed. Brokey, this whole position, it should enable him for 1 if they choose to commit on the flash.
Yeah.
Holding his nerve, holding his line, it's his job. And likely to be flashed or simple just with a jiggle. They'd want to try and pull that shot and catch you as you retreat. But Na'Vi, it's all smoke and mirrors at this point. Some steps, some sound cues, yes, but nothing else. And they reassess, preparing to reaggress.
Good smoke. That's very strong. Like I said, anything around 30 seconds. He locked them out then. A lot of pressure. Flashbang to come through. Olaf Meister handles it well. He'll fall back to more defensive line, looking for the second. Can't quite connect, but still gets the information. Do they hunt him down or continue towards the bomb site? It's the latter. Here we go for the smoke. It looks very good for FaZe here.
Yeah, but the molly causing things to get a little hot and bothered for Rain, but he relocates and he's got him 2 frags. 1 frag's all they need. It's on to Flamey. A 1 versus 5 with the bomb down. He has found the first, but this is a mountain to overcome, and already nades and bullets thrown at him. They secure it, and a roar from the coach of FaZe as they live to fight 1 final day. Will we see the overtime? Or will Na'Vi secure it in the final round of regulation? The answer coming in just 20 seconds' time.
Well, we did say the money would be ruined for Na'Vi if they gave their round up. Luckily, the plan comes through. They do get an extra $800 per player. That could be significant. That's going to help them get a few bits of extra utility, maybe a more powerful rifle, because they're not going to be fully equipped, that's for sure. 2 players at $3,000. That's going to be Electronic and Perfecto. Boom, it's just under 4K. And they have 1 timeout remaining, right? They might want to use it here or save it for overtime, which could be inevitable when they bring out 2 pistols, a MAC-10, 1 AK-47. Olaf Meister. Remember, they dropped that key smoke that left Na'Vi of no choice. That wasn't them making a mistake. They had no choice but to push it. It was just a perfectly placed smoke at the right time. You can hold on to it till 30 seconds. Amazing.
Yeah, he did so much.
Olaf's done that twice now. He did that towards Moto as well when they were holding towards the A side. Like, his smoke play has been really, really good.
And when you hear players in his team talking about him, it's not just his fragging ability, it's his read on the game. There's a good example of it.
We noticed that on Nuke as well. That's when he was just leading the charge of the MAC-10. He wasn't getting any frags, but he's creating all the space. He's allowing his stars to shine. He doesn't care how many kills he gets. He just wants to be winning these games in these series.
Let's not forget, there is 1 team that has won Katowice multiple times. 3 in the trophy cabinet for Fnatic, and Olaf, he's got one of those by his name for sure. To get to the Spodek again, though, they have to win this round. It's not beautiful for Na'Vi. But certainly winnable. Brokey's been holding his nerve this whole time, but this round is where it really matters. If he's tested, he has the support of Nico boosted up.
So tense now. Na'Vi looking to close it in regulation. Huge disadvantage here is the 4B execution. Molotovs to rain all over the side to B. 2 players ready and waiting, Brokey and Nico. This time both with rifles.
Nico, he's full flash, he stands up by the molly, it's on top of him! Perfect molly from Electronic! Brokey and Nico did well to get the necessary frags, they've made it level. but this is an afterplant that favors Na'Vi. Olof, Orp, does have a smoke and a flash. In fact, plenty of utility.
Simple to defend B. You know he's going to have a couple of kills, but the flashbang's decent. Rain now knows he's there, but Simple jumps up. Oh, he's bringing it back. Electronic and Simple! They managed to save it. It's a 3 versus 1. The AWP on the retake. I don't think he has what it takes. Na'Vi eliminate FaZe from the tournament, and they're going to the Spodek.
Electronic did it all. His molly was doing damage. His flash gets them a kill on Banana. He's getting the shots as well. Everything he chose to do in that final round made this possible. A brutal and harrowing loss for FaZe Clan though. My God, so close. Inferno deciders, they always deliver.
I felt that punch from Nico down in my core, my soul. That was a rough one to give up. My goodness, what a great game, though. That series really had everything. You have to say they dust too. Very disappointing for FaZe. You got to respect the shift they put in there. It comes right down to the final round. CZs, Galils, and Na'Vi get over the finish line with next to nothing.
He mollies on top of the boost. I still can't believe it. Fantastic stuff all round. We have a victor. Na'Vi will meet the crowd tomorrow. And FaZe, so close yet so far. A full 3-map affair. But it will be the Na'Vi show tomorrow.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Na'Vi fans around the world will rejoice in this moment. They will remember this is how it went down. And yes, they did find their way to the Spodek, staying alive, eliminating the FaZe clan. And in this moment, we are going to take a moment to reenact everything that happened there, boys. What do you think?
I'm going to take you guys into my wheelhouse. Role-playing is one of my favorite things to do. So this last round, we're going to reenact the last round, all right? So I'm simple. You're electronic, and we've obviously got Cold Zero over here, all right? All right, so I'm at Sandbag. They're coming, Banana, flash, flash.
Flushing.
You're dead. You're dead, Cold Zero. There we go. That's better acting. Thank God. Yeah, that Russian was pretty good too.
It was some of my best.
I don't know Ukrainian accent, but
it was up there. Anyway,
there.
yes, they got it done at the end of the day, and spasibas are in order for that heroic performance we just had up here.
Yeah, that was pretty good. We should do that more often.
We should. We should really do that more often. We should also catch up with Navi on the backside of winning that, perhaps even the flip side. What do they got to say?
Well, you join me now in Navi's booth. It's fair to say they're absolutely ecstatic at the result. I've not had the chance to meet Perfecto before this moment, so quite simply, Perfecto, your first time in the Spodek will start tomorrow. How does it feel to know you're going there?
I feel good. We just win with the FAZE, and it's a good match, and we're ready to beat tomorrow.
And you really, really showed up today, Perfecto. I'm going to come over to Simple because where were you on Nuke, Simple?
I mean, I can say that FAZE did a great job because usually I help with my rotation, but they just removed me from helping to retake B side. I was always under heaven, so it was hard to play on Nuke. But after, I'm so happy, and tomorrow Perfecto gonna be calm as always, and he gonna enjoy the Spodek.
You didn't look too calm, though, in the final rounds of Inferno, though, Simple.
I mean, it was a very hard game, and at the end, everything decided on Inferno. In every good game, at the end, it's usually overtime on Inferno, but now I'm glad that we finished.
Talk me through that last round.
Oh, that was insane. I mean, Electronic asked me if I need flash, and at that second, they flashed me. So after I asked and jumped on sandbags, and it was just about team play at the end.
Well, congratulations, Simple. Finally, I'm just going to come over to Blade really quickly because you need to get a game plan together for Team Liquid. How many pages is it going to be this time?
2 is fine.
2 is fine. Well, it was fine for Inferno. Harosh, congratulations, Navi. Let's head back to the desk because we still got one more best of 3 to go.
There we go. That's right, Frankie. We do have one more best of 3 to go. But before we go any further, I want to ask you for a fan vote. I want to ask you to head over to @ESLCS or potentially just use the hashtag IEM. Who did it better?
Simple
did
explaining
it?
it?
Or did we?
Yeah, or us cosplaying. Or role-playing, sorry. Not cosplaying.
Yeah.
We didn't get dressed up.
Nah.
So I want to point something out here, right? Boomich in that first half was an absolute animal over towards Banana with Flamey, right? Those 2 individuals were doing a great job. But Boomich in the second half, look, they still won, so it doesn't even really matter, but I just thought this was stunning, that he only got 1 kill in the entire second half. That was absolutely insane. But he was a key factor in them going on that 9-round stretch, right? That after they lost the pistol, then they went on a 9-round stretch there. In that 9-round stretch, they held FaZe to an average of 1.4 kills per round. They were just blowing FaZe out of the water within that 9-round stretch. And that really is the difference maker here.
I would agree. I think it's once again a case of every single player from Navi having a chime in this victory, right? Electronic had a great half. Simple had a great half on Dust 2. And as you saw right here, Flamey and Boomich, as you said, you questioned their defense coming into this game, right? Because I agree with you. I don't think it was a great-looking defense, but in this time around, they were being very proactive. They were flashing each other out towards Banana, and they did give FaZe a lot of room to work with. So kudos to them, and once again, you see Navi maybe being underrated a bit, but they managed to win.
Kudos to them, and that has to subside right now. Obviously, we have all of the highlights you could possibly want. You can check those. Check those out over at the YouTube there for ESL. And now we need to start talking about 100 Thieves versus Mouse Sports, the last best of 3 of the day. We're gonna be jumping into the vetoes right here, right now.
Mouse Sports should be the favorite for this one on paper, right? 100 Thieves have only had 1 good game of Counter-Strike in this tournament so far, and that was earlier today. So hopefully they've got some confidence behind them. Oh, the veto's through thick and fast.
Real fast.
So 100 Thieves are obviously sticking with the fact that they won. Well, they had a good Inferno earlier. They lost on that map though to EG, right? They had that really good first half, and then they lost that map in the beginning stages. But they're going into that pick again, so obviously they think they're strong on it.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the only chance to have, right? The only thing I'm thinking, looking at these 3 maps that we're gonna play, Inferno, Dust 2, and Nuke, is that there's 3 maps Mouse Sports is gonna win. So
okay,
I'm having a hard time seeing 100 Thieves going through that one.
That's all right. We lose Jacob at the end of this segment, so that's all he had to say anyway.
Good grief. Well, anyway, we have also lost FaZe Clan. They are out of the running here at the Intel Extreme Masters. But don't worry, we are not completely done yet. We are not out of gas. We have just 1 more best of 3 to go into. It's going to be that of 100 Thieves taking on Mouse Sports for the Group B lower bracket. And 1 last shot at the Spodek. We'll be right back after this break, everyone.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s.
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
In
The Intel Extreme Masters has created a vital piece of video game history. That's right, creating esports history is the Intel Extreme Masters, and exactly what you are witnessing firsthand if you are watching at home, or if you're here watching with us, because we are about ready to watch this next matchup. We're taking a look at 100 Thieves versus Mousesports, and we're taking a look at a best of 3 where we already know the maps, and we already know that we're ready to get it started. I've got both Sponge and Maniac. Boys, I know the last one delivered, but can we top it with this one?
I would say with what 100 Thieves have shown so far, probably not. But for them to pick up the victory that they had earlier in the day, that's a huge win. Maybe they'll get confidence from that, right? Otherwise, you would be thinking this should be a quick Mousesports 2-0, right? They manhandled Mad Lions earlier today.
Yeah, listen, I agree with Chad, and I think that might be the problem for Mousesports, that everything points towards them actually making it to the playoff, you know, and coming into this event, I said it on the first day, I'm not sure that they have the shoulders to come in here as favorite, play as favorite, and have the results they deserve. That's a new step for them. I think they've been really good at surprising us. They surprised me a lot at the end of last year, but now they come in here and you talk to people in the hall, in the lobby, and they say, Mousesports, they're so hot. Like, they're the hottest right now. But I haven't seen it against G2, the first real test they had. There were some complications. So can we see 100% Mousesports now? I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if there was a time to pull out 100%, it would be absolutely right now.
The 100 Thieves should be able to do that, right?
Yeah.
I got 100 in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. Damn.
Hey,
that guy.
hey,
That guy right there, everyone.
So let's just set the groundwork for this one, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last team eliminated. We've already eliminated 9 teams.
That's
so
right.
This will be team number 10 getting eliminated. It'll either be Mousesports or 100 Thieves, both wearing red. Whoever wins this game, however, will go through to the quarterfinal to face Fnatic, who's on the same side of the bracket as G2.
Yeah, as G2, they do find themselves certainly still in contention. Now, we do have the 2 teams that are going to be playing up here in 100 Thieves and Mousesports, but perhaps I'll run you by this short but growing list of teams that are not going to be going.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. We got FaZe Clan. They just took a big ol' L.
Yep.
Mad Lions, kind of expected. Vitality, that one hurts. Evil Geniuses stings. Ninjas of Pajamas, Tyloo, Virtus Pro, Cloud9, and Renegades. None of them teams had what it took.
Well, I mean, where do we have the top 10 teams in the world here? So, you know,
Pretty much.
some big names we were going to lose.
Somebody's going to lose.
I mean, you talk about a stacked tournament, and the very fact that Na'Vi, who just won this crazy series, is going to go on to play against Liquid and then Astralis.
Crazy.
Oof. That, I mean, it doesn't get any more stacked than that.
Yeah.
Listen, here's your card to the playoff, but there's going to be a few obstacles if you want to make your way to the trophy.
And speaking of Liquid, they did catch that L to G2. So, I mean, they're not out. However, they will go to the quarters rather than the semis, and I'm pretty sure they would have appreciated that.
Yeah, look, to be on the opposite side of the bracket, I think everybody would, of Astralis, everybody would appreciate that, right? So look, Liquid now have a tall task ahead of them here, but I think right now, the point that Maniac's just made about Mousesports, can they deliver with the pressure on right now? This is just another test for these guys. Carrigan seems very confident in the team. He's done fantastic jobs by moving Rops around in certain roles. He's looked much more potent since Carrigan's taken over the leadership here. But 100 Thieves, I think still, we always talk about them being fundamentally sound. It's literally just a mental thing for these guys right now. I've been having some words with Gomez, the manager of the team. I've seen the boys in the halls. They're not feeling it for whatever reason at this point. They're not playing to win, they're playing not to lose, right? And that's never a mentality you want to be going in with.
That's never going to be the mindset that you need, Maniac.
No, and I think that a player that pretty much embodies this problem is Yakem, right? I think that when Yakem is feeling it as an opening fragger, he's absolutely beautiful, and we've seen it in the past series. He was actually very impactful against EG, whereas we have also seen him completely disappear. And then there's just this huge piece of the puzzle that's missing, and the play just doesn't make sense.
Let's start to bring this into a sort of a close right here, and sort of a head. And I guess look at this in terms of who's going to be winning.
Okay, so for the guys from Mousesports, they got beat down by G2 on this map not long ago, right? I think the scoreline was 16-6, and they were really just struggling. They were getting Kenny was destroying them, right? They weren't getting many opening kills. I think they had under 5 opening kills in that entire map right there. So I think that 100 Thieves picking into this map, if they can have a strong T side like they did against EG earlier, and then actually get some rounds on their CT side, this one should go all 3.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I'm going to go one step further and say that for Mousesports, the deciding factor is going to be Frozen. If we see Frozen popping off, then I would see them win, because I think he was one of the main reasons why they pulled ahead at the end of 2019, whereas versus G2, he wasn't really here.
Well, one of the X factors that's never talked about as much would be Chris J. I'm going to have my eyes on him personally. So we're going to be looking at 100 Thieves versus Mousesports, Inferno Dust to Nuke, and we're going to be doing it with Henry G and Machine.
Thank you so very much, Trace. Back into the action and back into Inferno. We just saw Na'Vi secure a spot in the playoffs, and now it's time to see whether 100 Thieves can get this Mousesports off their back. Haven't found the victory versus them before. See if this... Ooh,
Frozen started with a bang, and that Liaz willing to take that duel. Does see Frozen put down low HP, and Christian, where's his health gone? It's Azza to take it from him. Rops has the bomb in his sights.
Well, a very explosive start there. Great shot from Gratisfaction will take Rops to just 1 HP. Carrigan popping off with the 5-7 as well. It's currently sat on a 4 versus 2 in favor of Mousesports. Aggression down towards middle. A lot of teams try out, but this one, a very successful campaign. Gratisfaction recovers the bomb at least. And we're joined by Azza. They still have 2 smokes and flashbangs. This is not a foregone conclusion considering 3 players are very low HP.
Yeah, and they're going to actually group up, which looks like they've been given time to do so. They are going to be quite the threat. Woxic is a good chance for Mouse, though. Survival more important than the frag at this point, and he knows it, just tucks away after the first shot. Gets the information, a repeat, a risky one, but Azza misses his shots. Chances starting to dwindle for the 2 remaining Thieves. A smoke and a flash, though. Armor's on Grat. You're going to want to see the body shots on him. Quick reaction from Azza. Oh,
here we go.
Unchecked. They're going for it. What was 2v4, now 2v2, 2v1. It's all coming up trump. Azza has made quite a statement into Inferno. 4 kills to his name. And he's got a chance at the 5th as well. Gratisfaction's holding the smoke push. He should have a chance, and it's his Grat to finish. 100 Thieves have done it in the pistol.
Well, there we have it. We said there was a chance, and it's Azza to capitalize upon it. Low HP on the bomb site, a missed shot from the graveyard. It does enable 100 Thieves to get back into it. A 4-on-2 situation. That's pretty historic at this stage of the tournament as well. Azza finds a low HP. They tried at the crossfire. That was the moment. Robs hits that shot. There's probably going to be their round. Boxer goes down, and leaving Carrigan in the 2-on-1 there. Has to be the force buy for Mousesports now, the Desert Eagles and the MP9. As we see 3 rifles for 100 Thieves there, a couple of MAC-10s. What a way to kick things off here. The Counter-Strike has been exceptional today.
We are cooking. You see the nades being held. I'm intrigued to know if they get the timing right on this one. They have to wait for the sound cue that they've crossed the half wall. Nothing's been given, and so they hold their nerve, hold their pins. Very difficult round to win, despite the advantage being 100 Thieves' way. Woxic anti-flash gives him a chance to do some damage with the MP9, but it's the Jacob Galil that will draw first blood. Rops solo on A now, and he's sitting on that balcony. 100 Thieves have yet to commit, though, and that's giving lots of time for Carrigan to get his ducks in a row.
Rops the Desert Eagle. Very, very efficient with the weapon. Carrigan smoke towards Library. See if Robs can strike first. It looks good for him. There it is. Doesn't get the headshot, but enough body shots to take down JKS. 3 players, 100 Thieves, make their way towards the arc side. They're going for a wrap here, certainly, with a player towards quad. That's confirmed.
Oh.
Great shot from Robs. The second of the round. Frozen chiming in as well. This force buy could work out for Mousesports now. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb goes down. They know Robs is towards the apartment. No kit available. Azza and Liaz equipped with the AK and MAC-10 respectively.
Azza, he could save his team 2 rounds in a row, left standing with health and the armored AK. 2 members of Mouse crippled already. Rops has done so much, but I just think his time is up. It's going to come down to this long push to Galil's, Chris J and Frozen. The Dutchman's the healthy one, and already Frozen's fallen through the smoke. Azza gets another. Liaz, he knows where Chris J is. He's not ready and hits the shot. Another for 100 Thieves, but right down to the wire, right down to the 1v1.
Yeah, great effort there from Mousesports, but Azza and Liaz getting it done there. Lucky to get a nice little kill through the smoke, and we'll find ourselves with surely the full eco for Mousesports. I do see a Deagle purchased by Rops. He gets some Kevlar as well. He got a bit more extra money than his teammates due to those couple of kills he found. Round 3 coming up. They've got 3 smokes, 1 HE. A little bit more than you'd expect, but they feel like they did a significant damage. I just want to see if they can get a few more kills as they send 3 players towards the B side of the map. Carrigan, Christian, and Frozen. Gratisfaction will help himself towards the top of Banana. Molotov at the barrels. Bomb down T-spawn. Just want to establish basic control here. Sandbag's always a big question mark, as we've seen in that previous matchup.
Yeah. God. Oh, now I'm getting flashbacks. Soon as that leaves Jacob's hands, it's the go. Perhaps not, though, considering the state of affairs with the CTs. Oh my god, that nade, close to 200 damage
Liaz, however, gets one. Grat into the site as well. The flashes have all connected, and therefore just one CT with his vision and his health remaining towards B. Frozen. Oh my goodness, Grat was low. Walked through the crosshairs, and the bullets won't connect, but this round will be a 100 Thieves converting their pistol victory.
Yes, 3-0. Absolutely confirmed. They've had to fight for this as well. These were not easy rounds to pick up. Recovering a 4-on-2 situation, moving things up. Numbers were low in their second round as well. Defend off the force buy. And this one with that massive HE grenade landing at their doorstep. Flashes were decent as well. They still have 4 players alive here. And it's mousesports is looking for exit kills at this point.
Where do you go if you're 100 Thieves? No real option safe. You want to go together, that's for sure. It's going to be Rops holding Banana. They run into him. Woxic's already took one rifle away and a second in the flashed Gratisfaction. Rops will happily collect that. In fact, he wants to try and find another, but still 3-0, 100 Thieves, probably no complaints there, and Kassad asking for the timeout. He wants to get the first words in before the weapon round start.
Yeah, I think that's wise. It's a massive round here. It's always a little bit strange in this current meta and this finance system, knowing that they won't have absolutely everything after the force buy, for example. So you've got a few residual weapons, maybe some MAC-10, some Galols within your ranks as well. It's always nice to do a quick execution on these sort of rounds, or an unexpected approach here, and see if you can exploit any of the compromises mousesports have had to make in this particular round here. So raging behind mousesports as well, discussing their options. They've managed to recover at Galil, which does raise the economy somewhat. No AWP coming out just yet for Voxic. Now, he's got to be one of the hottest AWPers on the CD side of Inferno. The stuff he can do with that sniper rifle, it doesn't matter where he is on the map or what range it's at. One of the fastest and most explosive AWPers we have in the game right now. So it's the Galil for Carrigan. Timeout comes to an end. One Krieg in the hands of 100 Thieves. That's for JKS.
Into apartments. Cautious to commit the bomb up there. Makes sense. Grat removes the bomb and catches some explosives of a different ilk, this time from the hands of the mousesports players. Limited utility, so these duels are just a matter of time. Woxic is in a prime position to check this. JKS in support for the balcony peak. Rops is there. Here we go. Into the site, good dink. Woxic's waiting for Frozen to come online. Rops does get neutralized, and now the bomb's loose. Woxic doing everything he can on this site, and that's phenomenal. A double kill, and perhaps a third. Gratisfaction falls and puts it all onto Azza. He hasn't got the health to really make any impact here. The pre-fire wasn't far off, but Woxic, he's jiggling with him, giving him the chance.
Ooh. Okay then, that was a real nice sequence from Voxic there. M4 in hand, you can see how precise his aim is as well. That high sensitivity, just flinging around, dodging flashbangs, and absolutely punishing the 100 Thieves there. 3-1. We'll see if the money's there for 100 Thieves to buy it once again. Swings at the right time here, and nothing but perfection at this point. Voxic very well handled. The third kill was my favorite here. Just absolutely snaps on the head. Perfect recoil control. And we'll see ourselves get into round number 5 here. Money, compromise after so many close rounds here. So 2 Kriegs, 3 pistols. It is a full investment here. Jacob with the Krieg from T-steps, looking to see if anyone will challenge. Frozen has picked up a Krieg on the CT side as well. AK-47 for Carrigan. And that's had an impressive tournament. The last few months, actually. He's looked solid individually.
Yeah, no doubt. Our analysts considering Jacob to be someone that has to step up to the 100 Thieves machine to vie against these world-class Tier 1 opposition. Unfortunately for the Thieves, the 2 riflers into this one have managed to take some significant damage early. There is a chance if they wanted to consider it. Should one of them fall, Liaz does have the backup Kevlar to make that rifle still relevant. Gathering their forces now towards Banana. There's a time limit on this before the CTs start getting inquisitive on A.
40 seconds remain. Not much of an execution towards B available, Alex. Great smoke. We've talked about the power of that around the 30-second mark. You can't really justify busting through because you have gray screens, you get mowed down. Wants to play here. Just as it starts to dissipate, they'll probably just flash through without smokes. They don't want to telegraph it too much. Another smoke going down. This is brutal. 100 Thieves, they just have to go through it and hope for the best. The flashbang's effective. They have got through the smoke wall here, but Chris J, he is the final boss of the bomb site. He's got the Galil in hand, waiting for a flashbang for his teammate. It could work out perfectly. Flashbang connects, and they have no idea. What? Why don't they know where he is?
Chris J with the ace. He tapped the first 2 heads, and they go completely unchecked for the next 3.
He just killed 2 in plain open sight, and they have no idea he's there.
It could be a miscomm. They might have just said coffins. That's where you typically die from. He taps those heads.
They were blind. There we go.
Carrigan's flash. And there's the second one. They're all looking towards coffins. Backs turned, and oh, brutality. Chris J. From 2 kills to 7. In the 6th round we go. And a full eco as 100 Thieves are given a nice round of getting stomped to think about what they've done.
Well, well, well. Chris J can't believe his luck. Galil's actually working out very nicely for him there. And we got a full eco, 400 Thieves, Glocks across the board. $1,000, that's about it. Nice shot from Voxic.
Knife out from Azza. Couple of shots from those M4s, but it's Chris J to once again line them up. And so we equalize. 3 initially from the 100 Thieves, and it is right straight back from Mouse Sports. They've even managed to keep 4 players alive in the one before, 5 in this one. They're going to start, should they convert this one cleanly, really going to start running away with all those extra funds.
We'll see if that comes through. Money's starting to get very promising. You're right. We'll see if Mouse Sports now want to adjust anything. They've got the AUG for Carrigan. A couple of Kriegs in the mix there as well. As we get into round 7. Money's still weak for 100 Thieves. A couple of Galils there. Not the end of the world, but far from ideal. Azza without a helmet. And in terms of the initial approach, on top towards barrels. And, well, Leaz will get a lot more than he bargained for there. The flashbang HE combo right down to the bottom will take him out.
This is nice from Carrigan. That deep smoke's going to keep him guessing. Speculative shots from Woxic will not connect, and instead, this pack animal makes its way towards short. All 4 of them gathered towards the brackets. But this Mouse Sports hold, it's been pretty much bread and butter. This is how they've done it. Chris J longside. He's got Frozen now in support. After Carrigan calling long clear, re-smoking deep banana, he knows that this T side is only going to be one side. And Molotov will force Chris J to retreat just a little bit.
Opening kill for Mouse Sports, but here comes the commitment. 100 Thieves make their way up towards quad, but Rob's got such a great position here. Just needs the vision, an opportunity to pull the trigger, and he has a couple of frags available to him. There's the first, second comes through, and he has actually given them the advantage still. We have a player on towards the bomb site. That's going to be Chris J. Krieg in hand, just tucking himself in towards the back. It's JKS and Gratisfaction have to try and fight their way out of this one. Oh my goodness, it's a haymaker from Gratisfaction as Carrigan left in a 2-on-1 now. No kid available, spots one towards the pit, smoking him out.
From Haymaker to Kingmaker, Carrigan. He's got Mouse Sports here now, looking to secure a round for them. 1 versus 2, great crossfire. JKS takes the contact with Grat 4 as they break the run from Mouse.
Excellent work there. Stunning shots from Gratisfaction. It didn't look like that was even possible. He connects with the head twice and absolutely stuns Mouse Sports there. I thought Robs had done everything at that point, but still a few more moments to be played out. JKS dispatches Robs towards the balcony, and then this is where the magic comes through. Frozen probably doesn't even know where he died from there. Unbelievable.
I thought Chris J, by surviving so long and going unchecked for so long, I mean, that was the dream, but woo, Woxic's flying through the air at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Does get himself set up for these T-stairs, and he's holding it actively. He's expecting someone to peek their bottom out from their banana adventures. But slow for now. Jacob wants to swing on that pull from Chris J's nade, but for now, no frags.
Lots of control for 100 Thieves towards B. You can see Gratisfaction setting up the turret. Looking at CT spawn. Boost coming in for Carrigan here. He's got the silenced M4s. It's 3 players on the CT side. Ready and waiting towards B. Smoke it out from Jacob. Responds with the HE. Pretty effective.
Yeah, no complaints there from the M4 players. That's for sure.
So making their way back towards B. Execution on the cards here. Molotov new boxes. 2 smokes in. That's all they've really got. Flash is over. Maybe to send the MAC-10 in a little bit ahead of everything just to see if he can find some space. Flashes are good. Chris J scrambling towards the back.
Yeah, but Jacob's already caught one, and so Chris J's the lone wolf, and they're definitely checking Emo this time, Hank. Bomb will shortly be planted, currently loose and in the flames. It will be retrieved by Gratis faction, so that's going in, and it looks like the 3 CTs are accepting, cutting their losses and preserving the rifles.
Yeah, and that's the right call at this stage. That was actually a pretty efficient execution. The flashbangs were so effective, they had no choice but to try and fall back, tuck themselves in. They couldn't find cover, and the shots land. As 100 Thieves will keep 5 players up here as well. And they're on a bit of a hunt here, Alex. They want to see if they can get a bit more, looking towards CT spawn. And they know they're going to be at the back of the pit, but there's only one player there. That's Carrigan. The other 2 are towards T spawn.
So they'll stop in CT. They're not too hungry to go any further, but all 5 will make it out alive. First time we've seen 100 Thieves with all 5 left standing at the victory, extending their lead by 2.
Yeah, this is a very impressive T-side so far. Managing that 3-0 start, but now 2 rounds in a row, but 3 weapons saved on the Mouse Sports side. They'll have the AWP for Voxic, and money's actually okay. They'll still have a full buy going into this one, but they'll take a tactical timeout. Allow Regin to get stuck in. He knows there's going to be a few holes to plug. Maybe an opening pick required, maybe a sequence towards a banana area to enable the first pick, or at least deny access for the T side. As we get into round number 9 here. Gratisfaction still on the AK-47 with the shots he's hitting so far. Fair play to him. Stay with the rifles. We don't need the AWP just yet. We've got a 5-3 lead.
Yeah, very reserved. That's Raging giving them the last bit of juice. We jump into round 9, our first map of our final series here, the day before the playoffs. Jumping across again, Woxic does have no fear. Not expecting any T-side AWP challenges. Does get an opportunity to take the beret off of Grat's head, but not to be today.
Yeah, I expect him to nail those at this point. It's a very difficult shot, don't get me wrong, but Voxic's a very special player. Carrigan helps himself to his 2nd frag, and he's still towards the bench. Okay, I don't mind this actually, because they seem to know that it's going to drop a smoke, and maybe Carrigan sits in it and hopes for the best at this point, makes his way out. Significant damage toward JKS, but ultimately goes down in the end.
JKS is still trying to play the game of survival there. You see Molly bedroom and just try and reposition. 60 seconds. You can see there's a lot of moving parts on the CT side right now. Mouse are re-evaluating. Swapping it out. They'll be leaving Woxic to solo warp B. That makes a whole lot of sense.
It does, considering their utility situation. They've got nothing in terms of smokes. So we'll see. Rops finding an incendiary, but is this going to be enough? It'll be a quad focus here from 100 Thieves. They'll set up the crossfires. They've got enough time to reposition. If Rops can get that incendiary down towards quad just as they commit, I don't think they'll have a very good time here. They're just going to push the smoke. Gratisfaction's got the bomb there.
With 25 seconds, you lose that bomb long. It's terrifying. There's Molotovs, and Rops throws it out just as that looked like the moment to go. Yeah, they did. They swang out, but now just having to respect the Molotov. 15 seconds. Good grief. Mouse Sports, 10 seconds. They just have to hit a couple of shots. The flash is good. Gratisfaction, it's not enough. Frozen Rops, they've done it. They've won the round, and they do it cleanly.
Yeah, very well done there. I said they didn't have much utility at all, but they did have one lone incendiary, and he saw how much time that bought them. 7 seconds, chiseled away from that 15. At that point, they just had the knife out, run towards the site, hopefully get all the shots required, but you can't check every crevice of the bomb site here. What a perfect position from Rops. Catch Liaz jumping up and just continues to apply that pain. No bomb plant at this point. The round was already won at this stage. This was just for style, and Rops is just dripping in it. We'll see round 10 come through, and there's still money here for 100 Thieves, of course, after winning 2 rounds in a row, but crack starting to form now. Galil in the hands of Liaz.
Early utility about to be thrown. Frozen just keeping that HE for the perfect time, and God, it was perfect. 100 on the nose, and then some more. Scarrigan's nade lands right next to Graz Faction and Liaz. 2 members of 100 Thieves cut down to size before they even get close to a site. Bit of a deviation on what we saw just in that Na'Vi FaZe series. 3 players towards quad side, no boost involved this time.
Yeah, 3 towards quad is great. It's very efficient, especially if the AWP who can get the initial kill. And the idea is that we're chasing that AWP there. We'll be hoping to catch him on the retreat. You've got someone tucked in underneath the atrium. Chris J just to back up. He'll be focusing towards the apartments here. But Voxic, he's so good on CD side Inferno. He's a great player, generally speaking, but something quite special when he plays quad. He seems to always get it right. The Incendiary allows him to focus towards middle now. 40 seconds on the clock. He just wants to get one and baits his teammate. And he's still got the smoke as well.
Little unfortunate, the molly and the smoke overlap. Let's see what JKS has got in store for us out the balcony, but immediately caught by Rops. Jiggle not working. Woxic, he bides his time and hits his shots. Flash coming in. Rops and Chris J can work off that. Never mind. Catches him. A second coming in, though. And the comms is better that time. Slowing them down. And again, 100 Thieves. Their worst enemy is not mouse sports, it's the clock.
It's a very good point. As we brought it up, the quad stack from Mouse Sports there enables Voxic to get the first kill, falls back towards the bomb site, flashes come in, and that's the problem with it. The clock's so low, they're going to dump everything they possibly have on top of you. Flashbang after flashbang, smokes, HGs, you just can't break through. You can see Chris J ready and waiting for them. They've got to come in a pre-fire, multiple opposition here, and Chris J playing like an absolute rock right now. Carrigan swings in from the arch side, and surely going to be the eco for 100 Thieves. Yeah, you can say that again. Just clocks, no armor, no nades, full eco here. We're all tied up at 5-5.
The mega eco. The purest of them all. Jumping across.
You hear that one?
Action, yeah. Couldn't hit the tip of the head, but he does clip the heel of Grant on the cross. Doesn't need to fight anymore. He's even got Chris J ready to support him with that Krieg, a very powerful weapon for a fight like that. Unarmored clocks. 100 Thieves, their intentions here are to keep things as a pack, hoping to overwhelm the Glock. Once those dinks come in, it can get a little overwhelming, and well, not when Chris J and Rops are here. Oh, wow. The meat grinder, not a single boy dies, and we've got ourselves a game. 6-5. That's 3 in a row now from the Mouse Sports defense, all through eliminations. We are not seeing that bomb go down all too often, Henry.
No, we're really not. We'll see whether 100 Thieves can pull their socks up here going to the next round. Not really much they could do with this one. Might as well go down together.
Yeah, it's like a kind of a group activity.
Yeah, just running up between 2 massive guns, spraying you down, explosives going off. Just have fun with it. And we'll see the AWP for Voxic once more. Not the same sort of gratification, don't necessarily require on the T side, but the grenade's working out quite nicely here. Always a huge point of contention, the banana area of the map. Carrigan trying to retrieve his teammate here. Throws a grenade towards Logs before he removes himself, but they've already taken significant damage. Chris J and Carrigan down to 60 points of health each. Voxic will be watching middle. Allows them to have 3 players towards B for now. And Carrigan will stay.
Ooh, Chris.
Pretty slow from Chris.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic.
Might have been looking at the radar.
That's a good point. Not something we get to piece together ourselves, but still advantage now for the 100 Thieves. Can they make good on this, though? How's that drawing the blood of Chris J? Free fire from Jacob. He's trying to play with Carrigan, and he actually gets it. 2 phenomenal kills into the site. There's one more, and Frozen. Oh, he's not going down. He's not backing down. He's tucked in a corner, and he's taken all 3. This is impossible. It should not be possible. But Azza, he's done enough to at least slow down what looked to be a Mouse Sports momentum. Hang on, Molly, and a success for Rops.
We'll see what Rops can do with this one. The fuse kit available, bomb yet to be planted. JKS with a grenade available. It might actually do significant damage there, a little bit. Goes for the fake plant, Rops. He knows that allows him to get a bit closer at this point. JKS, 20 seconds. He can knife out towards A still. He'd have to go right now. And off he goes. The race is on, Alex.
He's having a go. And so, Rops, he will have to respect this. He has no clue right now. He's going to hear that sound, and then it's going to be knife out turn for him. 9 seconds. You need 4. 4.5 to be precise. And there it is. No issues.
So, Here we go then. It's up to Robs. Like we said, he's got the kit, but JKS got such a massive advantage. He has no idea. Did he get to apartments? Did he go boiler, pit, graveyard, bomb site? He could be anywhere. He'll have to suss it out by itself.
Yeah, but his reaction time is phenomenal. These young guns, they're made of something else. JKS has to be precise, and of course he is. Gets the crucial second frag of the round from him, but that's more importantly the 6th for 100 Thieves. What does that do to the CTs? Absolutely nothing. I forgot just how much money Mouse managed to accrue over the course of their 3 successful rounds.
Wow, what a very well calculated round that was from JKS after this ridiculous sequence from Frozen as well. He manages to spray 3 of them down. You think surely this is enough. What more does he have to do? Robs gets it in the 1 versus 1 with that incendiary. Allowed JKS to reposition, run back. Bomb down with 1 second to spare, and then it was just a nightmare for Robs. You've got no information. There's just no time to work with. And we'll see 100 Thieves come into the round after winning the previous with the Mac 10s, trying to punish the fact they might not have helmets here. It's Frozen though, looking for another 3-piece. He does get a couple, but is it going to be enough? Maybe not.
Jesus, there's another one. ChrisJay's pushed down, and he's actually caught JKS unawares. What do they do? The bomb does have an opportunity to go down here. It looks like Az is piecing that together. The flash is completely eaten by ChrisJay. That will buy them a little additional time. He's going to try and Molotov, make the process of elimination a little easier. Voxic has the same, but that molly will stop them from pushing on it. All redundant use of their utility, but there's more where that came from. A single flash for Woxic to set up ChrisJay.
Here it comes. It will be deployed now. ChrisJay has to swing. I like this from 100 Thieves. This is very smart. You're not going to assume that there's 2 players towards new box at this point. Gratisfaction to set the trap. He'll get the first kill. He might just get both here. He delivers. And now you don't want to show yourself, really, if you're behind that box. That's a really cool idea. You'd normally do that towards Emo. Bait 2 players in, but the fact they did it in new boxes as well, I don't think there was a world where they lost that.
That was really nice thinking, especially because that molly kept them, just bought them that extra time to really think about it, communicate, and it paid off. Second timeout called by Mouse, and that's the first half. Got to get their thinking caps on. Last real saloon for the bye. Kazard as well. Coach of 100 Thieves, of course, close friend and ex-teammate of YNK, who FaZe just fell. It's his turn to try and fly the iNation flag in the Spodek. 7-6, though.
100 Thieves are doing a very good job here. 2 rounds in a row. But as you mentioned before, the money just in a great position for Mousewolves. They do have 1 final buy here, lacking a lot of utility. I wouldn't be surprised where Voxy takes matters into his own hands here. They're very good at run boosting on this map. I can see if that play comes through, like launching him across, looking towards T-steps. Instead, though, Karrigan's just going to be rushing down towards that bench position once more. And he wants a bit more of the action. The flashbang comes in from ChrisJay. He's got the first kill. They've smoked off T-steps. Karrigan ideally needs to get the hell out of it. He's going to run towards B. There's a player coming from the underpass as well, so he needs to be careful. But he's got away with them. What's happened there? I couldn't tell you. Voxic was standing top of middle with his knife out and just got taken down. He was flashed, but he didn't move. He just stood there with the knife out. That was a little bit weird.
Yeah, a little bit of a disconnect.
Maybe I missed a detail, but that's what looked to happen there. The knife out, no movement.
Perhaps. Moving now towards the top of Banana to contest it. As the molly fades. Karrigan going to get boosted up by ChrisJay, and the cavalry to B has arrived, but that's exactly what 100 Thieves were hoping would happen. They've now managed to divide the CTs in a happy 50-50. They have the numbers advantage coming into the site, so it's just a question of execution.
Frozen and Robs. Voxy just timed out. So yeah, something happened there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't just me. So I was like, am I taking him out for no reason?
No,
We've
worked it out, yeah. Yeah, there's 2 Karrigans in the server right now.
So, flash attack from the apartments. 3 make their way through. Flash does nothing for Frozen. He only gets the 1 though, but there's still a player towards the pit. That's going to be Robs. Good for 1. Make it 2 as Gratisfaction, last player remaining 10 seconds here. Has to recover the bomb, get 3 kills. Not going to happen. Very convincing finish there for Mousesports. They're looking comfortable here, and the pace is starting to drop off for 100 Thieves.
Woxic, a little mad. ChrisJay, a bit of Schadenfreude, laughing at his teammates' misery.
Well, they still won the round, I suppose.
Exactly.
Not the end of the world.
I imagine there was probably a comment of the ilk of, still don't need you, Woxic. We can do it without you.
Well, that is fortunate after that happening. It happens every now and then there's been some historic rounds that come to memory where a player has dropped out and it has cost them the round, and it's a massive deal. If you win the round there and it's going to round number 15, your money's still going to be there. They can presumably recover the AWP and give it to him. So I suppose all is well. We'll see it go to the final round here. It's going to make sure Voxic is in and ready. He's had his fair share of technical issues over the years. Seems to be played with them.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember the mouse gate of Berlin.
Yep, that was the...
Never forget.
He's probably sick of it at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Why me? Hoping to get him back in the server shortly.
So, final round coming up.
You won't see the mouths moving, of course. A reminder, technical timeouts. You haven't seen so many, so you may have forgotten. But absolute silence required.
Not from us.
No,
although we could do that.
I mean, the silence from me is just as I continue to try and think about how this series could possibly play out. I mean, yes, 100 Thieves have struggled versus a couple of opponents at this tournament. We saw them fall to G2. 2-0 fashion, no less. Victories versus Tyloo and Evil Geniuses brought them here. And admittedly, Mousesports put up a better fight versus G2, but still fell to the international roster that has been making waves here in Katowice.
Final purchase in from 100 Thieves. 1 Krieg, the Galil, 3 pistols. Very basic utility as well. We'll see Frozen looking for a challenge here. They'll be thrown around the corner with that flashbang. He'll definitely have a peek. JKS holding right back. Carrigan at the barrels, joined by Frozen. So they've had to expend a couple of bits of utility there with the smoke at the bottom, but they have full control. Confirmed there's no one on the other side. Flash from Grap. Does catch Carrigan and dissuade him from his position. Knocks him off his perch. 4 players without helmets on the T side here. So those M4s is going to chew through them.
And that's aggressive with Carrigan rocking the M4A1, and he does tap away, but Frozen, his greed, could potentially lose them the round. He wanted the frag, but now he's just got a 50 caliber bullet lodged in his skull. Woxic doing everything he can, and he's got more than enough. A double, a triple. Woxic, phenomenal way to end the half. Mousesports, well, definitely need Woxic for that one.
That was insane. What a way to close things out. He just got kicked off the server, and he puts his foot on the throat of 100 Thieves towards the end of that half. It's 8-7. We're going to go catch our breath. We'll be back with the second half very shortly.
Yeah, we are going to throw it over to Stunner, who's awaiting us at the desk.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Henry. And yes, we all do love exactly what we're watching right now. Counter-Strike. It's what brought us all here. But for the time being, I've been tasked with something very, very special and I guess very interesting in a lot of ways. I've prepared this, so I'll just read from the card if you wouldn't mind. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 will drive on, and we will complete this Masters Championship. However, I regret to inform you, the viewer at home, that the public or in-arena audience, that has been canceled. That, for the time being, until further notice, has been canceled. These are interesting times, but esports will power on. It will take a lot more than some coronavirus to stop this esports train. So save your Fs in chat for whoever loses the final. And for now, let's return to this 100 Thieves versus Mousesports game.
Telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Difficult for Stunner to deliver that message, and a little extra message from us as well is that Carmack will be providing additional information on the situation coming into the playoffs after this game, after this map, I should specify. So do stay tuned for that. Of course, IEM is his heart and soul, so I'm sure that's not going to be easy to watch.
Certainly not. We will continue with this series and try and keep ourselves in a good mood, high spirits.
I think I should apologize and explain. If someone's been tuning into this half and is wondering why I'm just sitting there in silence, that's my bad. I have let that kind of bleed into my mindset.
We got the news just before this went live.
Yeah.
So yeah, it hasn't been the easiest half to get through. We're going to do our best.
Enthusiasm at a minimum, but we need to remember it's all about the Counter-Strike at the end of the day, and that's what these players are here for. They came here to prove that they are the best, and there's no way to do that than beating the rest.
Well, here we go then, Alex. It's going to be a fast approach from Jacob. He is looking to challenge Chris J here. Only one round separates these two teams. 100 Thieves on the CT side now. Looking for that banana control. This won't be a B execution like we've seen a couple of times today. Flashbang over the top of Halfwall, and it's going to be Chris J the challenge. He's only got the Glock in hand. As up, rotates over towards B. We've got JKS and Jacob waiting for Az's arrival. This CZ towards the boiler room. Came into fashion in 2019. We're seeing it more and more these days. A couple of kills available at close range proximity.
Yeah, I saw Grad's faction get a triple kill from this exact spot, and he's already got off to a flying start. Rops beheaded and only 2 bullets expended from that CZ. Limited ammo, so that's something. Grad can continue to rack up the kills if they step into his crosshair. And here comes number 2. Walks it gone, and here comes a potential third. Carrigan wins the duel. But Grad's faction, he makes that CZ work. 2 early kills. What can you do with the remaining pieces? Carrigan thinking about it. Looks like B is the letter at the tip of his tongue.
Well then, Chris J. They've got a battle away and towards B. They've got no utility now, and one by one they will go down. A very clean finish there from 100 Thieves. 4 players survive. JKS with a couple of frags, and Grad's faction impressing us with that CZ especially. You can see how effective that is. It manages to spam away, take off heads, and it's very good at being scrappy in those close range positions. So well done to him. Here's the replay of the first shot. Great one as well. Robs didn't see that coming. Moves out of the boiler room. Catches Voxic as well. Just great work all around. JKS, you can see they had no smoke for spawn. They're jumping in one by one. Maybe could have done a bit more with that considering there was time remaining. But there we go. Mouse Sports will give the round up. 100 Thieves to get the MP9s out. FAMAS there for Jacob. And we do have a 4 spy for the international squad here. We've got Desert Eagles across the board. A couple of smokes and flashbangs at Molotov. And it's going to be a timeout here.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is a tactical one. We will find out. It looks like there's the admin there. Voxic up to his usual tricks.
No, not this time. I'm seeing Frozen's doing some gymnastics at the back as well. Some yoga, perhaps. But it does seem like, yeah, Voxic, he's up to his usual hijinks. Poor guy seems to be the main member of Mouse plagued by these issues, but timeout does mean that 100 Thieves can stew in how they plan to handle this round. Of course, the call would have been made prior to that timeout likely, so...
Look at the console. I don't think there's any information available. It looks like
it's
a monitor situation here, so...
Unplugging the power cable now, looking good.
Seconds.
Looking good as the second cable, looking for the stand. They need to pull this off and, adjusting. Voxic not going to be assaulted by the monitor. Looking good for the quick change, though. Do have the DisplayPort cable. Going to have to see that inserted swiftly.
Nice work from the engineers there.
Beautiful work.
And that's going to be the monitor back on. So whatever the issue was, the monitor, it's being switched out. Monitor bug, apparently. They're replacing it, and we'll be back underway very shortly. You might have to calibrate a few settings. That could take just a minute or two. We'll see if this is where we can get back into the action. Remember, this is the force by now from Mouse Sports. And you want Voxy to feel comfortable. He's hitting some ridiculous shots in that first half, so you want to see more of that.
Yeah, he needs to make sure that his digital vibrance is so high, everyone's got a tan, and your eyes are slightly bleeding. Perfect.
They're enjoying themselves there.
Yeah. And of course, meditation's an option. JKS was considering it. Inferno, our first map in this series, but if you didn't quite catch the veto...
I didn't catch the veto, you know?
Well, you know
Let's have a look.
I'm glad you said, because Dust 2 is going to be up next. That's the choice of Mouse Sports, and should we need it, it's Nuke. Mouse were presented with the option of Mirage or Nuke and opted for the latter. I'm really enjoying Nuke games recently. Like, I'm a convert. I've been a bit of a Nuke hater. I'm going to be real.
What
I
do
haven't
you
said
hate
it out
about
loud
it?
before. I was bad at it.
Okay.
That's pretty much where it stems from. But also watching it, like, the game did feel rather stale. Like, it was often a lot of the same stuff. But since it kind of syncs up with the removal of cash and more teams forced to play it, we've talked about it once, we'll talk about it again.
Yeah.
It really has become somewhat of a favorite of mine.
No, I like it as well. I think that the variations we're seeing on the T side and the fact it's not such a CT stomp these days, it's actually a lot of fun to see the mind games, the wall of smoke variations, getting players down towards secret, vent dives, getting control of ramp and players understanding how that part of the map really works and how to get the most out of it. It is turning into a fun one to watch for sure. Between these two teams, it'll be a great game.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens on Inferno first, though. We're going to have the MP9s out, remember, and it is the second round of our first map here in the best of three. This one is picked by 100 Thieves. They have themselves the Desert Eagles on the Mouse Sports side, looking to answer back. A very difficult round still, but with the Desert Eagles, Mouse Sports are very well versed at this particular pistol.
Yep, nades caught by Chris J, both of them frozen, however. The first one in, and there is no trade potential. So just an early advantage seized by Jacob. They tuck themselves back into the site, keeping them that distance. That is an advantage you have in rounds like this. Yes, admittedly, the Deagle, but very easy to hit those panic Deags up close. You've got Jacob on that Z-axis, JKS to try and bait them in. He's getting a little too flustered with his utility, perhaps, because Carrigan's hit one. JKS, the last stalwart defender of B, and he's gone. Rops makes sure of that. Grat caught off. Carrigan choosing to push through the smoke, and now they've got an advantage, and likely the round. They're so heavily damaged, but I'm not sure 100 Thieves are going to be able to know that.
I don't think they can even consider going for it at this point. They're smoked out. They've only got those MP9s. They're actually just going to be holding on to those by the looks of things here. So it is going to be Mouse Sports with 4 players up, somehow making it work. Carrigan's Desert Eagle towards Banana area. Like, there's something going on there. He always seems to find a couple of kills. He did it yesterday completely blind. He got 2. Yeah. He's doing it again today. Like I said, his individual form, like, say what you will about Carrigan historically, the last 6 months, like, he's been impressive. He's looked decent. He's playing up to his role. Yeah. He's calling well. They lifted like 5 trophies towards the end of last year. Like, this is great to see.
Yeah, and say what you want about Carrigan, but Mouse Sports did win a tournament without him at the end, the grand finals.
That's a good point, yeah.
He was actually on a plane when they lifted that trophy.
How insane was that?
Oh, yeah. That was a harrowing loss.
So they'll save the MP9s. Azir and Liaz, that is, and we'll see what kind of force buy comes in. It pretty much has to be a force buy. He's got $1,500 on JKS and Gratisfaction. Even with the loss bonus coming in next round, he still won't have enough to buy, so you might as well do what you can with these Desert Eagles and armor.
What a shot that was. The first one just immediately takes Jacob's power position out of play. JKS, he hears the cue, throws the nade, baited perfectly by Mouse Sports. They advance and they retract. $300 squandered, and heavy advantage for Mouse into this one. Not a single long rifle available. Just the pocket SMGs. Grat, Molotov'd out, but he might be able to tuck in time. That's some survival at least, but eventually found. Good flashbang from Liaz to deter.
Opening frag found. Still a chance for 100 Thieves. They have the incendiaries. We've seen the clock run out a lot today. Now Sports need to be careful. But you can see they're being assertive. They've made a move of conviction over towards the B side of the map. I think they're going to go for this smoke spawn. Get yourselves in with the advantage. You can pretty much guarantee you're going to have a massive chance of taking this round. JKS will sit in the smoke with the Desert Eagle. Doesn't work out for him. Desperately spraying through the smoke. Jacob will inflict no damage. I think they've got to save again. NP9s, they've saved 2 of them before, now 3. So I guess the numbers are going up, just not in the way you'd like, perhaps.
Yeah, no. These MP9s aren't even a guarantee to be saved. Look at that warning shot.
8 damage.
Sounded good.
It sounded great. Straight to the face. So is that, though. Chris J opens up a ding towards Liaz and Azza. I think he gets his frag, which he does. So there it is. He'll be able to upgrade to a FAMAS at least, but we'll see whether that's going to have a massive knock-on effect. I don't think it will. The round is going in favor of Mouse Sports, who seem to be getting on their feet at this point. They've lost the pistol. But they've won that second round force fight, and against the third as well, they fend off 100 Thieves. So this has to be the full eco now. For the Australians, they're going to save an MP9 potentially, maybe not, as Voxic will be ready and waiting. Double digits for Mouse Sports, and at this point, full eco. Can't even buy much more than a flashbang, to be honest with you. There it is. Azza will get it. And this is what we'll do. You can either like stack towards the top or middle of the mouth villas and have a footsteps flash over, or you can just wait outside of the banana area on the B side. Same sort of thing. Flash over, 4 people swing round.
It's a classic.
It does work. Like 1 in 20 times, this will win a round.
Yeah, because you've got these JKS, Azza, Jacob, all with their crosshairs poised to hit those dinks. That's the flash he plans to throw.
So it's towards B this time. Like they might get a kill out of this, but it's not. Oh, Chris is just going up.
Oh.
He just dropped his AK.
He was trying to bait and switch, pulls them back, and Frozen, he's happy to collect with the MAC-10.
That was almost a disaster.
It could have gone wrong.
The flashbang got everyone. You can see Chris laughing about it. He's like, okay, yep, won't do that again. Lesson learned.
Had they had nades, right? I guess the idea was just to make sure if there was one half wall, he could bait the nades and not give them the rifle. But yeah, interesting choice from Chris J. Fortunately, he's got Frozen, who with some great spray control, admittedly. I don't think he lets go after the second frag. He just keeps spraying into the third. Round 20, 11-8 favoring Mouse. They have started to really find their pace. 3 of the 4 rounds of play in this second half have gone their way, and this is 100 Thieves' best shot in a while to take one back.
Carrigan at the very top of Banana. First map here. Remember, this is picked by 100 Thieves as well. This should be huge if Mouse Sports take it, and they've had the fight for this lead. The pistol round felt like it was theirs in the first half. 100 Thieves have been scrappy. They've managed to get themselves back out of impossible situations.
It's a really good word for them.
We'll see whether these FAMASs and the M4s, with no kits, just to know that, can fend off a fully equipped Mouse Sports here. Krieg's AKs, still with 2 smokes, flashes, and Molotovs. Going for that mid-control. In terms of the defense, it's Gratisfaction at the top. He's got a gap in the smoke to work with. And HE as well, we can deploy that now. That'd be fantastic. Instead, the gap. Oh, it eludes him. He might get the kill the HE.
Not as much damage as I was expecting. It's down to Liaz's sprays. Bit wild, bit scrappy, to use your word. And now Carrigan's into the site. Where is his team, though? They're locked out on hay bales. Liaz, he's playing around the smoke. He could perhaps catch Rops, but too quick on the trigger. The Estonian finds a crucial frag. Now this round should be Mouse's. And backing away to save. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Close. But Azza, excuse me, it wasn't Azza. Who was playing in the, it was Gratisfaction that was on the FAMAS that couldn't quite exploit that gap.
No, it looked like it was really set up for him there. I feel like there was definitely 1 kill at the start, but unfortunately this didn't connect. Can be a pretty wild weapon if it gets out of control, and we will find ourselves with just the 1 kill there. That was found by Liaz, but that's not going to be quite enough, I'm afraid. Mouse Sports starting to look very convincing here as Inferno starts to unravel for the Thieves. They will save M4s and a FAMAS, so not all is lost here, but that's going to be their 4th round in a row they give up. Lost bonus building for sure. With 3 weapons, they'll be okay for another buy here. No hunting going on as they cower towards the B side of the map. Mouse Sports starting to extend their lead, stretching their legs, and asserting their dominance.
Those 3 preserved rifles. GKS on that FAMAS, and I was talking about this earlier, but yeah, it does seem like the FAMAS is getting a whole lot less love than the Galil. Of course, good reason for that would be the T side as well. Nice, cheap, powerful rifle, given this T economy advantage. Round 21, looks like we're charging straight up towards some early nades and banana. No one home, just JKS solo B to start things off.
Gratisfaction saving up the pennies for that AWP. Here's with the CZ here. He can expend a little bit more cash, considering he just needs the rifle going forward. They will have maximum loss bonus. Fnatic smoke deployed in front of the bomb site, just to try and bait out whatever utility they have on that side of the map. It looks like a full execution will be coming in regardless. Rops, though, he loves these sort of plays. He is always lurking around the apartments, backstabbing sometimes, and just holding the rotations off at others. Contact play looking kind of likely here. They're just going straight in.
Yeah, Az's a bit late, and he's already lost his teammate. That could be enough.
I think it is. You really do have to say it again in these ones. Yeah, and Azza knows it. At least they've made that call, because they go for that one, it's going to fall apart very quickly. This is Mousesports calling a pretty much perfect game at this point. Like, that one smoke, just to ruffle their feathers a little bit, actually looked a bit like a fake. They actually weren't really convinced they were coming in off that. Then the contact play off the back of it, the Fnatic smoke down, really difficult to contain when you're on this weak buy as well. You've got no utility to really flash over and push and see what's going on. And we'll see ourselves at a 13-8 scoreline. This is really warming up to be a great game, but it's dropping off at this point. But they are saving cash at least. They are keeping those weapons up. And when Gratisfaction gets his AWP out, that will be the final chance.
I mean, I was about to say that. Just as I saw Rops hover over Grat's name, I was like, we haven't seen a lot of that CT AWP.
No, he's still got a chance to cause some destruction here. Rops seeing it as a player towards the brave up position. 13-8. So Gratisfaction, he can now afford the big green sniper rifle. Voxer gave us a bit of a masterclass on what he can do with the weapon. See whether it can be replicated here. Grat does get given the AWP.
And at these kind of stages in the game, I do like to check in with the utility damage, but there isn't too much for the 100 Thieves. A contrast with Mousesports, with 3 players over 180. In fact, 300 from Chris J.
Yeah, well, he's the banana player. It's not his first rodeo. He's had a few experiences of pushing down there, getting those incendiaries in the perfect position with the HEs as well. Garrigan leading the charge here.
Hello.
This is one of their textbook plays, especially when they have a Mac 10. They love just launching one player up and seeing what can be done. We're going to have Garrigan, Chris J pushing through. Good trade. That's the definition of a trade, really. We'll see that. Good spacing, making sure you pounce on the chance to actually get the kill right away. We'll see now Carrigan get towards the moped.
Just maintain that advantage. Through the smoke he goes. Gratisfaction, he had that AWP. I don't think he even got to use a single bullet.
I think you're right.
Oh, and this round comes tumbling down. All too familiar circumstances for the Oceanic squad.
Their confidence is just peaking right now. You don't see many plays like that. It's very effective, but it's all about timing and gut feelings there. Going through the smoke is unexpected, and you can see Gratisfaction, like, he had no idea that was even coming. One player dies at Arch, and there's no time to even communicate. They could push the smoke and kill you from the back. Like,
it could happen.
No one's thinking about that. Like, it's normally you get those kills, most people put the brakes on, because they're like hitting all their shots right now, super confident, just feeling it, and like out-dueling them in pretty much every instance. Like, that's when you start to look unstoppable on the T side. We'll see now. Money just looking unreal for Mousesports. 4 players at 5 digits. Chris J not far behind on 6 grand. As a Molotov towards B flashes over. JKS. Oh, he's in trouble here.
Oh,
that could be up.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, like, you need a confidence booster. And charging down Banana and finding an early double kill would have been exactly that. However, in stark contrast, being slowed by a nade and burning in a Molotov and bullets from a smoke, it's a nasty way to go. They do have Banana control, though, and a 2-2 split of their remaining resources.
So what's the reply here? Gratisfaction has the glass cannon AWP. Couple of flashes to their name. They still have 2 smokes. And it's going to be the 3 players out of the apartments again. We saw an attempt from this 100 Thieves. Didn't really work out. Can Mousesports show them how it's done? Gratisfaction's starting to hit some shots now. Azza will pipe in as well. It's going to be a big spray down. 3 on 2. Make it 2 on 1.
Gosh. Like 6 frags in 4 seconds now, Woxic. Managed to get out. He's going to make some noise. Oh, the shot. Did it really confuse Liaz that much? It did look like he had, but now the extra shots are enough for him to find the view over the smoke. Big catch, and that's 100 Thieves, a necessity if they want to stay competitive here on Inferno. This was their map pick, Henry, and it bears repeating considering the scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely true. And remember, 100 Thieves have won both pistols as well here.
Oh God, yeah.
And it's starting to look a little bit grim, but some signs of life here with the big spray down. Liaz had the work for this one. As you notice, when Voxy drops down the balcony there, if you fire the bullet, you get the timing correct, you can kind of silence your drop down, but it was kind of obvious what he was up to there. Liaz, using the smoke, managed to get a bit of a one-way there, and he will close out the round as we go for a tactical timeout on the Mousesports side. Knowing they've got a lot of money, they just want to make sure they have the perfect game plan here to close things out. One round, do it before 100 Thieves can get into double digits, and they'll discuss their options at this point. If they can just win this one, get map point, there'll be no money left on the CT side. They'll be in a very difficult spot. They've already had to save so many weapons. They don't want to do that anymore.
Looks like a tech timeout will be called, so do hold your horses. If you have horses, hold them. If you don't have horses, just wait. Chill.
Wait until you get some.
Yeah, maybe. You're going to get horses when you retire, Hank? You told me once upon a time.
I'm going to go for alpacas, I think, or llamas.
I've heard good things about alpacas. Why have I heard good things?
They're really fluffy and cute, and they kind of this friendly. So they're smaller versions of llamas.
Do the alpacas spit, or is that just llama exclusive?
I believe they do, but only when they're like kind of mad, I think. Like, as long as you're nice to them, I think they're cool.
All right, so be nice to alpacas.
Yeah, I went to an alpaca farm once, and had a great time.
Did you?
I did.
Did you meet any particular? Is there a particular alpaca that stands out to you?
I've got photos at home. Maybe I can dig them out one day,
that.
and I'll send them to you. We can. Maybe I'll just take you to an alpaca farm one day. You can see it for yourself.
Alpaca wool is ridiculously soft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! Imagine cuddling a warm, alive one. That's what I am anyway.
I haven't cuddled one. I've stroked one, but I don't know. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Talking of utility damage on your screens, you can see the stark contrast. The CT side is going to start building up. Of course, more rounds that Mousesports have had on the CT side will lead to more utility damage numbers, but those numbers are going up for Chris J. He's done an additional 80 since I last checked in from the T side. 370 now. Looks like the tech timeout is back in business, and so it's time to find the conclusion of Inferno. It's our first map of our final series of our last group stage day. Playoffs around the corner tomorrow, and only one of these teams can book a spot.
It's a very good point. We're getting to that stage of the tournament now. And here we go. Could be the final couple of rounds, and Mousesports keep this sort of form up. Managed to get 6 rounds in a row before 100 Thieves could finally answer back. But now, they've got the weaponry. They don't have the AWP, that's for sure. But we'll see if Froze wants to go for this smoke here.
They're feigning it, but not going on it. The flash and the smoke to extinguish the Molotov is suggesting they're much further up Banana than they are. Wonder if that draws out any additional CT utility. Jacob and Az are holding their ground. So Chris J smoking towards the long side. And Brackets is theirs. Gratz Faction's hearing these steps. He's tucked in on the site. He doesn't have his AWP. Poor guy hasn't had much of a chance to use his signature weapon this half.
No, that's a very good point. I think he's only been able to fire off a couple of shots, to be honest with you. One of them was successful, the other didn't land. Now with the FAMAS. Had to opt for the utility instead. His team were desperate for it. Carrigan smoked down towards Library. Start to thread the needle towards CT spawn. He's confirmed that this area is now clear. Does he go for this smoke again?
He is playing mind games. He is playing mind games. Another smoke, but this time it's from the CTs. He chooses to use it, and no attention drawn. That was enough for Chris to find the first. Liaz falls as well. Mousesports look like a well-oiled machine, and so do I after some baby.
That's actually an amazing call. Like the mid-round call there, did you see all the attention that was being focused towards Carrigan's side there? He's got a smoke down. They have no vision, right? So they don't know the numbers on that side. They just know he's got towards Arch. They're having to keep one eye on that side of the map regardless. Carrigan busts through just as his teammates pincer as well. They don't even get a shot off on the CT side. And again, they have to save 3 M4s here as they find map points on the Mousesports side. they're making this look easy.
We are seeing much more of an influx of that decision-making of molly or smoke. Like that choice from the CTs there to smoke the presence from Carrigan. They knew there was something, there was a threat there. The smoke, typically, people would consider enough. But now, with the ways Mousesports are playing this, it has to be a Molotov if you aren't going to be addressing it. If you aren't going to have eyes on it, you have to have the flame on the floor. 15-9.
So I assume a tactical timeout here. There's no point not to, I suppose, at this stage. 100 Thieves looking a little bit dejected there. They've had their fair share of impressive rounds as well. It's not like they didn't get going. They had the great start. But now it's all grinding to a halt. M4 saved 3 of them, and able them to buy once again. With that maximum loss bonus, and they're going to send 3 players towards B, looking to challenge. Grenades exchanged, and it looks like it will be Mousesports who will get the advantage. Azza down very low indeed. Frozen committed through the flames. He did get hit by JKS.
JKS isn't done.
I think he gets another one here.
Oh, he's so low, and it was the full HP Frozen. Not the low HP Chris J. He even gets away, Hank. That's a dream.
Yeah, they were too focused on pulling their grenades out and mollying him in there. They actually enabled him to get back. They've just had the line on the molly, dropped that. I think they've just swung around the AKs. They get the kill.
Look at the boost. Oh, it could be great, but the smoke. Rops has just got a perfect path. Oh, and Mousesports, just the toes of Chris J exposed enough to get the first. 2 remain, but Rops has slipped the net. There could be more twists in this round yet, Henry.
That's a sick smoke. It creates a little path there. You get to sneak up without anyone being... And none the wiser. We'll see if Gratisfaction's flashbang will work out. Rops is in CT spawn. You can see they've got an inkling that not everything is quite right. Where is Rops? He usually is lurking towards the apartments, but this time he's checking out the library.
Gratisfaction does seem to be thinking about it now. He has the headshot spot. Rops, no stranger to a headshot. He got the shot. Down to 13. Grat has done some of the work for Liaz, but it's all onto him now. Woxic stepping into the site if he gets this nade right. Rops on the dome, finished off by Liaz's bullets. 3 versus 1 as the rotate now starts to come in. He's flashed in the open, will tuck in, and a bomb plant does seem to be coming in safe and sound, but he's exposed. And 100 Thieves live to see round 26.
They absolutely will. Going to need 5 more in a row now to take us to overtime. Certainly possible on the CT side of Inferno, but they'd need to get 2 or 3 now just to start breaking the money down before we can start thinking about that. There's going to be a couple more very healthy buys coming from Mousesports. But nice work here. Good recovery. That was a nice idea from Mousesports, a little path they created to sneak up towards the arch side. Voxic, I feel like if he held that position towards library, he might have got Azza, but regardless, just try to get the bomb down for an extra bit of money. The battle begins at Banana once again. A river of flames is formed and Chris J is drowning. Down to 46. And for now, his teammates will save and the smoke will extinguish the flames and back into the default we go. The battle is over. CTs do not have vision of Banana, but it's actually Mousesports falling back and coordinating themselves for another A execution. They've got great ones as well. They can segregate the entire bomb site, focus on the pit. They look likely to go for that flash attack towards the apartments again with 3 out. They could do a dribble smoke that gives them access towards a pit as well. That's like sometimes the most basic approach, 1 flash and going with it. This can actually work out very well.
Yeah, he strafes straight into the cover of the hay bales. It doesn't feel like a power position when they exploit it like this. And Gratisfaction's only allowed 1. Rops takes 2. It's not about being allowed, he steals it. Azza could not tuck into library in time. JKS desperately trying to keep the Inferno dream alive, but it looks like Mousesports' T side, it's just been so well coordinated. They steal the Thieves map pick away.
Unless there's some sort of a miracle waiting. JKS and Jay can create a tower. And unless they get a kill now, this ain't happening. Last round, gonna go for it, and it will be the map going in favor of Mousesports here. A really strong T side. You can see how well oiled they are, as you mentioned. Their strategies are perfect. Their individual form is peaking. They're looking like dead certs for the Spodek, Alex.
Yes, absolutely. And there is 1 map waiting in the wings. It's their choice. Dust 2 is where we will see the 2nd map played in this series. Chance for 100 Thieves to strike back. This was a ridiculous round from Chris J. A full ace, and we've seen many hero plays from the individuals of Mousesports. Too much for 100 Thieves. Let's see how Dust 2 goes after we break down the first at the desk.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 in a time that is, well, dire, but also under control. Right now, we do have the very opportunity to speak with the head of the Intel Extreme Masters. That is going to be Carmack himself. And, of course, joining me here on the sofa would be the gentleman from the analyst desk. Carmack, what's up, man?
Yes, so most people that have an online connection probably know by now. At 7:45 p.m. Central European Time, which is, what, an hour and a half ago or something like that, thereabouts, we received a paper document from the Voivodeship of Silesia, which is, for those of you that don't know, it's kind of like Poland is divided into 16 sub-regions, and Silesia is the sub-region, so the head person of the entire sub-region where Katowice is in, made the decision that we are not allowed to bring fans into the event. So going forward, the event will continue. It will continue in Spodek. The matches will be played out as they were supposed to, with the broadcast, with everything, except, unfortunately, the fans. So if you've purchased a ticket, you will unfortunately not be allowed inside the venue. Just a little bit of background on this. As I said, we just got the news very, very recently. Our license to have a mass event was, we had a binding license for the event. Okay. It was reconfirmed multiple times in the past week. As early as several hours ago, we had confirmation that we're okay to go. Just as background again, I don't want anybody to get the impression that we sat on the news or anything like that. This is very, very sudden, and I'm relatively shaken up.
Yeah, understandably.
What we did is, at the beginning of the month, at the beginning of February, we had a task force to deal with the coronavirus matter and figure out what to do, in what scenario, how to prepare the event for it. So when we had meetings with sanitary and health inspection bodies, I'm sorry I can't translate them properly into English. I'm pretty sure you kind of get the gist of it. They were actually, they had a very positive outlook on what we have done. We've prepared, all the people that were supposed to come in, enter, were supposed to be screened for high temperature, checked if, if they're exhibiting any symptoms. Should they exhibit symptoms, they would be passed on to medical staff, and then the medical staff would make decisions. So we wouldn't allow people exhibiting symptoms of being sick into the event. We increased the number of times that all the surfaces were cleaned, door handles, right, banisters, and so on and so forth. A greater number of medical staff and things like that.
Precautions.
We've done due diligence on all the guests that are somehow under our control. So accredited press, players, all sorts of staff. Anybody coming in from a country that is that has an outbreak of coronavirus, we were requesting them to have, we were either helping them get checked up and verified if they're healthy, or requesting from them an official doctor's certificate that they are indeed healthy. So on our end, we've done everything in our power, and we've had multiple reassurances that we have an event with the public, and we were expecting to go into tomorrow having an event, but unfortunately Spodek will be empty for the first time with Intel Extreme Masters inside of it.
Which is a massive blow in terms of, what you would normally say is this is an esports event, this is this, but we are still going to put on a phenomenal show. I believe that's pretty fair to say.
Yeah, but I'm not here to sell it right now,
of course,
honestly. Yeah. If you guys, the best service you can do to people online right now that are watching this, that are interested. Do I still watch? Is there still going to be a stream? How is it different? Things like that. If I bought a ticket, what happens? If you guys can think of anything that an average fan could think of and have a question about the event, please do, because that's probably the most productive way I can spend my time here.
I think for the fans, just to keep updates, obviously with the refund process, all that kind of stuff, is that just all the regular ESL social media? Just keep their eyes there.
In our statement, we've already stated that we will refund all the people that bought tickets. We have created several task forces that will deal with, issues, problems, and questions of all the people, players, teams, press, sponsors, exhibitors, fans, all of those. We have groups of people currently working very, very hard to figure out all the possible questions and ways to address these issues. Obviously, this is very fresh. We're not ready to immediately answer all the questions, but we will provide updates. If you're a fan, in need of updates, if you have questions, please go to IEM Twitter @IEM. That's where we will try to post the most frequent updates.
I would also even go as far as say, if you're feeling sick, go talk to your doctor. What could it hurt at this point? I mean, obviously, this coronavirus thing has taken flight. It's taken wheels, and it is something that is better safe than sorry. Correct? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, all we have to do is accept the decision.
Right.
We understand that the voivodeship was well within their rights to have that decision. We have to accept it and move on. It's not the kind of Intel Extreme Masters I was hoping we would see. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the same without a full spot egg. But this is just something that we will have to live with, and honestly, maybe better safe than sorry. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, Carmack. We are going to move on. We do need to keep these matches going. We do need to find out who's the champion here.
If I could, sorry. Just one last thing. Where's the camera?
Give me that one.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, if you've bought tickets to Katowice, if you were hoping to see a wonderful event, had a great time at Spodek, especially for the first time, then all I can do is apologize. We'll do everything in our power to make sure that we do our best for you. But for now, please watch the event on Twitch, watch it online. SpotX closed. Yeah, sorry.
No sorries are necessary. This is life, and sometimes road bumps happen. Thank you so much for coming on and kind of clearing some of the air and clearing some of the questions, Carmack. We're going to get back to the game. I'm sure there's a ton of things to be done around here, so we're going to let you get back to that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to carry on with the Counter-Strike right here, right now at the Intel Extreme Masters. Don't move a muscle. We will be right back after this.
Everything I envision, everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top.
This is your chance to rise. A chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
And I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
– 100 Thieves and Mouse Sports here in the Group B lower bracket final. Again, the winner advancing on to the quarterfinals, and the loser is eliminated. They are done. Finito for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. Our tournament will carry on right here, right now. We're going to be bringing things back to where we were, and I think that's going to be the easiest way to put this. So without any further ado, boys, let's talk some counter.
Yeah, let's focus on the one thing we're going to have, right? We're going to have some fantastic Counter-Strike. That first map, from 100 Thieves side of things, didn't deliver in the way that I'm sure they were hoping. That was their map choice, right? They won both pistols. Today, they played Inferno twice. They've only won over 2 maps, 5 CT rounds of Counter-Strike on Inferno. That is just not good enough, right? There's no two ways around that. They're just not fronting up. And I'm going to put that down to the individuals not firing here. You have 3 guys on this team, Gratisfaction, Liaz, and Jacob, all with, Liaz and Jacob, with only 9 kills to their name. Jacob is normally one of these guys who's stepping up in a big way. He's been having some up and down performances as of late.
Yeah, and the problem is when you face a team like Mouse Sports and they realize that they have the upper end, tactically speaking and individually speaking, they would take the rules of Counter-Strike and they would throw it out the windows and they would force you into chaotic, very uncomfortable situations. And it doesn't matter if you have a game plan if you're 100 Thieves, because you don't get to use it. Kerrigan just realizes, wait a minute, I can win this round playing it quite simply. I can take control of that part of the map in 5 seconds. Then I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it again and again and again. Mouse Sports play simple Counter-Strike, but effective. And when they get the edge over you, they don't let it go.
Yeah, Dust 2 is quite the leaving point here for us, right? I mean, you got Rops blowing people out of the server, which is nice to see. He's plus 13 currently in the series. And right now, are we feeling like this is leaning one way or the other?
If you just build on what Matthew said, the fact that they could play whatever style of game they wanted on Inferno, you now go into Dust 2. You know, this is a type of map where they could just run around and headshot, right? They're obviously not going to go with that approach, but they've got that potent double AWP setup with Woxic and Chris J. You got 2 phenomenal, well, even Froze is picking up the AWP from time to time now. I think the 100 Thieves are done and dusted with this one. They can try with all the structure, but unless the individuals show up, Mouse Sports have got them covered every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with the sentiment, and as well to go back to that T side, Mouse Sports have so much, or rather so many individuals capable in that lineup that they can play a 1-3-1, which is basically just 3 people in a trio trying to go for peak, whereas teams would usually play with 4 because you need that revenge possibility. But when you're Mouse Sports, you can actually just send 3 people making noise, and then you have a potential 1v1 everywhere else on the map. And that is why it's so risky to play against them, because you don't get the possibility to push and go for information, because someone's always going to be here to punish you. So you either win the duels versus the trio, and that's not that easy, or you spend your time just running after the tail of the snake.
Guys, I said that there was a team being eliminated here, potentially 100 Thieves at the conclusion of this map. Is that what we're going to see, Chad? Be honest.
It seems very likely right now. I'm one of their biggest fans in the whole entire world here, Trace, but the type of Counter-Strike they just put up there, I don't know if it's good enough to beat Mouse Sports right now.
Yeah, follow up on that. And even then, Mouse Sports, with the end of 2019 they had, then that would also be logical for them to make it to the playoff. They deserve it. They have shown that they can. They've lifted trophies. They went to grand finals. They've had individuals who evolved and came to a new dimension. And for them, it's time to be in the playoff.
Well, a new dimension is where we all do kind of find ourselves this day and age. 100 Thieves versus Mouse Sports, and pending elimination from Katowice 2020 is the 100 Thieves. Mouse Sports could put a close to their story right here, their chapter right here. But we're going to have to watch Dust 2 to find out. We're going to be doing that with Henry G and Machine.
Thanks very much. We're into the pistol round, and aggressive up middle already. Gratisfaction, he wants blood. He wants the party to start, and Frozen's crashed it almost entirely. One more bullet into the head of Liaz. He did have one in the chamber, but opts for a fresh mag. Across now, the flash up top mid, and oh, Liaz, that I don't want to say terrible, but that didn't look good.
It didn't go well. I can say that much, Alex. That's confirmed. It's a 5 versus 1. Chad said they didn't look like they were up for it. And this pistol, they really haven't got much done at all. This is going to be Azza, who's looking for any sort of consolation frags here. It's not going to work out for him. Voxic will confirm it's a very clean victory. They were Frozen getting 3 big kills, and the replay, I'm not sure we want to have a look.
Yeah, I mean, they invested not only 3 players, but a second flashbang to try and win that duel for Liaz. This was Frozen's first two. Look at that clean work. Chris J in support, but Liaz 1-2 shots missing just about on the shoulder blades of Frozen. Puts them into the force. We're going to be seeing a whole plethora of exciting weapons. The Mag 7, a personal favorite of mine, as it catches a stray bullet through the doors.
Voxic just expending an entire clip there towards the mid doors, and he's connecting! That's actually kind of sick. That worked out for him. He knew there was a chance, and he sticks the landing. We're into the 5-on-4. Remember, the Mag 7, some upgraded pistols here, but a man advantage for Mousesports. Now, how will they operate going forward? There is a smoke down towards shore. We've got Gratisfaction on the other side. He will really need to step up that AWP here on Dust 2. We didn't see a whole lot of it on Inferno, that's for sure. Flashbang potentially thrown in the corner just as the smoke goes down. That's maybe the call, but they're going to just re-smoke it. Decent grenade towards Voxic.
Love to see it. Oh, JKS. He was working with a fraction, a sliver, and he finds Chris J's head. It had to be the headshot. Perfect way to get a one-man equalizer, but it's still a long and tumultuous journey to find the force by victory. Gratisfaction's hiding in the corners. He goes unchecked. More frags. JKS's scout hits another. He's in trouble. Frozen's trying to Molotov himself out of this hard place, and now the frags keep coming for Mouse. They've made it winnable for Rops.
Oh, taking a shot to the chest over the scout. He's got a player on lower B as well. That's going to be Jake. Remember that Mag 7 upgraded now to a Galil. I don't think he wanted to pick it up as it made a sound when the weapon dropped. So the Mag 7, he's got the call, he's been tagged with the scout. He knows this weapon is more than viable for this scenario. He hasn't planted yet, Rops that is, with 15 seconds. What's the call? He just has to run towards A. He'll get a plant out of this. He's certainly capable of winning it. Here comes the play. He needs to be quick. I think he might be in trouble here. Yes, indeed he will be. Wanted to get that bomb planted. Doesn't work out for him. It's a big reply from 100 Thieves there. After losing the first pick as well. A little bit apprehensive there, Mouseport. They got smoked out. Didn't really do anything with it. The flashbang comes through. Close range kills start to be delivered. The scout connecting. This was the initial kill from Voxic from the T-spawn position.
Yeah, so do you want to do some quick maths for me, Henry? Because JKS has 167 ADR. He was tagging up so many with that scout.
That's
not only
true,
the kills, but that body shot as well. He contributed in buckets and spades. Got 2 kills and a second tag as well. Frozen going to run boost his teammate into the middle. And speaking of middle, it does seem like they want to at least contest it a little bit. Yeah, leaves the bomb safe and starts his adventure. Often unmanned, as we talked about, Henry, and this time does seem to be the case.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a smoke for CT spawn. Chris J can deploy that. They don't have a flash. That's the main problem. No one towards B. It's 5 players towards mid. It's not a B split. This is a straight up mid attack. And it's going to be the incendiary down and a great response here. They don't have to worry about the tunnels at all. They look very confident there's 5 players outside at this point. Jacob just mows them down. That was the force buy from Mousesports. It's completely eradicated. Will have to be the eco at this stage. That's 100 Thieves. Start to look a little bit more comfortable here in this series.
Like if this game or 100 Thieves were the kind of heart rate monitor, we're starting to see a couple of beeps. We're starting to see signs of life.
Some resuscitations going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Someone's shouting clear. Someone's shouting scalpel.
Hopefully doctors.
I would, yeah, I should be more specific.
Yeah.
One would hope. Charging down middle on the Glock train. Does look like they're actually going to just try and do the same thing again. One towards short, but here they come. The body of the assault into JK. Yes, they're landing dinks, and they could very well get the bomb. There's weapon lying in wait there as well. One tucked in. He hasn't got through the window. Chris J's begging.
Take him.
Get out of here.
Forget about me. The bomb will go down, at least. Not bad. Like, that was uncomfortable. They got the bomb planted and a kill.
Yeah.
But still, heroics from Chris J. Knowing he was going down. He chucks the bomb through the window and enables him to get a decent plant now, which helps out significantly. They're all on the nose of 5 grand as well, so take 800 away from that, and there's still a compromise buy. They wouldn't be able to get the AWP out. They still might not be able to be fair. Voxic will actually opt for the Krieg instead, so he actually has utility and armor. So decent kill from Chris J, then has to throw the bomb across. You can see Jacob is delivering a boatload of damage there. Bomb does get thrown over, and we get into round number 5. 3-1, 100 Thieves. AWP up for Gratisfaction. If you start seeing more from him, it's Voxic. Same approach we saw in that second round.
Yeah, not quite going to be finding the same connections he did before. So a default. They started with a 2-man presence towards the long, but now it seems as they regroup with Liaz, they'll plan to hedge their bets. concede long for a strong short hold. Very typical to see this in Dust 2. The CTs, they can't cover both efficiently. You've got to make a choice, and the sacrifice will be worked out momentarily. Mousesport's likely to expend a little bit of their utility to take it. Just a flashbang. Second behind them. Calling it clear for now, but more to come. Molotovs towards the pit. Long now under Mousesport's remit.
Absolutely true. Very valuable part of the map. 100 Thieves setting up 3 players towards short. You can see them. This is quite an interesting setup. There's their Gratisfaction AWP, though. Finds Robs. A key scout to take. It's going to have to be the long take at this point, I'm afraid, Alex. They're going to have to smoke the crossover and hope for the best. We saw Na'Vi approach in this sort of manner, just getting up there, seeing if they can find the shots. They're already a man down. A couple of flashes remain on both sides. Azza trying to set up his teammate just when he needs it.
Calls for it. Liaz gets flashed in and has a chance for more. Just the one. Frozen, keeping things level, and Mousesport's got a real chance. Precise from Karrigan as he draws his first blood. Only allowed to get the one, though. That Molotov could do a whole lot of damage. Woxic's going to be forced to try and swing out. The smoke and the nade is enough of a guise for him to maneuver into another fragging position, but with 10 seconds left, no chance he can get to that site with Grat holding the cross. Another for the 100 Thieves.
Yep, just had to do what he could there. It felt like there was a chance of Voxic for 1 second, but lovely shots from Gratisfaction starting to come to life with the sniper at this point. Let's have a look at that first kill come through. Wow, what a shot it was as well. Robs is jumping up. Gratisfaction just removing players from the map. Another fantastic finish there. Frozen off of his head. And we get into a maximum loss bonus situation for Mousesports. We'll see what happens. It's actually 4th stage, I beg your pardon, so that's $2,900 coming in. See whether they want to invest anything at all. We have got around 3,500 average. This is just partial buy territory. Mousesports, after winning the pistol, have now conceded 4 in a row. A chance for the 100 Thieves bank accounts to swell. Start planning for a potential double orb setup. Ideally, get north towards B and A. Enables you to boost the defenses. Shut down those mid splits. Gratisfaction this round, it starts to head towards A. He'll be boosted towards short, but is alone. Actually, is the one who's boosting. First shot for Voxic, absolutely nails it.
Unreal. Doesn't matter if it's a Krieg, Orp or Scout, Voxic
in they go.
Got this number. And all onto Jacob, he brings the fight to them. That's phenomenal. That's the only way he makes this round look as easy as this. A nade as well awaiting Voxic. He does manage to find the elevated position, reduces the damage, he's flashed and he's being hunted. Jacob, B site is his, a quad kill to secure 5.
He's had a really rough few months individually as well. That's a massive round from him. Very precise, very confident. He's been instrumental to this lead right now. 5-1, Jacob getting 4 kills there as well. After that wallbang comes in from Voxic, you'd think he's alone on the site, but he does everything perfectly at that point. He smokes the tunnels so he can just focus towards middle. Flashes over, manages to get a nice double kill. Swings around, Az is backing him up, and they don't concede really anything at all there. Just the 1 kill. And we'll see ourselves going to round number 7. No sniper available for Voxic once again. They have been hamstrung in most of these gun rounds, but they're picking up the pace. 2 players towards short. Frozen to patrol long. Bombs top and middle as the initial smokes are exchanged here.
Really nice that Voxic even managed to avoid his 2 teammates with that wallbang. Jumping down, Chris J punished. JKS, he was ready for it. Knew the short wasn't being held and he had to be paranoid for the drop. Chris J, he jumps straight into the jaws and there's more from Juzzy. As the mollies arrive, the smoke isn't great. Enough for Karrigan to get across though. Molotov burning Frozen down to 20. Advantages heavily leaning towards the 100 Thieves side, but Rops is looking to rock the boat, checking his corners, but not precise enough, because Azza gets another, and Woxic's dropped the bomb. This is T-side Dust 2, I will remind you.
That's a very good point. Normally it's T-sided these days. Karrigan, though, might be up to something here, Alex. This could be an absolute showstopper. Go for the double kill, nails it. His teammate goes down, but Karrigan somehow gives himself an opening. 1 versus 1 now for the in-game leader, up against Azza, who's been very good so far.
He came into this with 1 frag. He wants to leave with 5. Azza, 40 HP. Karrigan, it's not good. Oh man, Azza, he had to hit the tip of the head, precise when necessary, and he stops Karrigan from winning the most ridiculous of rounds.
They overlook 1 position. Karrigan can't believe his luck. It was still very awkward to get those 3 kills under his belt. That's a difficult procedure. He absolutely nails it. Taking down a 12 HP wasn't quite enough to win out the round. You can see this is a nightmare. Liaz comes in and checks it at the end. He did so well to even get this third. Excellent work. He takes a lot of money away from 100 Thieves, but ultimately they still win the round. And it's another partial buy. Deagle's arm up, 1 scout. Hell of a Deagle, though.
Yeah, feels like a full buy, actually. I've changed my mind. Molotov will entice Karrigan to go hunting for Grat, and if his reactions are off, his aim was misplaced. And now Grat, fortunate to be still alive in this round. Rops's Deagle's connecting elsewhere. Woxic scout, Mousesports. I think the fire's been ignited from Karrigan's heroics in the round before.
Yeah, that was a very strange sequence of events there, but ultimately it's going to be a 3-on-2. Kits available, AWP on the retake, 2 players at half HP. I'm not sure what their next move is going to be here. Looks like they're falling back. They give in, considering how much damage was done in the previous round, economically speaking. They are just going to hold on to their weapons here, feeling that they can't really do much about this. So, Mousesports needed something to go in their favor. This was getting out of hand. 6 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves, but they do win a Deagle round. It all started with Frozen out towards long. Completely rattles the defense. At that point, Karrigan helps himself towards short. There was another kill there, but he doesn't get it, but it causes a lot of carnage. They have to drop down. They're all throwing nades up towards short. There's scouts out middle. It was an absolute... it was
what would you call it, Henry?
Horror show of a round, to be honest with you. It wasn't massively impressive technically or tactically, but still, they got it done. It was a lot of chaos, and that's what you want to bring with these sort of rounds. You've just got the pistols.
Yeah, get her done. And they do. A second and a crucial one for Mouse. That's going to give them the opportunity to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the CT side once again. Grat does preserve that AWP, and that's the shot we're talking about. It started it all. Rops was the one to find the second on the flank. JKS desperately trying to support what was a wavering A hold.
6-2. Money back online here for Mousesports. Winning partial buy is always going to help you out tremendously. Gratisfaction feeling the heat towards short will respond with a can of flames of his own. Flashbang over. Karrigan willing to challenge. Just the 5s there as well. It's a nice little move. Now, they weren't expecting that so quickly, and now Gratisfaction, you can see he had no idea they made their way up. Nice pick from Chris J.
Yeah, proactive from Liaz. A spectacular find on the first, and Az has done the same. It's a headshot gallery. And Rops has done it again. Another frag lingering on the other side of the map. The extremities now a threat, and they have to pair up. Azza and JKS, they'll maneuver. Oh no, wait. Perhaps they just decided they're going to concede this round and look for 1 extra frag onto Rops, but he's long gone.
Yeah, so they know Rops was up a B, but yes, he's gone towards T-spawn. They're going to have to save once again. Money being drained from the bank accounts now of 100 Thieves. They will save 2 M4s here. They've got the Incendiary as well, but another fast-paced round does work out for Mousesports here. Managing to shut down Gratisfaction. That was a nice move. We're seeing more and more teams do that when the Flames, like just when you notice like 2 seconds left, you run through them, you take minimal damage. CTs might have their grenades out. They might just be thinking, okay, I've got another couple of seconds here. Surprise him, and Gratisfaction didn't give himself enough time to actually fall back there. Didn't see the swim from Chris J. Big smile on his face. The Flying Dutchman, they call him, for good reason. Straight up there, manages to remove the sniper as he was retreating towards the car.
Big plays. Mousesports. You really cannot write them out of any round. That Deagle win now converted with a full buy as well. Scores on the doors. There isn't anyone really head and shoulders above the rest. Jacob, of course, we saw his earlier eco bash, which put him nice and healthy at the top of the scoreboard for now for 100 Thieves. But into the 10th round then of our second map final series of our last group stage day here at IEM Katowice. Those that could have treated themselves a little bit.
Shotguns. A couple of M4s out, saved in the previous round. And another slow approach from Mousesports. Closing the gap now. As you mentioned though, considered to be a T-sided map. After winning a very convincing pistol, looks like it'd be more of the same for 100 Thieves, but they've come online. Gratisfaction saving money for the AWP once again. $3,000 to his name. See if this is where Voxic can get an opening. We saw Simple hold this angle a few times in the previous matchup. Smoke down to enable him to get a wider angle. And is waiting now.
Thinking about that mid to B, we would be all on a mag 7. His only option would be to go towards the tunnels. Azza does catch one. If he gets drops, that could be the AK he needs. Oh, but he misses his shots, and now the smoke is gone. His advantage isn't, though, because he gets it just in time. Tucks in. Christie's already on the platform, and Frozen has caught Azza rotate. So heavily excited and convinced it's going B. Now A could be open. That A rotate was a little lackadaisical. Liaz with just a USP. It does fall to the JKS mantle, but that's a crucial frag. Could be enough to win the round as he tucks himself in. Woxic's only got 9 seconds. It's going to have to be a knife-out scenario, and JKS, he just has to find the frag. Misses his shots. Woxic hunting. 3 seconds. 2. Woxic above. He misses the shots, and JKS saves the day.
I thought there was a chance of a big no-scope coming in straight to the dome of JKS, but he does enough there. The timer runs out. Will be 100 Thieves to pick up yet another round. 7-3 now. Woxic a little bit frustrated at that one. Did he die after the timer?
3, 2, 1... No.
No, so he still gets cash. And we get into round number 11 here. Mouse Sports struggling somewhat. The AWP is out for Woxic once again. Their money was strong. He does spot the kneecap of Gratisfaction. A flashbang caught Grad as well. That's what caused him to fall back there through the smoke, but still, Woxic took his shot, opens things up. A master of dust too.
No doubt. So many of these frags. We've only had 10 rounds of play, and they always seem to baffle, confuse, and Azza, he's going to have to do a whole lot here. Does avoid the flash nicely, but he can't find the crosshair return in time to just JKS and Jacob towards T-Spawn. It does just look like he's going to try and keep Grat's AWP, but to recap why that AWP is on the ground, the ridiculous, from recapping the kneecapping, he just shoots him. Gratisfaction, that's ballsy to try and challenge the T-side AWP anyway.
He was looking towards top and middle, and then as soon as he got flashed, that's when the kneecap got exposed. He tries to fall back, and then Voxy had already spotted him. He couldn't see when he pulled the trigger, but he took an educated guess as to where he could be. Opening pick, and that's going to pick up the pace for Mouse Sports. They start to pressure towards the bomb side of that stage, and 100 Thieves lose frags all over the map. They're going to have to save weapons once again. The AWP in the hands of JKS. Taking out the M4 as well. We're getting to round number 12 here. Mouse Sports shake off the short fallings in the previous round. 4 players survive here. The money is okay for 100 Thieves. There was one more buy there. They save both these weapons. Mouse Sports starting to stabilize here somewhat. They can still win the half. Bear that in mind.
Yeah, it really can turn around on its head. I'm not sure how disappointed 100 Thieves would be. Of course, you know, the opportunity to do more damage, but want to take a quick look at how their average distribution looks like on Dust 2, and I have it in front of me now. Last 3 months, it's been somewhat of a 50-50 split in where their rounds have been accrued, so there is no particular leaning. But of course, the T side has been dominating here in Katowice. Mouse Sports 11 rounds straight versus G2 on their T side. On this very map. Woxic challenging towards the long. Grat, he's been having a bit of a tumultuous time up against the Mouse Sports utility. He rarely gets a chance, and actually I saw a great tweet. I believe it was Semphis just saying a lot of people don't realize how hard it is to AWP against tier 1 teams.
Oh, of course. It's a completely different kettle of fish.
It feels like very different to what you're used to in the matchmaking service.
Absolutely. Like they're unbelievably fast. Their movement is out of control. You've not really experienced anything like it, so you've been up against them. It's not a fun experience. But for now, long control gathered. Frozen. He'll be there with the Krieg. Voxic's got himself in towards the pit. The bomb's outside B, so could be trying to just smoke the crossover here, take some vision away. A few Voxy shots towards the A side, then walking towards the B bomb. So hopefully finding just one single player there. It's going to be Jacob for now, using the cubby at this point. Here's the smoke towards crossover. So they've Molotov the car. They're showing a lot of presence. That smoke will land nicely in the middle of the crossover. We'll see whether they can actually get it done at this point. So double smoke. It's convincing. Will it cause enough rotations, though? There's only Jacob in towards B. But like we said, a strong position. It could be enough here.
Doesn't wait too long. He wants to make sure it stops, and he holds the spray, expecting close swing. Only one. It may not be enough for the CTs, and certainly not now. Frozen drops and takes a second. Woxic to put the cherry on top, and 7-5. Mouse Sports, they're continuing to close this gap. They've won 4 of the last 5 rounds of play. Starting to find the answer to what did look like a very comfortable 100 Thieves after their second round win.
What a brilliant call from Carrigan. Very convincing. You got Frozen up there, just absolutely railing people. The smokes are down, the Molotovs are there. If he's finding frags as well, there's no chance Jacob's going to be able to hold off 4 players making their way in towards the site. He did get 1. I guess maybe, in my opinion, pulled the trigger a bit too early on that. If he was going to win the round, he needed at least 2 kills. But either way, next round begins. Number 13, the first real eco for 100 Thieves so far. They've got 5 players towards long. Here comes the flashbang. And the bomb's there towards the long doors as well. They need to be very careful here. Flash goes over. And they haven't swung just yet. Here they come.
Oh, Frozen. Comfortable spray, and Carrigan's there just to help pick up the pieces. That will be a very quick conversion of the eco, and neat and tidy. No one dropping. Mousesports have nothing to complain about, and you can see they've got all the cash they could possibly desire. It's time to treat themselves a pistol of choice, if they so desire. And quite an opposite scene for the boys of 100 Thieves. Last 2 rounds of this half.
Where you see Frozen just getting it done. Leading the charge for Mousesports here, looking to tie things up. There's no AWP available on the 100 Thieves side. 5 modest M4s enter round number 14 here. And Carrigan, once again, picking up that pace. Smoke down.
Such a habit for these fast-paced plays. You saw him get away with it on Inferno to great success, and now once again he's already up on short. Sees the nade flying, and you can see the CT flash was perfect, but Azza doesn't want to be taking that fight too aggressively.
Carrigan wanted to drop down towards spawn to set up his teammates here, but it's Jacob now ready and waiting towards B. He's found 2 kills, still alive and kicking in the back, but Robs takes care of him. Azza is going to be very low indeed. Gratisfaction at 0. Voxic starting to apply pressure now, and Azza, he's so low they might just have to save for the final round here, Alex. We'll see. They've got a smoke for the tunnel, a couple of flashes, but it'll be all the pressure on Liaz, and currently as it stands, they don't have a kit. There's a slightly deeper smoke towards the double doors there to allow them to get some access, so it looks like they're going for it. They're going to flash over and send Liaz in.
It enables him to take this fight with Rops without the threat of Woxic dealing with him. Here they come, and takes the fight not clean, and that's all good for Rops. He's got himself the triple as low, makes it a quad. Wow. That looked like it was all said and done for Mousesports. Jacob did so well to catch 2 on the entry, but they punish Woxic and Rops. They find 1 in quick succession into the site, and the rest just locked out. Let's see that from Woxic's POV. Yeah, just touches Grat. It's been a couple of those.
That was the kill. That decided it there. Azza, 18 HP, fortunately for him, had to go for it, was dead either way. And I told you, Mousesports could still win the half about 5 rounds ago, and here we are. The auto snipers are out trying to cause some damage. One of the few times they haven't, to be honest. Nothing touches them. Frozen, once again, out towards long. Player towards the pit, and he has got a gap. Doesn't connect just yet. He might be in trouble here, but maybe the smoke will help him out, and that's actually sick.
He jumps away from the nade, and then one better dunks on Liaz. That's a fantastic trade, though. That's going to do a whole lot for the 100 Thieves defense in this 15th round. And, ooh, Woxic. He's looking low, and even lower. JKS wins the AWP duel with the budget version. JKS, though, is going to be feeling the pressure now on middle. That's going to be Rops breaking through. Azza, in the meantime, does catch Carrigan. The bomb behind Rops as well as they start their campaign. Good catch on JKS to at least make sure they finishes what Rops started earlier. But hello, Jacob. Hello, Mag 7, and that should be the round win. Rops just has to swallow that bitter pill. The bomb will not be arriving on B.
He's got all the utility and a 3-on-1 with still a minute on the clock here. Get this first kill, a 2-on-1 certainly possible for Rops. He spotted the shadow. He knows Jacob's there, nails it. It's going to be now that 2-on-1 we talked about. He can grab the bomb, no problem. He knows that. The smoke's down there to cover him. He will presumably just run back towards B. CT's don't want to overcommit to this. He's got plenty of time, needs to be very careful. Molotov towards the doors. Smoke's down. And now he'll go for the plant. Commits to it. He's got a chance here, Alex.
He really does. Coming from the window, they're both thighs. He ready for Grat. He knows he's in the sight. And Gratisfaction, he's been having a tough half, but he saves the lead coming into the second. A big victory, and 100 Thieves, they just about get their head across the line.
Amazing scenes here. Another enjoyable game of Counter-Strike. We split it right down the middle here, 8-7. We'll take a break and see if the 100 Thieves can catch their breath. A rough half indeed. We'll see you after this break.
will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning.